if you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, I want to request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. This is done to make sure you do not miss out on any of the new updates or video releases from Great Learning. And of course, guys, if you enjoy this video, show us some love and do like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing, right? So make sure you share this video with your friends, colleague, and everyone who can make use of it. And at the end of it, make sure to comment on the video if you have any queries or any suggestions, and I'll be more than happy to respond to all of your comments.
Hello everyone, welcome to this video by Great Learning. My name is Sai Sharan, and today we are going to discuss a very interesting topic. Why do we need digital marketing? Before we get into that, let's discuss what is digital marketing. So digital marketing is the use of internet and digital technologies to market your product or service to the right audience. When I talk about digital marketing, it's not just about businesses. It could be even for your personal brand. You could be someone who is just sitting at home and putting out a travel blog. With this, you have the power to reach someone across different cities and even in a different continent altogether. And that is the beauty of digital marketing. Now let's quickly look at what is the potential of digital marketing. There are over 4 billion internet users worldwide. I think that gives you enough of a picture of how wide the audience base is. So sitting wherever you are at home, you have the potential to reach someone in a different country altogether. You have this entire 4 billion internet users that you can target. Recent data even suggests that each user spends at least 2 hours on the internet every single day. So this is roughly 60% of the worldwide population that is using the internet every day for a minimum of 2 hours. And this gives ample opportunity for every brand to put their message out there. You just have to find the right audience for your business within this 4 billion. Now let's look at a quick example and understand the potential of digital marketing. I want you to picture this. Imagine you are a small business. You're running an infant clothing line. You recently started out, you spent enough on your product and even your store, in fact. But for this context, let's imagine there are no digital marketing efforts whatsoever. And you decide to go only with traditional marketing means. How would you reach your customer then? Let's quickly look at how this can be done. So you can reach them through TV, print that is magazine or newspaper ads, or even radio for that matter. But there are few aspects where this method can be painful. The first problem is that it is expensive when compared to digital marketing. In most of these methods, you will at least have to shell out a few lakhs. Creating a TV ad means that you will have to shell out a few lakhs on creating the video itself, and also there are multiple middlemen involved. The second aspect is that it is difficult to measure. Having spent so much on your ads, say you ran a newspaper and a TV ad, how do you understand which actually helped you get more purchases? It is very difficult to measure if the audience actually liked your communication or not. Coming to the third point, reaching the right audience. Having spent so much on TV and newspaper, you don't know if you actually reach the right audience. Taking the example of the infant clothing line. You know that your primary audience are parents. But how do you understand if you reached parents through the newspaper or TV ad? How do you understand if they actually read the newspaper that day or even watched TV for that matter? So these are three primary pain points with traditional advertising. But you don't have to worry about that because I'm going to give you 10 reasons why you need digital marketing today. The first reason is reach. Like I mentioned earlier, there are over 4 billion internet users worldwide. That roughly constitutes two-thirds of the world's population. With this, you have ample opportunity to put out your message to the right audience. And this reach doesn't mean that it is only paid ads. You could be a content creator who's putting out their message on social media, and this could reach people across the globe. It could reach these 4 billion users if you use the right digital marketing strategy. If you want to promote a new business who has no money to spend on Google ads, then you can always use search engine optimization to drive organic traffic to your website. If you have small budgets to run ads, then you can start out with advertising at least 500 rupees per day. And then you can run ads on Facebook and Google and any other platform that you decide to. Reason number two is opportunity. Digital marketing levels the playing field for everyone. Even if you just started out as a new business, you have the opportunity to compete with the biggest players in the market. Even organically in social media, if your content is good enough, you have the opportunity to reach your right customer through social media marketing. Reason number three is that it is targeted. Like I mentioned earlier, the TV, print, or traditional marketing approach gives a spray and pray sort of an approach where you just fire and hope that it reaches the right audience. But with digital marketing, you can have extremely targeted ads. You know that your primary audience are parents. So you can look at targeting parents within certain age bracket and certain locations that convert the most for you. Reason number four is it is personalized. Through digital marketing, you can personalize your communication for every cohort or segment within your audience. In this example, your primary audience would probably be parents, and probably there is a secondary audience. The second audience could be people who are looking to gift infant clothing. So here, you can have personalized communication for each of these audiences. Personalization even means that you can have offer-led communication. You know that it is Diwali season, and that is when you can put out a special offer to your frequent shoppers. So that personalized offer can have a higher impact on your business and your digital marketing efforts. Reason number five is analytics. Analytics is a vital part of digital marketing. Through analytics, you are able to understand key metrics as to how well your audience interacted with your ad. Through analytics, you have the opportunity to understand how you can improve in your business. In platforms like Facebook and Instagram, you can organically check how much of your audiences interacted with your business, liked your post, clicked on your website, and other key metrics. With tools like Google Analytics, you can see how much traffic is coming onto your website and what are the sources of the traffic and what time audiences interact with your business the most. So this gives you key insight into understanding what works best for your digital marketing and for your business altogether. Reason number six is control and scale. With digital marketing, you have the power. You have the power to make changes as and when you please. Suppose you understand that there is an error in the ad that you put out. You have the power to just pause it immediately. Imagine the same in case of a print ad. You put out a spelling error in the newspaper. That is definitely going to have a bad effect on the brand's name and probably on your job too. In that way, digital marketing, you have the control and the ability to scale campaigns that are working and probably even stop campaigns that are not working for you. Reason number 7 is behavior. So today, the behavior itself has evolved. Over 71% of the internet users purchased online in the year 2020. And this number has increased even further post 2020. If you're watching this video, I'm sure that 90%, if not all of this audience, have purchased online at least once in their life. And that is enough to prove that point. Reason number 8 is technology. With the advent of technologies like machine learning and artificial intelligence, things have changed drastically. There is a lot of redundancy removed from the process. Through automation, we are able to schedule campaigns, we are able to pause campaigns, increase bids on what is working. Technology really helps us spend our budget effectively and audiences that are most likely to transact with your business. With the help of technology, we are able to analyze data and understand what is working and what is not for our businesses. And this is crucial in marketing to successfully execute your campaigns. Reason number 9 is return on investment. I'm sure all businesses look at return on investment, and digital marketing is how they can maximize their return on investment. Through digital efforts, you are achieving cost effective metrics. No matter what your end goal is, that could be brand visibility, it could be traffic to your website, or even revenue. You are sure to get return on investment through digital marketing. The last and 10th reason on why digital marketing is optimization. In digital marketing, you have the power and the ability to optimize your campaigns. By looking at the data, you can analyze what locations are working best for you, what age groups are working best, probably even gender. Through this, you can optimize and show ads only to the audiences that are most relevant to you. Optimization even comes in terms of creative optimization and landing page optimization. Creative optimization would mean that you can look at your previous campaign history and understand which is the communication that resonated most with your audience. Sometimes it is also the landing page. You can see that the website itself that you're directing the users to, some changes in that can effectively improve your conversion rates and your end return on investment. So this is a quick recap of what we looked at as to the 10 reasons why you need digital marketing. The first is reach. That is, you can reach the 4 billion plus audiences worldwide. The second is that opportunity, that everyone gets the same opportunity, no matter how big you are. You could be a big brand and you always see that big brands show their ads on TV. But on social media and digital marketing, things are very different. Everyone has the equal space to show their ads and promotions. The third reason is targeted. You have a very targeted approach on digital marketing. You don't end up showing your ads to everyone and then hope that your target audience is within. In digital marketing, you can specify a target audience and show your ads, show the most relevant ads only to them. The fourth reason is analytics. You are able to see data within each part of your digital marketing journey. You can look at your organic social media metrics. You can look at your landing page data. You can look at your ad specific data and understand what worked best for you. The fifth reason is scalability, where you have the ability to pause or stop campaigns that are not working for you and probably increase budgets on campaigns that are working for you. The sixth reason is behavior. Today, the behavior itself has changed drastically, where we see over 71% of India's population have purchased online. The seventh reason is personalized, where you can give personalized communication to each segment within your audience. You can even have offer based communication based on the funnel in which your customer is in. The eighth reason is technology. With technologies like machine learning and artificial intelligence, there is lesser human intervention involved and a lot more scale being achieved through our campaigns. The ninth reason is return on investment, where you can achieve cost effective campaigns through digital marketing. The final reason is optimization, where you can optimize your campaign so that the best performing ads, the best landing page, the best of your marketing efforts are always showcased to the right customer.
So this is something very fundamental for every digital marketer out there. The beginner's guide to Google search campaigns. Before we get started, I would like you guys to understand the potential of Google search. I'm sure a lot of you already use Google search widely and you know how important it is in our daily lives. But Google search is a platform that has over 90% of the search engine market share, leaving behind other players like Yahoo, DuckDuckGo, and Bing with small single-digit numbers. This gives us some context as to why Google search is so important in our digital marketing strategy. But it's not just this. Just think about it for yourself. You would know how important Google search is in our everyday lives. So you remember that day when you were super hungry and you just typed on Google search, restaurants near me. That is something that comes instinctively to us right now. Even if you wanted to search for a digital marketing course, you would search digital marketing courses online on Google search. Or even if you wanted to shop something or buy a gift for someone, Google search is a part of our daily lives now. This gives us enough reason for every digital marketer to be present on Google search. And what we call that in digital marketing terms is search engine marketing. Search engine marketing doesn't restrict itself to just Google search. But since Google search has an enormous share in this search engine market, and since it is the most widely used, that's why when we refer to search engine marketing, most of us generalize with Google search. As you can read, search engine marketing essentially means that promoting a product, business, or services using paid marketing on the search engine results page. So what is the search engine results page? It is essentially when you search some keyword on Google, say you search for a red hat online, the number of pages that come, that is, there is like a 1 to 100 and plus results pages that pop up. Those pages are called search engine results page. So promoting your business or service so that it ranks on the search pages every time someone searches for a product is search engine marketing. Quite simple, right? So there are two methods to rank on this search engine results page. I would say broadly two methods. So one is search engine marketing, like we just spoke about, and the other is search engine optimization. In today's topic, we are only going to talk about search engine marketing, which is when marketers or advertisers pay to rank on the search engine results page. So you pay per click in search engine marketing. So for each click that someone clicks on your ad and lands on the landing page or the website, that is when you end up paying Google or the search engine. Whereas in search engine optimization is when you organically rank on the results page. That is, you don't pay any monies to Google or Yahoo or any other search engine. You rank your website on the search engine results page and try to go above through search engine optimization. So initially when you start off with a website, you would rank probably in the 100th page or like 10th page or 20th page. But like most of you know, no one really goes beyond the first page on Google or most other search engines. At max, you would go to the second or third page. So through search engine optimization, what you can do is organically or without paying, you can rank above and try and come to the first page of the search engine. So the difference is that through search engine optimization, it is a painful and long process which would take months to come to the first page of Google search or Yahoo search or the search engine that you are marketing in. Whereas in search engine marketing or search campaigns or search ads, you can rank in the first page from day one, as long as you're paying the search engine for it. So that is how it works in search engine marketing. So here is a quick glimpse of Google search ads, how it would look like in a real search. So I've typed in a quick keyword like build a website. So as a digital marketer, everyone would need a website in the first place. That is definitely a prerequisite. So I just tried typing out that keyword, build a website. And you can already see that there are 4 ads. You can see that there is an ad written on the site. So that essentially means that each of these businesses are paying Google to rank above organic results on the results page. So you can see that they are seen, all of these ads are seen much before the organic results or the free results. So these businesses, that is 10 website hosting or Wix and Taptonics and Chetu, they are able to reach a customer with a high intent. They know that I want to build a website. So they're right there when the customer is looking out for them. So that is the beauty of Google search ads. I've already elaborated much about why you need to use Google search when compared to other search engines like Yahoo or DuckDuckGo, or why it's so prominent. But by the time I've finished most of what I've spoken till now, Google has crossed way more than 2 million searches. Just think about that. 2 million searches every minute. So there is a huge chunk of audience out there searching for your product or business. And being a digital marketer, you can tap into the right audience or the audience with a high intent who are searching for your business. E-commerce itself is a business that is growing exponentially. Just think about it for yourself. How many times have you purchased a product online? Many, right? I can't even count them in 2 hands. I've shopped a lot online. So that has become a type of behavior for customers now. So through Google Ads, it really bridges the gap between customers and businesses. That is, customers who are really looking out for your product, that is high intent customers and the businesses. Google just bridges the gap through Google search campaigns. With this, you can reach the right customer at the right time with the right product that you're going to market. Before we get further into how to set up a Google search campaign, there are a few basics that you can understand. Repeat, there are a few basics that you need to understand so that this video is much easier for you. So let's look at a quick glossary of what are the terms that you need to know before launching a Google search campaign or before understanding Google search. So many of these terms are also useful in other types of campaigns as well. So I hope you really learn a lot through this slide. So here you can look at the quick definitions of each of these words. But I'm going to start off with campaign, ad group, keyword, and ad. So a lot of us struggle to understand initially as to what is the difference between a campaign, ad group, and an ad. So this is common across digital marketing. So if you're using a Facebook campaign or a Google display campaign or Google YouTube campaign, the campaign, ad group, and ad structure remains the same across everywhere. So campaign, it's always in that hierarchy. That is, there is one campaign within which there are multiple ad groups, within which you can have multiple ads. So that is the sort of hierarchy that is followed in a campaign, ad group, and ad. When you come to Facebook ads, you would understand that it's not an ad group, it's called an ad set. That's the only difference actually. So I have a very simple analogy to help you understand the difference between campaign, ad group, and ad. So think of campaigns as a whole mall or a clothing store. Within this clothing store, there are subsections, right? So there are men's section, women's section, kids section. So the subsections within that campaign would be the ad groups. So that would be the men's ad group, women's ad group, or the kids ad group. The keyword would be something that you would ask the store manager or the store itself. So you would go to the store manager and ask, so where do I get green jackets for men? So that is essentially the keyword. And in online instances, like someone who would search on Google search green jackets online, that would be the keyword. And the ad itself would be what the store manager could tell you. He would say that, so the green jackets are there towards your right. We have this amazing discount going on today. So you have 50% offer today. So that is like the ad which is going out. I hope this analogy was clear to you. But essentially, coming back to Google search campaigns, it would be like a campaign. You could have a clothing store, could have a clothing campaign within which you could have subsections, which are ad groups, which would be men's clothing ad groups, women's clothing ad groups, kids clothing ad groups. And the keywords within each of them would be relevant to that specific ad group. So you would enter keywords in the men's clothing ad group, like men's clothing online, men's t-shirts online, men's jeans online. Similarly for women's and kids. And the ad which shows will definitely be relevant to the keyword. So if someone is searching for a men's clothes online, obviously you wouldn't want to show them a kid's clothing or a kid's jeans, right? So that is quite obvious. And that's how the keyword and the ad would be related to each other. So if someone is searching for a men's t-shirt online, you would definitely show them an ad saying that there's a men's t-shirt by so and so brand. These are the brands that we're selling, and this is how much offer you can get if there is any. Coming to the definition itself, campaign contains one or more ad groups. An ad group contains one or more keywords and ads. And the keywords are the terms that define if the ad can appear. The ad itself is the promoted text which is seen by the user. Why I'm saying promoted text is because on Google search campaigns, you can only use text which is seen. Like I'm sure you would have used Google search a lot of times, and the ads you see are only text based, right? So that is what we are mentioning here. Coming to impressions. Impressions is a very important term in digital marketing as a whole. So impressions means the number of times your ad was shown. So this doesn't mean a unique number as such. So there are two people, you and I. If I see the ad thrice and you see the ad only once, this means that the number of impressions is 4. So it is essentially the number of times your ad was shown to any user. It could be the same user, it could be a different user. Impressions mean the number of times the ad was shown. So here there's also another term which I didn't mention here, but is quite relevant to impressions. So there's something called reach as well. Reach essentially means the number of unique users you reached. So that is, if you saw the ad thrice and I saw it once, the reach becomes 2 because 2 people saw the ad, and the impression is 4 because the number of times the ad was shown. It's not very relevant in terms of Google search, but it is definitely a term that you should know as a digital marketer. So there is also CPC, or the cost per click. So in Google, you are essentially paying Google per click. You would also want to understand what is the cost you are paying for each click. Quality score is another factor that depends if your ad is shown or not. So this is Google's way of saying how relevant your ad and keywords are. So if you bid on a keyword saying men's t-shirts and you end up showing ads for bottles, it doesn't make sense, right? So that's when your quality score will sort of go down. So it depends on the relevance between your keyword and ads. That is the quality score. So there are also some other terms that you will come across while launching the campaign. And of course, I can help you understand what they mean right then. So some of them are like search volume. So that means essentially the number of people searching for that keyword on an average in a month. So it would be if there is a keyword saying red hats online, then you would understand by seeing the search volume that there are about 1,300 people searching for it on an average every month, or are there 10,000 people? So you can understand the relevance of the keyword or how important it is. What is the kind of demand the certain keyword has by looking at the search volume of the keyword. So before we get started with Google search campaigns, there are also some prerequisites. The first one is understanding your objective. What is the objective of your business? Is it to gain brand awareness? Is it to reach a wider audience and let them know about your brand's existence? Or is it to drive traffic to the website? Probably you are a game and you want just people to come to the landing page and play the game. Or is it conversion, like a purchase? Are you an e-commerce store that wants to sell its products? So then your objective would be to purchase. Or are you a real estate which wants to get more leads? So then your objective would be leads, where you would want people to land on the website and fill up a simple form. But it is very important for you to define what that objective is. The second is a landing page. So for Google search campaigns, landing pages are essential. So you have to drive the audience somewhere. It can be a landing page with a lead form. It can be a landing page that is just a simple blog. It can be an e-commerce store, like I mentioned. So there are multiple ways of using that landing page effectively, but it is absolutely necessary to have that landing page. So the third one is keyword research. So this is a topic I'm going to come to in the coming slides. Before we get started with Google search campaigns, it is absolutely necessary to understand keyword research. Only if you do your keyword research properly and understand what are the keywords that your customers are searching for, that is when you will be able to use Google search to its utmost potential. And the fourth, of course, is a Google AdWords account. Because without a Google AdWords account, you cannot run Google search campaign. I will also show you how to start with a Google AdWords account, and you'll find out how to use a Google AdWords account once we get started with Google search campaigns. So now we come to the first part of keyword research. So before doing your keyword research, you need to understand what are the keyword match types in Google search. So as of now, there are three major keyword match types on Google search: broad match, phrase match, and exact match. There was another one called broad match modifier, but Google is slowly planning to remove that away and use that in phrase match. Hence, I've used these three ones which are most important. So broad match essentially means that when you enter a specific keyword, Google may show search terms that are related to the keyword that you have entered. We will see examples of each of these match types in the coming slide. But before that, let's just set the basics right. Phrase match means that the keyword will show for search terms that have similar or implied meaning of the same keyword that you have entered. For phrase match, I've used quotation marks because that is how you'll have to enter the keyword. So if it is men's t-shirts, you'll have to put quotation men's t-shirts, quotation end. That is when Google understands that it's a phrase match keyword. For broad match, you don't have to enter anything. You just have to put the keyword as is. You don't have to put a suffix or prefix to it. And the third is the exact match. Exact match means that you're telling Google that I want this keyword only. But Google will still show keywords that are very closely related to the keyword that you have entered. And of course, also the same keyword that you have mentioned. For ease of understanding how these three keyword match types are related are that broad match loosely matches the keyword that you have mentioned, while phrase match that moderately matches the keyword that you have mentioned, and exact match tightly matches the keyword that you have mentioned. So that is the difference. So in exact match, it is, you know that this is the term that someone is going to search for exactly. And broad match helps you identify potential keywords or search terms that people are searching. Other than these three types of keyword match types, there's also the negative keywords. So once you start your search campaign and you run it for some time, you would identify some search terms that are not at all relevant to your business and not driving the end objective of your business at all. So you can actually add them to your negative list and ensure that you don't end up paying for terms that are not relevant for your business. For example, if there's a search term called t-shirts for free, you know that you're not giving t-shirts for free. You would definitely want to add the term free as a negative keyword list. So here is a quick example of how broad match works. And in the coming slides, you will also see how phrase match works, exact match works. So here the keyword is low carb diet meal. So you have told Google that this is the keyword I want to target, that every time someone searches for low carb diet meal, my ad should appear. But you have also told Google that this is a broad match keyword. And this means that Google could show on searches that are related to the keyword that you have mentioned. For example, here, low carb diet meal could show ads on low carb food, low carb meal, low calorie foods. So you can notice that the word calorie is not mentioned at all in your keyword, but it is related to low carb diet meal, right? The low calorie sort of relates to that. So that's why Google feels that when it's a broad match, it can also identify other search terms that could potentially help you drive conversions. So it also showed for diet books, which is not really similar to the keyword that you mentioned. It goes off sort of broad. So that is what broad match is essentially. It shows you related keywords as well. If you're looking at targeting a little more moderately matching your keywords or tightly matching your keywords, then you may want to go to phrase or exact match. So there's also low carb diet program mentioned in that is something that could show up on the search when you type low carb diet meal. So here's an example of phrase match. Like I mentioned, for phrase match, you have to use quotation marks before and after your keyword. So here the keyword we have used is basketball shoes. So you could be someone who's selling basketball shoes and you're targeting keywords called basketball shoes. So here, Google will show ads on something that is similar to basketball shoes as well. So shoes for basketball, quite similar, right? Basketball shoes on sale, you didn't mention on sale, but it essentially has a similar or implied meaning. That is when Google is still showing the ads for that. And it shows red basketball shoes, basketball sneakers. So these keywords essentially are similar to the ones that you have in mind. So hence Google shows those keywords too. But what it won't show on searches are basketball net and training shoes, because you have not mentioned net anywhere. Net is not a word that is similar to shoes either. And there's also a question which is, can you wear running shoes for basketball? No, Google is not going to show because it is not very relevant to the keyword that you have put. It's not very similar to the intent that you have put. So Google understands that, and phrase match is something that is moderately matches your keyword. So the third example is exact match, where you have to use square brackets before and after the keyword. So here the keyword that we have used is shoes for women. So the ad shows for keywords that tightly matches the one you have mentioned. So shoes women tightly matches, right? Women's shoes, same meaning, women's shoe, shoes for a woman, shoes for women. All of these will show up for your keyword. So this tightly matches the keyword that you have given. It doesn't go off too broad. It doesn't give words that have different meanings. So it's mostly the same keyword, I would say. Where it won't show on searches is women's tennis shoes, because you have not mentioned tennis anywhere in the keyword. Shoes for girls won't show. With this, you have gotten an understanding of the different types of keyword match types. What are the terms that you need to know in Google search to launch a campaign better? Also, on why it is so important to launch a Google search campaign and why it's important for any business out there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly get started and see how to launch a Google search campaign. Now, without further ado, let's quickly have a look at how to use the Google Ads tool. So now you learn how to do keyword research on Google Ads tool and how to launch Google search campaigns post that. So let's quickly have a look at this. All you have to do is visit ads.google.com and sign in using your Gmail account. So here what you can do is, I already have a Google Ads account, but so that you understand how to really do this, I'm going to go ahead and set up a new Google Ads account. So you can click on new Google Ads account here. And here what you need to do is switch to expert mode. So this is what you need to do to unlock all the features, that is the search campaign, display campaigns, and have more control over your Google Ads account. You need to switch to expert mode right in the beginning. So you can just hit on switch to expert mode. And here, if you look at it, the layout completely changes, right? So this is not exactly how it looks at the start. Maybe I'll just click on Google Ads to show you what it looks like from the start. Switch to export mode. Okay, so what you can do is, once you click on switch to expert mode, you can choose your objective. That is, do you want to drive sales, leads, website traffic, product and brand consideration, or do you want just brand awareness or app promotion or local store visits? Or you can even create a campaign without a goals guidance. So here, if you look at it, under each objective, you can see the campaign types available for it. So if you can see this, there is search, display, shopping, video, smart, and discovery type of campaigns within the sales objective. So sales objective is when you want people to actually purchase something on your landing page. Leads could be a similar landing page, but with like a lead form. So your end objective is that someone actually fills the landing page lead form. Or website traffic could be just traffic to your website. Here, you can see here also search campaign is available for product and brand consideration. We don't really have the search option here for this type of campaign. So what I'll do is I can either select sales or a website traffic, and we can just go ahead and get started with that. So let me just get started with sales, and I'll select the campaign time, which is search. So we were looking at Google search campaigns till now, where you actually target people who are searching for a particular keyword on Google search. So I click on Google search, and my objective is to get website visits. So I will enter the website name, that is greatlearning.com, mygreatlearning.com. And then if you want to, you can actually add a phone number if needed. If you have a phone number, if you are a store that will help better if you have a phone number, then you can definitely add phone calls as well. But for now, I'm just going to skip this. And you can create a conversion action. So if whatever the objective of the particular campaign is, that is, if you want a sale, the conversion action can be a sale, a purchase conversion action. If it's an add to cart that you want to do as a conversion action, you can set that up. But for now, we will keep it basic. So the default conversion action will be purchase, of course, and we'll just won't touch anything of this, and we will just hit continue. So here I will have to enter the campaign details, the campaign name that I will be using. So my ideal approach, this is of course my personal approach, and you can use anything as a campaign name as long as you are able to identify what it means or what the campaign actually holds. So for example, I am going to use this campaign for digital marketing courses. So it's best if I mention that in the campaign name as well. And at times I do like to mention the type of campaign as well. So I can mention like search campaigns with a sales objective on digital marketing courses. On digital marketing, I'll just keep it digital marketing. And in this, if you want to, you can add a date or any other identifier that you would like to mention on the campaign name. So for example, of course, you can change this at a different point too. Some people do mention the bidding type, like is it maximized conversion? Is it maximized clicks? Of course, I'll get to that at a later stage. Once you are doing this, you will get a better understanding of that. So here, what you will need to do is you will enter the name, and then you can select the network where it will appear. So you can either select a Google search. So by default, where it's going to show up is the Google search engine itself. That is, whenever someone is searching on Google search, your ad will appear. But what it includes by default is Google search partners. That is, here you can just read that in Google, in other Google sites, when people search for terms relevant to your keywords. So according to me, I don't really like to select that because I'm directly targeting the high intent audience on Google search engine itself. But you can always select both of this. There's no harm in doing that. And you can also probably try it out and see if that works out for you. So for now, let's just not use this. And you can go to show more settings. So here you can enter the start and end date of the campaign. So by default, it has put today's date, June 24th. But you can always schedule the campaign. You can put it for tomorrow or like the next week. What everyone should do and what I like to do is also put an end date. So sometimes what happens is we just try out a new campaign. We just try setting up a Google Ads account, set up the payments and everything. But we forget to put an end date. We just try out a sample campaign and it just keeps running and burns your money. So it's always better to be safe than sorry. So I guess it's best to put an end date to the campaign, especially if you are testing it out. I'll just put an end date for the same date, just in case there is some error or if I forget to pause the campaign at all. So here I'll just put the same date as the end date. But of course, if you have a plan for the campaign in the next month, you can always start the campaign next month. You can put an end date to it. And some people do run it as an ongoing campaign, in which case you don't have to put an end date at all. Just make sure that all the campaign settings are correct when you launch the campaign, and post that you can pause it whenever you want. So here there are campaign URL options. So if you want to understand campaign URLs, if there is something specific that you want to mention in the URL, that is if you want to mention the source of the campaign, that is when someone is landing on your website. If you want to know if that person came from Google, or which campaign he came from, you can always enter the campaign URL options. I feel that this is a bit more advanced. Maybe you don't have to understand this at this point of time. So I will omit this. And then what you can do is you can also put a dynamic search ad setting. Of course, this as well, we will keep it as is for now. And the ad schedule, if you want, you can let it run at particular time of the day. So if you feel that if you are a restaurant that is open only at night, then you can put your ad schedule only at night. Or if you think that you get highest number of conversions only at a specific time in the afternoon, say 2 to 3 p.m., or if there are timings that work best for you, you can always add that here. But I would suggest to keep that blank in the starting. That is, let's put all days and all timings. At a later point, you get a better understanding of how the campaign is working, what's working for you, what's not. And basis that, you can make this change in the ad schedule. So here, the locations, you can either put it as all countries and territories. If you want, you can mention a specific country or a location that you have in mind. So as of now, I've just entered India. So if you have a particular place in mind where your business works best, or if you only want to target particular cities, then you can always do that as well. So say you want to target Bengaluru. So I'm targeting Bengaluru. And in that, say you want to target Karnataka only, the city of Karnataka in India. So you can definitely target that. And in that, say you don't want to target Bangalore because you have a good presence there. For some reason, you don't want to target Bangalore. You can always remove that. So you can exclude that city or place. So this is up to you. But I would suggest, if you are a business that runs pan-India or across a particular country, you can definitely just enter that country name and you can take a call later on what works best for you. So you can ignore these languages. If you want to, you can enter a particular language. By default, English is selected. You can even remove this if you want to, because Google automatically translates the search engine terms, right? So I don't think there's a necessity to enter a language, but that's your call to take. Audiences, for now, you don't have to add any audiences in this. So this audiences, when you do enter it, is when you're using a remarketing list for search ads. So that is when you're retargeting people who have already visited your website. Say someone who has already searched for men's t-shirts online, visited your page and has searched again for men's t-shirts online, say a week later, a month later, a day later, or even the same day. If you want to target those people, that is when you add them in the audiences. But for now, we are looking at completely new audiences. And I think that is the beauty and the main game of Google search ads, is targeting everyone. You don't have to target a specific audience or a retargeting audience. Of course, that is your call to take. If you feel that there is benefit in retargeting customers, you can always do that as well. But for now, we will keep it only for new audiences. So here you can also select your budget. So how much you're willing to pay. So this is a daily budget. So how much are you willing to shell out every single day for your campaigns? So how Google search actually works for you. So let me just give you a pro tip here. So you might enter, say, 5,000 rupees per day as your campaign budget. But you would see that in the initial few days, it would spend much lesser. Probably it didn't spend the entire amount. Like it spent only 1,000 rupees, or say 1/10 of your budget. But then a few days later, you would see that your daily budget sort of increases. So what Google does is Google understands what is your daily spend limit. If you have underspent it, then it will compensate for it in the future days. And if you have overspent it, it will look at your overall daily budget. Say you had a daily budget of 5K for 4 days, which is a 20,000 completely for those 4 days. Google will ensure that you spend only that 20,000, but it may fluctuate day on day. That is, on some days it may underspend, on some days it may overspend. So it's good to keep that in mind when you are launching a campaign as well. So for now, since this is a test campaign, I'm going to put a very minimal budget of 100 rupees per day, and I've put an end day for today itself. So I hope this money is of mine. I hope I remember to pause it. I don't want to spend my money on nothing, right? So just going to put a budget of 100, but an ideal budget that I would suggest a minimum would be a 500 to 1000 Indian rupees. So of course you can convert that to whichever currency you are using for your Google Ads campaign. But a good benchmark is somewhere around that to get a minimum amount of clicks so that you get some understanding of the campaign and how things work. So this, because it's a test campaign, I've just put 100 rupees budget. And here comes the bidding model. So this is quite important in Google search. So this is how you actually optimize your campaign. So here by default, it is that what you want to focus on. What are you bidding for? So here by default, it's clicks. So you're bidding for clicks. So you're telling Google that I want maximum clicks out of this. So you can also read that this campaign will use the maximize clicks bid strategy to help you get most clicks for your budget. So here what you can do is you can actually select a maximum cost per click bid limit. So if you know that number, what is that number? What is that CPC or the cost per click that you get usually? What is a good number for that? Then you can of course enter that. Say it could be a 20 or 30 rupees. But that depends on business to business, depends on your competition, depends on the kind of keywords you're bidding. So for starters, it's probably best not to put a number to that. Maybe once you understand what that number is, that is when probably you can add what your maximum cost per click limit is. So here you can also focus on other metrics like a target impression share, or you can actually select your bid strategy directly. So you can also select to maximize conversions, which a lot of people do. So the conversion, in this case, the conversion objective is whatever conversion you select. So here by default, it is a purchase conversion. So like I mentioned earlier, the conversion action is whatever is your desired end goal. So it could be a lead form fill, it could be an add to cart, or someone actually playing a game, watching a video, etc. So you get the drill, right? So you can even select maximize conversion. So I want to get maximum purchases out of this campaign. So, or maximum lead form fills, or whatever the objective is. In this case, it is purchases by default. So it is maximum conversions I can select, or a target CPA. So in each of these bid options, you can, I'm sorry, it just went back. So here is where I selected earlier, select a bid strategy directly. Although it's not recommended by Google, this is what actually gives you a little more control over your campaigns. So if you are a beginner, I would suggest you can either try a maximize clicks or maximize conversions. So target CPA, target return on ad spend, these are all different types of bid strategies available. And against each, when you hover over them, you can see what it actually means. So target CPA means that you set a bid to get an average cost per action. So whatever the cost per action is, say you want people to convert at 200 rupees or 300 rupees, you can mention that amount and Google will try to optimize towards that. Or a target return on ad spend. So do you want like 100% return on ad spend or a 200% return on ad spend? You can always enter that and use this bid strategy. Of course, it doesn't work like magic in the first few days, but this is something that is usually used at a later stage of the campaign. maximize conversion value, target impression share, manual cost per click. So that is, you enter how much the cost per click should be. Target impression share is when you're looking at more of a branding sort of a message. So you want most people to see your ads at least. So that is your objective. So it depends on people. So I'll just leave it at maximize conversions for now. And post that, you can enter the conversion event that matters most to you. So as of now, it's not set up, but by default, what will happen is it will be a purchase conversion event that occurs here. So here are a few ad extensions as well that you can add. So these are actually a little more advanced settings, which are not compulsory as such, but can help you improve your campaigns better. So ad rotation, you can mention optimize for best performing ads, do not optimize, rotate ads indefinitely. That is, you want all your ads to show up. That's what it means. So you can leave these as is. You can even ignore these whole ad extensions but just for you to understand, site links, extensions are additional links to your ad basically. So they just help your ad look a bit more bigger and attractive. So you can also read here, ad extensions help you get 15% higher click-through rate. So click-through rate is a very important metric in ads. So this essentially means that the percentage of people who actually view your ad versus the people who actually land up on your website. So this is very crucial in digital marketing. So if 15% higher click-through rate, then definitely you can add an ad extension. So these could be small snippets that you can add a description about what you offer or what other items that you have. You can just detail it out a bit, and call out extensions are a bit more information about your ad. So it could be something like, we have 50,000 happy customers, 10,000 brands. I mean, not 10,000, like 100 plus brands, and so on. So, and call extensions, you can definitely add a phone number. So if you're a local store, you can definitely use that to get some phone calls So there are also these other types of ad extensions to make your ad look a bit more hefty and a lot more information within that. So here you can add a promotion extension, price extension. If you have an offer running, you can definitely add that in. An app extension, if you have an app, you can ask people to download the app. Of course, all of these won't be shown at once, but it will be shown basis what the scenario is, what the situation demands. So here we will hit on save and continue and go ahead. Okay, so it hasn't approved my bidding strategy because I haven't set up my conversions yet. So what I'll go ahead and do is I'll use a maximize click bid strategy, which is the default that Google has suggested. And post that, I'll hit save and continue. So if you actually want to use a maximize conversion or conversion related bid strategy, you can always set up conversion events for your website. So you will have to use Google Tag Manager and set up events on your website. That is, whenever someone fills a form, whenever someone adds to cart, whenever someone purchases. So these events actually show on Google, and that's when you can use a conversion related bidding objective. So here we'll come to the first ad group. So within a campaign which is for digital marketing, we will first have to identify what are the keywords that work best for digital marketing. So this is where the Google keyword research tool actually comes into play. And here we'll have to quickly do a Google keyword research as to what are the digital marketing kind of keywords that people are actually searching for. So here is where you see the Google keyword planner, or you can just quickly search it out on Google. So what you want to select is discover new keywords. And here, what you can actually enter is the type of keywords your customers would search for. So it would be digital marketing course, digital marketing getting classes. So you get the idea, right? So this is just a gist of how to do it. So I'm just going to hit search and see what Google suggests for this. So here you can see that there is a keyword that people are searching for. There's the average monthly searches. That is the average number of searches coming in for that particular keyword. So this actually gives us a good indication whether we should be using that keyword or not, or the potential that keyword has to drive a business for us. And then there is competition. So are other players bidding too for the same keyword? So if it's a high competition, it also means that you will end up paying a bit more for that. Your cost per clicks would be higher. So if it's low competition, it means that not many players are bidding for that keyword. So here we can see that digital marketing course, digital marketing classes, there's Google digital marketing course, learn digital with Google. So here what you can do is you can even filter it out basis average monthly searches. You can filter it basis competition. That is a high competition. You can filter it basis. So there is also top of page bid, top of page bid low and high range. So that is how much would you end up paying. So from 25 to about 116 rupees. So it depends on the kind of competition on the day that you are bidding and how many players are out there in the market. So this is Google's indication of how much you might end up paying for that particular keyword. So you can download this report here, and of course you can add more keywords to this. You can see what works best for you in this. So what you can do is you can download this in Google Sheets. I'm just try out on Google Sheets. Let's just name it digital marketing keywords. Now let's just wait for Google to give us that golden sheet of all the keywords needed to make our digital marketing a huge success. So here you have it in a sheet format. So what you can do is, I don't need the currency as such. Sorry. So I'm just going to filter this out real quick. So I want to understand, actually for now, let's just ignore everything else and just look at the competition and the average monthly searches. So you'd want to filter this out. See, as you can see, there are quite a few searches that Google has suggested. It has suggested about 1,700 different types of keywords that people are searching for related to digital marketing. Of course, this is a quite cumbersome process, and it's not easy looking at all these keywords and filtering them out and seeing what works best for your business. Of course, if you do end up targeting all these keywords, you would reach a huge audience, but probably half of them or 60-70% of them might not be relevant. So you want to identify those keywords that work best for your business, the keywords that make most sense as a customer. What would your customer ideally search for? So just to give you an example, maybe what we'll do is we'll just filter out the keywords that contain courses. So let's just have a look at the keywords that contain digital marketing and courses. So we are looking at about 200 odd keywords here. And this is going to take quite some time to understand which are the keywords that make sense for you, which are the ones that don't, and you actually have to filter them out. So here, if you can see, there is a free online digital marketing course with certificates by Google. We can target them if you want to, but the intent is quite clear. They're searching for the certification by Google. So only if you provide that, it makes sense for you to bid on that particular keyword. Or Google Garage courses. So are you providing a Google Garage course? Probably not. So that's when you can delete that keyword. Or Google Digital Garage courses. So you can look at what are the keywords that make most sense for you and also have volume, right? So online marketing courses, yeah, probably. I think that it makes sense that someone looking for digital marketing courses would also search something like online marketing course or a free digital marketing course. I'm not sure if we should bid on that because I don't think the course is for free. So if it is for free, you can definitely bid on that. But if it's not, it doesn't make sense for you to bid on that keyword. So best online digital marketing courses, definitely you should target that, and it has a high competition as well. So you might end up paying a bit more for that, but you will definitely see a lot of relevance in that type of course. So digital marketing training courses. So you will have to look at each of these keywords and see what work best for you. And if you remember what we discussed earlier, there are 3 types of keyword matches. There are broad matches, phrase match, and exact match. So if you want to be very sure that I don't want to identify new keywords, I just want these keywords which are exactly these, and let those customers come and convert on my website. If that's the case, then you can go ahead with an exact match by putting a square bracket. And it's a very safe way of targeting new customers because you know that you're targeting only relevant keywords. You don't end up burning your money on unnecessary keywords or keywords that wouldn't actually matter much for your business. So these will be exact match type. And if you want to identify new keywords which are sort of similar or like have a similar intent, then you can mention it as a phrase match. So you can put a double quotes. So these would help you identify new keywords which are similar as well to your line of business. So coming back to our ad group, so these are the keywords which I have identified which mention digital marketing courses or some sort of courses that are related to digital marketing. So what I can do is I'll mention this ad group as only digital marketing courses. So the benefit I get out of this is that in my ads, I can mention the same sort of a communication. I can mention that digital marketing courses. So similarly, what I can do is I can filter out these keywords and see which are the ones which say digital marketing class or digital marketing tuition or digital marketing training. So I have separate ad groups. So a digital marketing training will be a separate ad group with again 10 to 15 keywords related to that. And the ad copy mentioning a similar sort of a communication. So here, what you will also need to do is you will have to have a landing page that is similar to this, right? So if someone is seeing the website, they definitely have to have a relevant landing page as well. So what Google also does is Google itself suggests some keywords at times. So let me look at update keywords and see if Google suggests some keywords. So this is just for your understanding. Let's see what are the keywords Google is suggesting basis your landing page. So Google has just seen your landing page and is suggesting a few keywords. So of course, what Google suggested is all broad match keywords by default. So you can select the ones that work best for you. So since this specific ad group, we are only mentioning courses, maybe you can put marketing courses online. Maybe so we'll use a phrase match so that we can also identify other terms which are sort of similar or have like a similar meaning. So let's look at probably just digital marketing course and best digital marketing course and digital marketing online course. So these are a few keywords that Google has also suggested. Let's see how this works out for our business. See what works best for this. So here, what you can also mention in the ad group name, if needed, is the type of match type that you have used. So this is an approach that I use. This depends on person to person. You can choose whatever works best for you. Some people also add phrase, exact, and broad match in the same ad group itself, which I don't really prefer. So what you can do is you can mention the match type if need be on the ad group name itself, so that it's easier for you to identify what type of ad group it is. So here what you can do is you can also create a new ad group. Like I said, digital marketing training, digital marketing classes, etc. Different types within that. So for now, we'll just create this one ad group and hit save and continue. So here you can see that Google has already entered a few headlines for me. They have entered some headlines, a few descriptions. So you can either go ahead and use the same, but you can also look at the ad strength. It's quite poor, right? So they're suggesting that you should add more headlines. Let's look at some ideas that they have. So they're saying you can try online courses for success. Okay. And I don't think we added the landing page correctly. So yeah, I've added the digital marketing landing page now. So let's see. And my keywords mention digital marketing courses. So that should definitely be there on my headline, right? Digital marketing course online. So see, there is a 30 character limit. So you can't exceed that. So I can just put it as digital marketing courses, online certification. So you can see that the ad performance has already improved from poor to good. The second I entered the headline, which contains the keyword. So you can see that digital marketing course, digital marketing online course, these are the keywords that I entered. When that phrase is mentioned in my headline, the ad performance itself improved according to Google. So they are suggesting that your keyword should be a part of your headlines or part of your ads and description whenever possible. So online certification, you can mention any benefits. Say there are 150 plus tutors or 10,000 students which have registered, or if there's an offer going on, you can mention different types of USPs or what pointers that you want to highlight on each of these headlines. So of course, out of these, Google selects the best few headlines and shows up to 3 of them at a time. And in this, if you want to, you can pin one of these headlines. So if you think that digital marketing courses should be there no matter what in every ad that shows up, so I can show this as pinned and unpinned position. That is, it will show in any of these 3 positions in all my ads, or it can show in number 1 position. So the first thing everyone sees when they search any of these keywords would be digital marketing courses, then post that any of these headlines that I have mentioned. So here is what your ad would look like. So I'm just going to leave the description as is. You can change it if need be at any point. And here again, you have a character limit of 90. You can stick to that and enter a good ad copy on that works best for your business. So here I'm just going to hit done. You can create another ad if you want to, but for now, let's just click save and continue. So now is when you have to enter the billing details. So once you set up the billing details, you can set it up for your whole account, and that billing method will be used for your other campaigns as well. So here I don't have any payment method that I'm going to use currently. So I'm just going to ignore this. So some of my payment methods, I'm just going to hit submit and see what works. So now I have not actually entered my billing details I've just set it up to show you guys how it works. Since this is a completely new account, I have not entered that, but we are done with our campaign setup. So all you have to do is set the payment right. Maybe you just have to enter your card details. You can put a small amount, what works best for you in the starting, and then you can see how that proceeds. So here, this is what your Google Ads dashboard actually looks like. So here is the overview. Your main campaign would be here. So you would have to hit on campaigns. And you can see that your campaign is already ready to deliver. Of course, this will not deliver because of the payment method. And this is an important button for you as a digital marketer. So this is where you actually pause the campaign. So as of now, I don't want the campaign to simply spend my monies when I'm just doing a test campaign. So hence I've just paused it, but you can see all the relevant metrics here. When it starts spending or anytime the payment is ready, I can enable the campaign. So here, if I have other campaigns enabled, this is where it will show up. So I can go into this campaign and press on ad groups, where I can see the ad groups that are running. I can press on ad groups and see my keywords that I've entered. I can click on ads and see the ad that is running, relevant metrics for that. Of course, in this, one important aspect that I would like to mention is that you can also add negative keywords. So here, if you feel that you don't want people to search anything related to free on your ad, I don't want to show my ads to anyone searching for anything free. So I just end up adding that as a negative keyword so that it doesn't show up on my campaign. So that sums up what you have to learn to launch a Google search ads campaign.
Before we get into what or how to launch Google Display Network campaigns, do you know what Google Display Network is at all? Let's find out about that. So Google Display Network is Google's network of websites and apps that include millions of websites and apps that you use on a daily basis. But it's not just limited to that. It also includes Google's own properties, that is YouTube, Gmail, and other properties within its network. So how does Google actually go about using the Google Display Network? How does it have millions of websites and apps within its whole network of the Google Display Network? Google uses something called the Google AdSense program. That is, even if you have a website or app that you drive traffic to, you can use it to monetize your website. That is, you are allowing Google to run ads on your website as long as you're getting paid for it. So Google allots certain slots on your website or certain spaces on your website where you can run ads. That is, you're allowing advertisers to run ads on your website and you will get paid for it. It's a win-win for both, right? So through this, advertisers can target contextually. Suppose your website is about sports. If there is a business who's selling sports equipment, they can definitely use your website to target certain individuals who are interested in sports. Likewise, it can be anything. It can be something as broad and generic as just clothing, everyday clothing. So this helps both the advertiser and the website. Now let's look at a quick example of what is GDN or how does it look like. So here you can see the space which is circled, that is an ad by McDonald's and an ad by another site. So this is when I visited the Times of India website. Regular websites that you use on a daily basis that have high traffic are often used by Google Display Network to target their ads. For example, Times of India is a site that lakhs of users use on a daily basis. So you're getting to place your ads on such websites and websites that people use on a generic and daily basis. So here you can see that McDonald's has used it and another site as well. So here the ad by McDonald's was actually a video. So you can use both a video and image ad, of course, the details of which I'll be coming to in the coming slides. But it is not just limited to Times of India. It is other news websites, sports websites, blogging websites, and some of the websites with the highest traffic. And did I mention apps too? So now you know why you should use GDN as your campaign type while using digital marketing. So now we'll go to why GDN. I have quickly listed down a few of the many reasons why you should use Google Display Network campaigns. So the first reason is it has one of the largest reach of any display network. Of course, there are other display networks as well, but Google, being Google, has one of the largest chunk of the share within the display network. So GDN claims to have a reach that includes 90% of the world's internet user base. I think that should be enough, right? For any digital marketer. If you are getting access to 90% of the internet user base to target, that's definitely should be on your list. That is one reason why Google Display Network is one of the prime types of campaigns that every digital marketer needs to run. The second reason, Google Display Network has a host of websites and apps and placements that receive the highest traffic. So out of the highest traffic websites that the world receives, Google has access to over 60% of those websites and apps that see the highest traffic every day. A few of them to mention would be YouTube. YouTube itself is Google's property, which you have access to, and you know the kind of traffic that come to YouTube every single day. YouTube and other popular blogging sites like Blogger are among the list of the top traffic websites that Google has access to. Other than this, like I mentioned, there are 50 to 60% of the highest traffic websites you get access to through using the Google Display Network campaigns. The third reason, out of the many targeting options that Google Display Network has, the most powerful way to use it is to contextually target your audience, which is not always available in every type of campaign. So in Google Display Network campaigns, you can contextually target your audience. Say you're targeting a sports enthusiast. You know the kind of communication that you can use for a sports enthusiast. You can use placements such as top sports websites, or you can use interests or topics that are related to sports. So this way, you're reaching out to the customer in a more efficient way. You are talking directly in the customer's language. Similarly, if you have any offers specifically for certain types of demographics, you can target customers within that demographic. Or if you want to target parents or college goers, you can always do that. We will go into the details of the targeting options in the coming slides. So you can stay tuned and wait and watch there. Now we'll come into what are the types of GDN or the Google Display Network campaigns. Predominantly, there are two types of GDN campaigns. One is the standard display campaign, and the second is the smart display campaign. What is the difference, you may ask? In standard display campaign, you have a host of targeting options. You can target via demographics, you can target placements, you can target via topics, you can target the audience list, similar audiences, the list goes on. Of course, we will see the details of each targeting options, one in the slide and two while I'm showing you how to set up the campaign. But the difference in smart display campaign is that it is completely automated. You just have to give Google the assets, that is the images or the videos and text, and Google decides whom to show the ads. So in this smart display campaign, you don't have to worry about the bid type, the bidding strategy, the kind of audiences you target. All you have to do is give Google the landing page, the assets that you want to promote, and Google by itself understands whom to show it best. So how this works, the smart display campaign, how this works is that Google understands your landing page insights, your search campaigns, what is working for you. And with those insights, Google automatically auto targets people who are most likely to convert for your business. Whereas in the standard display campaign that we mentioned earlier, there are again two subtypes within that. So one is the display ads and the second is responsive display ads. So within that campaign, there are two types of ads that you can launch. The responsive display ad is where you can provide text, that is the headline and description. You can give images, that is different types of banner sizes that Google supports. You can provide them. You have to give the logo and also video assets. So it's a combination of text, images, video, and the logo that you use in responsive display ad. Google combines all of these to see what works best for your campaign. So Google automatically analyzes, is it a video plus text that I should be using? Is it an image plus text, or is it just an image that Google should be using? So Google understands that, and that's why it's called a responsive display campaign. It responds to how the customer would prefer or what kind of website, what content works best, and basis that it creates a display asset for you. Whereas in a regular or just display ads, all you have to do, you have to provide image assets. So here Google gives the sizes and formats that are supported. Of course, there is GIF, there is a JPG, there is HTML5 that you can use. There are different sizes within that in which you can use. There are no video assets or text that you can use in display ads. That is the regular display ads that I'm talking about. We will look into the nitty-gritties of it while we are launching the campaign. There is one more type of campaign within GDN that I have not mentioned here. Why would I not mention that? Because it's called Gmail display campaigns. The reason I have not mentioned that is that Gmail display campaigns, according to Google, is slowly moving out of the display campaign type. This is why Gmail campaigns are not mentioned in this specific video. We will look at it once I show you the dashboard as to why Gmail campaigns are moving and where it's moving to. Will you still be able to target Gmail as a separate campaign or a separate ad type? Let's now move into the types of targeting. This is one of the most crucial part of the GDN campaign. Here you have a variety and a host of different targeting options that you can use to excel at your digital marketing strategy. The one that you choose completely depends on you, the type of business you are in, the kind of goals you want to achieve. So it's completely up to you to decide which targeting you want to use. But I will go ahead and explain what are the different types that you can use, what are the mixes and matches that you can use within targeting in Google Display Network campaigns. So the first is demographic targeting. So here you can target different demographics, different age groups. You can target people within parental statuses, marriage statuses. So if you want to target college goer students, you have that option to target that specific demographic of people who are going to college. Or if you want to target married people, if you're looking at, say, kids clothing, then you would want to target married people. There you have that demographic of targeting certain segments, that is married people. There are various other options, that is gender or age group type targeting, which we look at in detail when I'm showing you how to set up a GDN campaign. The second is affinity targeting. There is a popular saying that there is only one person who knows you more than your mother, and that's Google. You would know because Google literally understands you in and out. Google knows what you're searching, What are the locations that you're going to through Google Maps? They understand your search history through Chrome. There are different touch points in Google that we use at a daily level. Google even has access to your emails through which there are tons of information of what you like, what you don't like, what you recently purchased, where you're moving into next, which is the location that you're currently in. So through this, Google is able to create affinity audiences. That is, Google has audiences based on interest and habits. So if you want to target people who love golf, you have that affinity within. People who have that interest for golf. If you are a business that sells golf clubs, you can definitely use an affinity targeting of people who like golf. Or if there are certain habits that you want to target, you can definitely go ahead and target them using affinity. So this is Google's way of targeting people who are most likely to convert for your business, who have that specific interest in that product that you are selling. The third is in-market audiences. So what Google also knows is people who are actively searching for the product that you are selling. So in-market audiences are audiences that have a little more higher intent. When I said affinity audiences, those are audiences that have an interest towards the product. But in-market audiences are audiences who are actively searching for your product. So those are the audiences who have a higher intent, those who are actually looking out for something that you are selling. So there could be in-market audiences such as people who are searching for digital marketing courses, or people who are looking out for certain shoes. So these are different types of in-market audiences that are available within Google. And the sub part within that is life events. So if you're looking at a real estate product, then you can target people who have recently moved out. So they could be someone who is looking out for a new home, or someone who recently graduated out of college. You would want to target them for certain courses. So those are in-market and life event targeting through which you can effectively show your product to a prospective customer. The fourth part is remarketing. Remarketing is an essential part in most businesses today. The reason being, today the digital marketing world has transformed. And with this, there are multiple touch points needed for the customer to remember you. You remember that time when you went on a casual shopping spree or a window shopping spree? You just looked out for certain products and then you were like, never mind, I'll buy that some other time. It's important for that business to have a remarketing list and remind you that you left that product in their cart, or that you visited this product. Now we have a sale for that product. So using remarketing, it's an effective way of showing customers who have showed interest in your business at some point in their journey. So remarketing is a very warm audience when compared to like an in-market or affinity audience who are completely new to your business. Whereas remarketing are audiences that have visited your website, or people who have shown some interest, viewed your video, who have played a game in your website. So it completely depends on your website objective. But those are the audiences who have interacted with you. Of course, it's for you to decide how they have interacted. Have they visited your website? Have they added your product to the cart? Have they read your blog? Have they filled up a lead form? The list goes on. For remarketing, what you will have to do, you'll have to set up an audience list on Google. That is a list of whatever action that they have taken in a said time period. The fifth type of audience is similar audiences. What this essentially means is that they are quite similar to your audience. It's quite self-explanatory. If you create an audience list, say you create a list of your purchasers, that is, people who made a purchase in the last 60 days. You give Google that list and you tell Google, I want to identify people who are similar to this audience. Similar audiences are as basic as that. You give Google a list of audiences, and Google tries to find people who are most similar to it. People who match similar interests, people who have similar behavior, who have similar purchase intent. The sixth type of audience is custom audience. Custom audience, like the name suggests, is something that you create. You could tell Google that my potential customer is someone who would search for these type of keywords. That is, someone who would search for digital marketing courses online, or someone who would search for digital marketing training online, or someone who is looking for a Google Ads certification. You give Google the type of keywords that your customer is, or a prospective customer is searching for, and you can also give Google a list of competitor websites that your customer could be visiting. So through this, Google makes a custom combination of the said filters that you give and creates an audience. Through this, you can get a high intent audience. You can get audiences who are actively searching for your website, people who are using a certain app or website, people who have visited your competitor website. We will look at the details of it while we're launching a campaign. The last type of targeting is content targeting. Through this, there are three subtypes that you can actually use. You can look at targeting people who are searching for a particular keyword, or you can target people who are visiting certain topics. Say, you can use the topic of digital marketing and target people who are actually reading about digital marketing. If you are an agency, you provide digital marketing services, you can target topics related to digital marketing and technology so that people who are interested in digital marketing might actually go with you. You can actually use placements also. So through placements, you can target certain websites, you can target YouTube channels, you can target YouTube videos. So here what you can do is, if you have a list of places that your customers are visiting regularly, a website or YouTube video, YouTube channel, you can place your ads there. How more effective can it get? You know where your audience is visiting, you place your ad there. It's as simple as it gets there. Before we get started on how to launch a Google Display Network campaign, there are a few prerequisites. The first being, you will have to understand your objective. So this is quite basic and quite fundamental, something that everyone needs to know before starting their digital marketing campaign. You will have to identify your objective. What is the end goal that you're looking for? Are you looking at brand awareness? Are you looking at website traffic? Are you looking at leads on your landing page? Like, you could be a real estate company that is looking at leads, or you could be a car company that is looking at leads or test drives. Is it direct purchases, that is a sale that you're looking at? So there are different types of objectives. So before starting, you need to understand what your objective is. That is when you can unleash the complete potential of your digital marketing campaign. The second is a landing page or a website. So creating a landing page today isn't very difficult. You can get started with a WordPress website or just have one single landing page. There are multiple websites for that. Even some of them are free. So through that, you don't have to have an in-depth technology or a coding experience. You can just get started and create your own landing page. But this is absolutely necessary for you to launch a Google Display Network campaign. You will have to have a website that you will need to enter to get started with a campaign. The third is display assets. What are the assets that you want to show your prospective customers? Is it a text? Is it an image? Is it a video? Of course, text and video are only available on responsive display campaigns. So what is that asset that your prospective customer needs to see? So you need to first collate that asset. You need to get those images ready. What are the sizes that Google supports for display campaign? You need to get that in place and then get started with your campaign. The fourth is a Google Ads account. So you need to have a Google Ads account, and that's quite self-explanatory. That is, if you have to launch a Google display campaign, you have to launch it on Google Ads. So all you need to do is go to ads.google.com. It's a simple procedure. You just have to set up your payments, and then you can even start with a very small budget. I think the minimum budget is about 500 Indian rupees, and you just have to make that payment and you can get started with your Google Ads as soon as possible. The fifth one is an audience setup. So this is only needed if you are looking at setting up remarketing. So if you are a business that has been running for over a few months, say you just have been running for about 30 days or even lesser if you want, you can get started and set up your audience as well if you're looking at remarketing to your customers. But that is not really compulsory for this video. You can skip that process as well, but it's always good, even when you're starting out, to set up your audiences as well, so that at a later stage you can reap the benefits of your campaign. So I hope I've set the basics quite clear. I hope you've gotten a quick understanding of how we can use Google Display Network campaigns, why you need Google Display Network, and the amount of reach, the capacity of GDN, the power of Google that you can unleash through Google Display Network. Now, what are we waiting for? Let's quickly have a look at how to set up GDN campaigns. So now you are looking at my Google Ads dashboard. This is my sample account where I run demos of Google Ads campaigns. So here we are in the overview tab where we can see the overview of the last all-time data. So I'm looking at all-time data. So I can also filter the data over here, last 7 days. So I haven't run any campaigns in the past 7 days. So you can see that there's nothing here for the past 7 days. So some of you, when you start with the Google Ads dashboard, you will see a different view, something like this. But if you want to switch it, I don't prefer this view. I don't think most people use this view. So what you can do is you can click on switch view and you can come to this view where you can see recommendation insights, campaign, ad group, all the data on the side. You have all these tabs on your left side. So to get started with a new campaign, we can click on new campaign here, or you can go to the campaigns tab where you can see all the campaigns that you have run in the past. You can filter the date range here. You can enable the campaigns by clicking on this. So these are paused campaigns. If they are green, it means that they are enabled. So I will go ahead and pause them. I don't want to spend my monies unnecessarily. So let's quickly get started and see how to launch a Google Display Network campaign. So you will have to click on new campaign and you will have to see which goal suits you best. Like we discussed earlier, you will have to find out which is the goal that's most suited for your business. Is it sales? So you have the display campaign type over here. So you can use the sales objective. That is the website sales. If you are a store that allows transactions on the website, you can use the sales objective. Or do you have a lead form on your website? Are you a real estate company or a car company that wants to drive leads on your website? Then if your landing page suggests leads or it has a lead form, then you can also use a lead generation method. You can use leads objective. Or is your objective website traffic? Probably you are blogging and you want to just drive people to your website and see what content you have put out there. So here as well, there is the display campaign type available. For product and brand consideration, the display type is not available. So you cannot use that. What you can use is the brand awareness and reach. So if you're just looking at building brand awareness, you want people to see that your brand is there, put your message out there. Google has 90% of the internet users as an audience base for GDN. So you can, of course, use this for brand awareness and reach. App promotion, you will not be able to use local store visits and promotions. You cannot use display campaign type. You can see that here the display campaign type is not available. What you can also do is create a campaign without a goals guidance. Say you don't feel that it fits into any of these goals, then you can create it without a goals guidance. Or if you feel it's a mix of all these goals, if it's a mix of website traffic and brand awareness, you can use one without a goals guidance also, which is completely up to you. So here I'm going to select the sales objective. So I'll be using the Great Learning website, and I think that maybe the website sales could be an option that we could try out. Next, we select the campaign type. And in here, I think it's quite clear which one to select. We have been talking about GDN campaigns, display campaigns. There is no reason why we would select any other campaign in this specific video. So we will go ahead and select display option here. So here, like we discussed, there are three options. There is a smart display campaign option where you don't have to enter the targeting or bidding options. Google completely decides it on its own. It's quite straightforward, quite simple. The steps are similar to how we use a standard display campaign, but we don't really have to deep dive too much into it because I feel that you only need some display assets for that. It's not too complicated. Once you learn how to launch a standard display campaign, it's quite simple to do a smart display campaign. It's just the same thing without a lot of steps in between. So you can just remove a few steps in between and you can easily learn how to do a smart display campaign. So in this video, we will cover a standard display campaign instead. You can also see that there's a Gmail campaign available. And like I mentioned, starting July 1st, we won't be able to create this sort of a campaign. That's why I have not covered this particular segment in this video. So you can create it in a discovery campaign is what it's mentioned. So the campaign type itself is going to be different. You can create a discovery campaign on Google and target users on Gmail. So here you quickly enter the website name. I'm just going to enter the Great Learning website. I will verify if this is correct. Yes. So this is my website. I can actually enter the digital marketing landing page. So I'll enter this specific landing page. And the conversion action by default is website sale. So I haven't really set up this specific conversion action because I'll have to place a specific tag on the Great Learning website. So if you want to create a conversion action, say your conversion action is add to cart or it is filling up a lead form, you can set up that conversion action at the back end in your website. And it's a quite simple procedure that Google has laid out the step-by-step process for this. So you can just click on install options and Google can tell you the instruction to your webmaster or install the tracking code by yourself. So you'll have to enter the code within your website and Google can tell you how to do that. And the step-by-step instruction is available here. So you can see that when you click on it, you can see that to track your conversion action, you have to add these two tags. So it's quite simple. It's mentioned that you'll have to put it in the header tag of every page on your website. So you can just download this and put this said tag in your website. And this is if you want to track a certain conversion event. So if you want to track number of purchases coming through this or number of add to cart or whatever action that you choose. So now by default, it's put as website sale that I have entered for this particular campaign. So none of my ads are running. This is because I haven't set up payment since it's a sample account. So I'm just going to quickly hide this. But if you're looking at running a campaign, you just have to set up the payment, of course. So I haven't set up the payment in this particular demo account, which is why the error showed up. Now let's look at the campaign name. So you can mention the brand name, that is Great Learning. But if you are running only great learning campaigns in this account, then you don't need to mention it in the campaign name. Say all the campaigns in this account is for great learning only, you don't have to mention the brand name in the campaign name format. So if you are an agency, for example, then you would have multiple brand names running in your same account. So then you would have to mention the company name or the brand name, but otherwise you don't really have to do that. So you can put great learning, and you can put, so I'll just omit this, I'll just put it as display campaign, so that when I look at the campaign dashboard, I know that it's a display campaign that is running. I'll mention the course name, which is digital marketing. I can also mention the type of campaign that I'm running. Am I running a maximize click campaign or a maximize conversion? If I want to, I can mention the bidding type or the audience targeting that I'm using. Or if there's a particular course like a PG graduate program that I'm running, I can mention that as well. For now, I'm just going to keep it simple. If need be, you can mention the date as well. So basically, it is just that by seeing the campaign name, you should understand what it entails. What is the campaign? What are the ad groups? What type of bidding it has? This is just to make your life easier. If you want to, you can just mention it as ABC, but it'll be difficult for you to identify what the campaign is. So it is as simple as that. It is completely up to you what you want to put in the campaign name. So here, coming to the locations, the location by default I've entered is India. And if you want to enter a separate location or a different location, you can definitely put that. You have an advanced search feature as well. You can enter the location in bulk. So if you have a list of cities or location that you want to target just typed out, you can just enter that here. You want to restrict certain locations, you can mention that. So there are different types of location targeting as well. If you want to narrow it down or broaden it, you can always do that. You can also exclude locations. You can enter a certain location and you can target them or exclude them. You can exclude or target certain locations. So this is completely up to you. You can see what suits best for your business. And there are location options here. I would suggest not to change this much. Let it be what it is by default. So this essentially means that people who are present or shown an interest in that location. So you can change it to only present in your locations, or you can exclude such people. So this is completely up to you what suits best for your business. Coming to languages. So here by default, Google has selected English for me. So I can even go ahead and remove this. So if I want to show all languages, I can just remove it. Or if there is a particular language that you want to put, you can definitely add that. There's a whole list of languages available here. So if you have vernacular ads, you can target specific languages here. So this is completely up to you. What are the kind of ads that you're running? So if you are running a Hindi specific ad or a Tamil specific ad, you want to show that only to those languages. So that is completely up to your business and what you are running. So here are the bidding options. So there are conversions, that is maximize conversion is the default bidding option that's selected. That is, here the conversion action that we have selected is website sale. So if you select the conversion action as add to cart, then it would maximize that particular conversion. So this bidding type depends on the conversion action that you select. So if you put the conversion action as play a game or fill a website form, then it will try to maximize that particular conversion action. So Google optimizes basis the conversion action that you have provided. So here you can even put a target cost per action. That is, you want to get conversions at an X amount. So Google has given a target CPA option as well. So you can apply this if you want to. But if you think that you can acquire customers at a lower cost or a higher cost, then you can definitely mention the amount that you have in mind. So you can even remove the target cost per action so that you just bidding on maximize conversion. So there is a conversion value as well. So if you're looking at a particular target return on investment, then you can use this bidding option, you can say that I want a 200% target return on investment. That is, I'm spending 100 rupees, I want 200 out of it. So that is the kind of bid strategy that conversion value is. You can run it for a while and see if that suits your business. Is that campaign really working well for your business? Then there is viewable impressions. That is when you're looking at more people viewing your ad. So viewable impressions are when users see 50% of your ad or more for 1 second. So this is more of showing more people your ad. So here you can also select a bid strategy directly. So Google has not recommended it, but we can still go ahead and see that. You can see how this type of bidding strategy can give you more control over your campaigns. So there is a viewable CPM, that is, it focuses on the cost per mile, that is cost per 1,000 impressions that you're getting. Then there is manual CPC. This is when there's a cost per click that you're bidding on, or there is maximize clicks when you want to get maximum clicks out of this ad. So here you can also select the CPC limit that you have in mind. Do you want a cost per click of 20 rupees or 30 rupees? Do you have a number in mind at all? So if you don't have a number, you can remove this, and then you can put the bid amount or the CPC limit amount at a later stage once you get an understanding as the range. So if you're getting clicks at 9 to 20 rupees, you can put it at the lower end, or you can find a middle ground and put that amount as well. So here, as you can see, there are other options as well. Target return on ad spend. Like we saw earlier, you can just mention the target return on ad spend that you have in mind. A target CPA, which is the cost per acquisition that you have in mind, and you're paying for clicks or conversion. So here the option available is only clicks, and you can mention the cost per action that you have in mind. If you want to go back to Google's recommended settings, you can go back to previous bidding methods, and you can select the default one, which is maximize conversion. If you have a number in mind, you can put that as well. So let's go ahead with maximize conversions and see if that works for this particular campaign. I'm going to put a budget. So you can put a budget about 500, 5,000, whatever works best for you. I think a minimum budget that Google allows for payment is about 500 rupees, and you would want to see some results. So this amount that I've mentioned is in Indian rupees. I have put 500. If you have more budget to spend, you can go ahead and add that. If you are just looking at testing out as to how to run a GDN campaign, you can enter this amount and just go ahead and pause the campaign later. But do remember to pause the campaign later. I'll show you how to put an end date to it as well, so that you don't end up overspending your budget by mistake. Or if you are actually testing out, it's good to put an end date as well. So here you can see the additional settings, that is ad rotations. You can optimize, prefer best performing ad. So this is ideally suggested by Google, and even I would suggest that, because you want your best performing ads to show more, right? You don't want to rotate your ads indefinitely. So if you want each of your ad to show up indefinitely, then this is the strategy that you would have to use. So here it means that lower performing ads as well will run the same amount. So you would always want your better performing ads to show and spend more monies and more of your budget, right? So that is why you can go ahead with the prefer best performing ads. So here you can mention the ad schedule. For starters, I would suggest that you can leave it blank. You can leave it at the default one, that is all days and all timings. But if you think that there are specific days that only work for you, or specific timings that work for you, you can go ahead and add specific days or times. So you can put Monday to Friday, or Saturday, Sunday, only the weekends. So see what works best for you. I would suggest to keep it open in the starting. Maybe you run it for a week or 2 weeks, and then you understand which are the days and timings that work best for you. At that point, if you want to, you can go ahead and add an ad schedule. So here you enter the start and end dates. The start date is June 27th, I will go ahead and put an end date because this is a test campaign. I don't want to end up spending my budget in case I forget to pause this campaign. Although you know that the payment is not set up in this particular account, so I don't really have to worry about it. But just to be on the safe side, I'm going to enter an end date as well. No harm, right, in entering that. But if you are looking at running the campaign for a longer time, or if you don't have an end date in mind, say that I'm going to run it till whenever it works. I just want to see how this campaign is working. Then you don't have to put an end date. But if it's a particular campaign, say the offer is only running this month, so you can definitely put an end date so that your ads don't show post that. So this is just to make your life easier, basically. Moving ahead, coming to the devices, you can show it on all devices for starters. I would suggest this, but if you have any specific targeting devices in mind, you can set that. You can put computers, only tablets. So I would suggest using all. You can even go ahead and select certain device models or operating systems. You want to select Windows or iOS or Android, go ahead and select that. But I would suggest to show on all devices because at first you don't know what really works for you. It's very important to understand what works for you. Maybe you don't really know what your ideal customer, it could be an iOS user, it could be an Android user. Maybe you're not sure yet. So it's best to try out all devices and then take a decision. Once you have gathered enough data, you can take a call whether you want to pause certain devices, if you want to bid higher on certain devices. So that is your call at a later stage. Coming to the campaign URL options. So this is essentially for you to understand and track where the conversions came from, which campaign it came from. So if you want to look at your backend data and really map that with the Google Ads data, then you can put some URL parameters, that is a UTM parameters. You can put the campaign name, campaign ID, so that you are able to see which campaign the conversions came from. So I'm not going to enter this at the moment. And if you have a dynamic feed that is available, you can always use that. So this is quite prevalent in e-commerce. A lot of e-commerce stores use dynamic feeds as well. So this is something, if you have that dynamic feed setup, you can definitely show personalized ads to your customers. Here the conversion event, like I mentioned, is by default website sales selected. And if you have any other conversion actions in mind, you can go ahead and set that up and you can launch that as well. So for this video, we are going to use the default account level conversion, which is website sale. Coming to content exclusions. If you want to exclude certain content, you can go ahead and do that. But this is completely your call. There is no specific way to do it. So if you want to, you can remove tragedy and conflict, sensitive social issues. But ideally, if you don't have any restriction as such, it's best to keep it open so that you understand what works best. It's best to keep it quite broad. But you would want to remove some sensitive content if that doesn't suit your business language. So it's quite self-explanatory. You can see the different content types available, see which doesn't suit for your business, and you can go ahead and exclude that. Coming to ad group name. So here you can mention what is the targeting that you're using or what is the audience that you want to target. Different types of things that you can mention in the ad group name. It's just to make your life easier so that you understand what is used in this ad group. So you can just say that digital marketing new users, or if you have that particular audience that you're going to target in mind, you can definitely mention that once you select it. Of course, these are changeable. You can change it at any point of time. So that's no issue. So here you can see that we will be targeting digital marketing users. So there are options such as education. So if you want to, you can select the education in market audience. So this is available already. So there are related audiences as well shown, that is healthcare education, nursing education. So there is 10 billion to 1 trillion impressions every week that you can see through this sort of an audience. So I personally feel that this audience is quite broad for our course, digital marketing course that we're selling. So I'm not actually going to select it. I just want to show you guys how that works. So here you can see that there is an audience called digital marketing courses. There is a custom intent audiences that is auto created. So we haven't created it. So this is created by Google. You can see that 5 million to 10 million impressions every week. So you can go ahead and open this as well and see what is it that Google is targeting here. Internet marketing course, marketing courses, online marketing course, marketing classes, digital marketing, online course. So these are the kind of keywords that Google is targeting through this custom intent audience. So here, if you want, you can target some technophiles or online courses. This is quite relevant, I feel like. But again, it's quite broad. So there's marketing degrees, people who are searching for marketing degrees, masters in marketing. So this program is actually a program in strategic digital marketing. So you can definitely use this sort of an audience, a custom intent audience who's looking for marketing graduate program. So this is quite relevant. So like this, you can just see and scroll what works best for you. Is there something else in marketing that I have missed out? So people looking for marketing strategies could be, right? I think we can add that audience as well. Who's looking for online marketing company, online marketing business. Maybe we can just try that out and see if that works for us. So these are all custom intent audiences that are auto created by Google. So you can go ahead and see what works over here for your business. But other than that, let's look at what other targeting options are available within audiences. So who are they? What is your audience look like? Are they parents? Are they married people? If you have an understanding of who exactly your audience is, if you are a business that is selling clothes for kids, then you would want to target married people. Or it could be that even single people are gifting it to friends or relatives. But I'm just thinking out loud here. So it's for you to define what your business is targeting or who your audience actually is. So here, Google has a variety of options for that as well. So if you're looking at targeting current college students, you can go ahead and do that as well. Looking at bachelor degree holders. So since this is a PG program, I might want to target bachelor degree holders. So homeowners, renters. So if you are someone who is targeting real estate, then you can have a home ownership status as well that you want to look at. So here we can look at the interests and habits that they have. That is the affinity audiences. So are they interested in banking, beauty, wellness, home and garden? So there is a host of options available over here. So you will have to deep dive into this a bit to understand if your audience is actually within this. So here you can see that there is nothing specific to digital marketing as such, but if you're looking at targeting a broader audience, you can definitely look at some of these interests. But for now, I think I will keep it just to the custom intent audience that we have seen so far. This looks far more relevant to me, in my opinion. So here we can also see the in-market and live events. That is, what are they actually searching for or planning? So here the in-market audiences, there is again a host of options: apparel, accessories, auto and vehicles, baby and children products. So if you are a business in any of these segments, you can definitely target these audiences. Let's look at education. Is there anything related to our programs? You can look at study abroad programs, but we are not into study abroad essentially. So maybe we'll skip that. Test prep and tutoring. So this is again a different bucket of audiences. So maybe we will skip that as well. If you think that any of these fit your business, you can definitely go ahead and target them. Maybe I want to target college graduates, right? Life event is a college graduate, or like a job change, someone who's looking for a job change, maybe. So when I'm looking at life event, so if I want to target such audiences separately, I would ideally target them in a different ad group with a different communication. So if I want to target people looking for a job change, then I would say that maybe, are you looking for a job change? Digital marketing has this much potential, a lot of jobs open in digital marketing, it is the future, etc. That sort of a communication. If I'm looking at targeting college graduation, people who just graduated, I can have the communication that digital marketing is the next big thing. This is where you need to step into as a new career and things like that. So that depends on, if you're targeting different types of audiences, I would suggest to keep it as different ad groups or campaigns and then have different communication strategies for them. So here we are looking at remarketing and similar audiences. So I currently have not set up my audiences. So what you can do is that you can set up the audience visitors. So you can set up audiences in Google, which is quite simple. You just have to set up the number of people who visited your website, who purchased, or who took certain action in your website. So Google is showing me some numbers here, but I think that these are all zero because I have not set it up. So for example, if you're targeting your remarketing users, you would want to target them as a separate campaign or ad group. You don't want to combine it with new users. So you'll have a different communication for them. And this is essentially for that. So if you have a audience that you have set up, you can of course go ahead and click one of these, and you will have to, I would suggest to use it in a separate ad group or campaign, because combining new users and remarketing would not be the best approach. So here, if you have audiences created, there will also be similar audiences created by Google. So similar audiences mean that audiences that have similar interests or behaviors as to the ones that you have provided. Say you give like purchases audience, that is people who purchased in the last say 6 months, then Google will create a similar audience of people who could purchase or who have similar behavior patterns compared to your purchases. So this is a good way to target new users as well. So here we have combined audiences as well. So combined audience essentially means a combination of the audiences that you have created. So it could be that you created an audience of people who visited your website in the last 6 months, but you don't want to target the people who already purchased. So you can create a combination of people who visited your website but did not purchase. So that is a combined audience, which means that you're looking at a particular segment within your website, or you can define how the combination actually works. And here we come to custom audience. So custom audience, there's already a digital marketing custom audience created. So here you can see that this is an audience that I had created earlier. So let's look at this custom audience. So here what it means is that I'm looking at people who searched any of these terms on Google. So I've entered these keywords: digital marketing free online course with certification, digital marketing institute online courses. So people who searched for these keywords are definitely people who are on the look for digital marketing courses. So that is why I have entered these keywords. So any of these keywords, if you feel like there are other keywords that are converting on your Google search, you can definitely use them. Or if you can just go ahead and try and test what works best for you over here. You can also select people with any of these interests or purchase intentions. You can expand this further by selecting certain websites. If you think that there are so and so websites that your customers frequently visit, or if it's someone who's looking for shoes, you know that he's visiting a competitor's website or a blog site that talks about shoes, you can definitely enter those websites. So this involves a little more research from your end as to where your customer is present. And this research will definitely pay off, because this can help you build a high intent audience that you can really target and benefit in your business. You can use people who use, say, different types of apps or visited certain places. So on the right side, you can see audience insights for the same. You can see the weekly impressions. What kind of gender does this audience fall under? Like, people who are searching for these keywords or have these purchase intentions are 71% male, or 61% within this age group, that is 18 to 24, and 90% are non-parents. So through these insights, you also get some understanding of who your audience is. You know that parents aren't really taking this course, so you can look at targeting people who aren't parents. So this is completely your call to take. You can still keep it open and then see what works best for you. So I'm using a mix of all these audiences, but you can always try out different things. Maybe you would want to use just one or two of these audiences, and probably you want to use all of these audiences, and probably a week later you will see which of these audiences are working best for you and then take a call. So here you can see that you're getting about 500 million impressions and about 640 clicks with the budget that you have mentioned. The conversions are unavailable. Target CPA, or the average CPA, is unavailable. Post this, what you can do is you can select the demographics. You can go deep dive into the different types of demographics. If you did understand that 71% are male, you can exclude it, but this is not the best way to do it. Maybe you can let Google decide if maybe it could be that there is a lower amount of audience within the female segment, but you could see a higher conversion. So this is something that you will understand only after launching the campaign. So it's best to keep it open. If you think that people within 45 to 64 will not convert for digital marketing courses, you can go ahead and skip that. So this is completely your call on how to keep it. So you know that parents don't really fall under the digital marketing custom intent audience. So you can remove that if need be too. But again, you would lose out on some impressions. If you want to show it to maximum number of people, you can keep it open and take a call later. So here we come to the content targeting. You can use different mixes of content targeting. You can use keywords. So keywords, you would mention certain keywords and target them. So Google has automatically suggested some keywords and the relevance of them as well. So Google is saying that course master is a keyword that is 99 relevant. That is 99 on 100 is the relevance score of it. So there are low relevance keywords as well. So you can go ahead and select any of these, or you can enter your own keywords. So you can even show content that is only show ads on websites, apps, and videos related to these keywords. So you can go ahead and refine it further. So I'm going to leave it blank because I've already put some targeting in place. The topics that you want to mention. So you can go ahead and put certain topics as well. So this is highly useful when you want to make your targeting a little more contextual. You want to make your ads a little more contextual. So if you are a health related brand, you want to show it on websites that are related to health. So this can help you make it a little more contextual. You know that the audiences are visiting that website looking at health related content. Your brand or product or service becomes a little more relevant when you make it highly contextual. Similarly, if you are a pet food company, you can target topics such as that. So this is completely up to you. See what works best for you. And the third one available here is placement. So this is crucial for your business. If you think that there are certain placements, that are certain YouTube videos that my audience visits, certain YouTube channels, you can go ahead and put a list of it. I think personally that this is something that's very useful if you know where your audience is visiting. So if you can collate a list of websites, YouTube channels, and YouTube videos that your audience is likely to visit, then you can go ahead and enter that in bulk as well. So you can just copy paste the entire list altogether here. You can look at the different websites. So you can even search manually. So you can search digital marketing and see what are the websites that actually come up, what are the YouTube channels that come up. You can go ahead and see, you can see what are the YouTube channels that come up. You can use the YouTube videos in there. So the YouTube videos and channels, I would suggest to target the ones with high traffic, high subscribers, high number of likes, so that you get more visibilities. So when you're targeting videos which are old or have like very less number of views and likes, you would see lesser impressions. Google might not end up spending your budget. So if you're looking at targeting these, you can upload a big chunk of it and see what works best for your business. So I'm not going to enter any of these for now, and let's just look at the other options available. So there is targeting expansion option available. So this essentially means that you can slide it to the right and increase your reach. But you don't want to increase the reach if that reduces your relevance or reduces the targeting that you are using. If it's showing to irrelevant audience, then it doesn't make much sense. So I'm just going to leave it as is and then see what works best for me. So here by default, Google has suggested a responsive display ad. I can go ahead and change it to a standard display ad as well. That is upload display ads. But I'm going to leave it at responsive display for now. Let's see how this works. So Google is suggesting this because it increases your reach and saves your time spent on creating different versions of ads. Okay, Google, let's go ahead and try the responsive display ads. So here the URL is the one that I mentioned earlier. I can go ahead and change it if I want to. And there is the images and logos. So what Google does is Google is scanning my landing page to automatically find the images that would work best for me. So Google has given me some images already, so I can go ahead and use these. So there are two dimensions, that is the landscape one and the square one. So the square one doesn't look too great for me, so I'm just going to omit that. I'll just select this one ratio. There is one image here as well. So here I can select the landscape, and the square one I would want to crop it a bit more. So this looks a bit better. So I'll select both. Actually, I'll remove the square one. So here again, there is another image that Google has suggested from the website. Let's look at the square version. The square version is okay. Yeah, this I might select this. So similarly, you get the drill, right? You just have to select some images. So Google is suggesting 15 images and 5 logos to use in each ad. So this Google is doing just to make our lives easier, but you can always upload your own ads. So that way you have high clarity ads that are showing up. Your logos are of high definition so that your ads really stand out. So that would really help your business excel and show your ads in a very vibrant manner. You can use some stock images if you don't have images at all. So Google is again making your life easier by doing this. You can select some images that work best for you. So this is again a test that you have to do and see what works best for you. Here you can see the assets that I have selected currently, and I will go ahead and save this. Since this is just a test, I have just used these few images, but it is best to use all the images that Google is suggesting so that we get the maximum out of the ads that we are showing. So here you can see a preview of your ads. So usually Google also auto updates some headlines and long headlines, but somehow in this case, Google hasn't done it. So I'm just going to enter a headline. Here I'll mention online digital marketing. So here you can notice that Google has a character limit as well, 30 characters for a headline. And similarly, you can mention up to 5 headlines if I'm not wrong. Yeah, 5 headlines you can mention. So when you exceed the character limit, you can see that the value is too long. So it's for you to create some catchy headlines for your business so that it really stands out. So you can see that the headline has reflected here, and there is one headline that there's one description that Google has auto created for me. So a 90 character description. So here I'll use the same long headline. Of course, you need to change this. This needs to be different. But since this is a test campaign, I'm going to use the same. And you can mention other headlines as well. So here we are pretty much done. Here you just have to mention the business name. If there are any additional formats that you want to put asset enhancement, auto generated video. So Google automatically creates a video for you. So these are some options, but what we didn't actually add was a video. So I don't have a video asset currently. So what I'm going to do is I will search on YouTube for it. So how you need to upload a video is that you will have to upload it on your YouTube channel first. And if you don't want to make the video public, you can keep it an unlisted video and then put the link here. So here I'm just going to search for a great learning digital marketing video as a test. Since this campaign is not going to run, I think that's fine. So I'll put a 1 hour video will be too much for an ad. So I will put the 11-minute or the 9-minute video. So I'll use the 11-minute video. Ideally, your ad should be a minute, 2 minutes, something like that. So try to keep it short. This is just a test. So I've put the 11-minute video. So let's see. This can be one video, but Google is also suggesting a portrait and landscape video of 30 seconds. So 30 seconds is the timing that Google is suggesting. I've gone ahead and used a 11-minute video. Let's see how that works. But since this is a test, it's completely fine. But I would suggest to keep it maybe 30 seconds. 30 seconds is a good time. 15 to 30 seconds is a good time frame. But otherwise, you can keep it 1 minute or whatever works best for your business. So you can see the auto-created video that Google has provided. I have not entered this video. Google has also put the video that I have given. So now let's look at the URL option. Similarly, you can put the tracking template. If you have any UTM parameters, you can add that here. Let's see what more options are there. So there is a call to action text. So that could be really helpful. So I will put something like learn more or apply now. Let's put it as apply now. So you can choose the language as well for your CTA. So we are pretty much done here. I hope these assets are enough because Google shows that the ad strength is average because I haven't given enough assets. So I've just given one video and videos looks fine, but images I haven't provided any. Google is not happy with that. I haven't given enough headlines and descriptions. Let's look at what ideas Google is giving in headline and descriptions. So there are no suggestions currently, but usually Google does provide some suggestion on that. And description as well is quite blank. So Google is not happy with that. So it's ideally you would want to fill up all of these, all 5 headlines, 5 descriptions, at least 2 descriptions, I would say, and use that to actually make a strong ad. You would want to provide some image assets as well. That is at least 1 square and 1 landscape is what Google is suggesting. Let's see if Google accepts my ad. So I've gone ahead and used it. So this was a responsive display ad. Let's look at one display ad as well so that you know how to use that and what's the difference. So this is the display ad, and here there are some supported sizes and formats that you want to look at. So ideally you would want to use all of these different formats so that you have a really appealing ad so that you can reach maximum number of websites. So here again, Google is suggesting a responsive ad, but this is just to show you how this works. I will just upload one ad and see how this fares. Let's add that. So display ad is quite simple. No text, no video, just all the banners that you have, you need to upload them. Let's see if Google accepts my campaign. So here we can see that Google has said that my campaign is ready. So congratulations on watching this video and thank you for watching it. I think we are about there, just one step left, and we have created our first Google Display Network campaign. Continue to campaign. So yes, we are inside this campaign. You can see that display digital marketing is the campaign. This is the ad group. You can click on the ad group to see your ads. So there is one responsive display ad. So you can see the ad type here and one image ad that I have. So these are both pending and in review. You can see the relevant metrics. You can see clicks, impressions, CTR, conversions. You can even change these metrics in the column section. So based on whatever works for you, you can select the type of metrics that you want to see. You can even look at the audiences. So probably a week or so from the campaign, you would understand which are the audience that are giving you higher clicks, which are the audiences that have higher CTR, higher conversion rate. So these metrics will help you understand which audience is actually working best for you. Maybe even see the demographics, the different types of combinations within that, the parental status. So all these metrics by Google can help you understand which part of your campaign is working best. And based on that, you can take a call. So for today, I'm going to go ahead and pause this campaign since I don't want to end up spending on this campaign.
We are going to discuss how to launch Google Discovery campaigns. So discovery campaigns, as the name signifies, is mostly placed where audience are discovering new content. And this is essential for you to have your placement in Google Discovery campaign type. When you say Google Discovery, it is not a very popular campaign type like Google Search or Google Display, but Google Discovery is a very powerful tool to identify new audiences in your industry. But this is not just used to identify new audiences. You can also target your existing customers while they are identifying new content. So where is this ad placed in Google Discovery campaigns? The number one, the most important one in my opinion, is the YouTube home feed. So YouTube home feed is used widely across users. So this is used to discover new content, to understand which video to watch next. So when you look at your home feed, you understand that the content in your home feed is curated specifically for you. So you will see that the content on the home feed is very related to the channels that you follow, the interests that you have. If you are into fitness, then you would see a lot of fitness video. If you are into stockbroking, you would see a lot of stockbroking videos. So Google and YouTube understands what you really like. So having your ad out there while people are discovering and scrolling to find new content on YouTube home feed is a very effective placement to showcase your business or offering. So other than YouTube home feed, we also have the YouTube watch next, where YouTube suggests what to watch next, and right beside that you would see the ad placement. So in Google Discovery, it is only banner based, so it is only images that you can use in Google Discovery campaigns. You cannot use videos in this format. So other placements within Google Discovery are the Discover app itself. There is the Google Discover app where it shows you new content, it shows you news articles, whatever that you are interested in. So in that app as well, which is default in Android, you would see the Google Discovery placement. Other than that, an important placement is also Gmail. Earlier, Gmail was a separate campaign type altogether within display, but now it's part of discovery campaigns where you can effectively place your ads when people are viewing their emails. So here's a quick example of what the Google Discovery ad looks like. This particular placement is the YouTube home feed. So here you can see that right on top in the home feed, you can see that there is an ad. So it says the ad by Olympics. So it also shows the brand name which is promoting the ad, and you can look at that banner. So that banner will essentially take you to the site. So this will be an image only ad that you can see on Discovery feed. So it's important to keep in mind that while using Google Discovery campaigns, you might want to have images that have very short messages and convey the message in a very sharp and crisp manner, because as you can see in the YouTube home feed, you don't really read too much text. You know how thumbnails work in YouTube videos, so you would want to actually consider it like a thumbnail and use minimal text but a very visually appealing and catchy message. So now let's look at why you need to use Google Discovery campaigns. The number one reason is that the discovery placement or the discovery campaign type has a reach of over 3 billion people. So that itself is a very wide audience base, and given Google's ecosystem, this is a very powerful tool, not just for brand awareness, but also for sales and traffic. So this is a very effective placement. Google Discovery also has the second most visited website on the internet, which is YouTube. So through the power of YouTube and image ads, you can tap into that audience that are present within the placements, that is YouTube, Discovery feed, and Gmail. So I think the most powerful placement within this is, of course, has to be YouTube, given the traffic that's coming out through that. So you can definitely tap into these aspects through the Google Discovery campaign. And the second, like I mentioned, you can identify potential customers through that. So they might not be aware about your brand's existence at all, but through the YouTube home feed or through the other placements that are available, you can reach a whole new audience. And the third and most important part is also tap into the existing audiences. So you may have a very warm audience bucket, which you already have, like a audience list created. You can use that too for Google Discovery campaign. So you can use an existing remarketing audience and show them your ads through the discovery placements. Coming to the types of targeting available within Google Discovery, the targeting options are quite similar to that available on display and video campaigns. So you can target via demographics, that is which age group that person is present in, what is his parental status, did he graduate soon, did he recently move into a house. So based on the demographics, you can segregate and separate certain cohorts that are most important for your business, and basis that you can target them separately. The second one is custom, and this is one of my personal favorites, where you can enter certain keywords. You can enter what are the keywords that people are searching for. Say your audience is someone who's looking for a digital marketing course. You can enter keywords such as digital marketing courses online, free digital marketing course, or like Google's digital marketing course, whatever that is. Google will even give you suggestions on what keywords to enter. So you can put down the list of the keywords that people are searching on Google, and basis that you can put a custom list of audiences. It's not just restricted to this. You can also have people who are interested in these keywords. You can enter a list of websites that your potential customers are visiting. You can even enter certain apps they are visiting. So once you define your target audience and have this list, this comprehensive list of the websites, keywords, apps, then you can definitely use custom audience to effectively target the people that are looking out for your product. The third one is interest based, and it's quite self-explanatory, where you have a list of interests available on Google Discovery campaigns. So there are multiple interests. You will have to search if that interest fits your business, and basis that you can use a targeting. So it could be education, there could be a digital marketing interest, there could be technology interest. So there are multiple ones. You'll have to search the interest that fits your business. If that is available, you can definitely use a particular interest. And the fourth and one of the most important ones is audience targeting. So do you have an audience list? Do you have a list of people who visited your website in the last 60 days or 90 days? Or if you are a new business altogether, this might not be very effective, but in the long run, it will definitely be of use. So you can always set up an audience list, a self-populating audience list that will contain the people who have interacted with your business, taken certain action. So it could be someone who added to cart on your website, someone who viewed a certain page, someone who took certain action, probably added a product to a wish list. So all those audiences, you can create separate buckets of audiences and target them as remarketing, or you can create similar audiences out of those. So similar audience essentially means that you are telling Google that I want to identify people who are similar to these audiences, who have similar interests, similar purchase behavior, similar intentions. So Google will identify those people for you based on the audience list that you have provided. To get started with Google discovery campaigns, there are a few prerequisites like most other campaign types. So one would be understanding your objective. So there are about 3 to 4 objectives that are available within the Google dashboard. So there you'll have to select which is the objective that you want to go forward. Is it sales? Is it lead generation? Is it traffic? So you'll have to define what is it that you want out of this campaign. What is your end goal out of this campaign? So once you define that, things are going to be pretty smooth. And from there, I'll show you how to launch a campaign on Google Discovery. The second one is a landing page. For Google Discovery campaigns, a landing page is a must. You'll definitely have to take people somewhere. So a landing page is super necessary to have a Google Discovery campaign. Of course, for this video, or if you want to launch a test, you can try out some other website, some random website that you pick up. You can try testing out. But if you want to spend money on it and see the effectiveness of the campaign, you would definitely want to have the website for your business, the landing page or the website for your business. The third one is banner assets. Google has given certain formats of what dimensions the images should be. So there are carousel posts, which is a series of images, like you would swipe right to go to the next image. So carousel post, as well as single banner images. So in single banner images as well, there are multiple formats. There are about 3 formats. One would be square, landscape, and a portrait dimension. So you can see that in the Google dashboard, and you will understand which are the banners required, which design should I get to test out my Google Discovery campaign. The fourth, and of course, a very, very, very important one, is a Google Ads account. So without a Google Ads account, of course, you cannot launch a Google Discovery campaign. So that is fundamental to this video, to launching any Google campaign for that matter. You would have to have a Google Ads account. The setup is quite simple and it is free to set up. You'll only have to pay once you get the ads running. So you'll have to set up your payment, and then once your ads run, it gets deducted from your account. So the fifth one is the audience setup. So this is most important when you want to actually have a remarketing list. So you could either upload a manual customer list. So if you have a customer list, that is people who have interacted with you, have purchased your product or added to cart, visited your website. If you have that list, you can manually enter that list, or you can automatically integrate the Google audiences through the tag manager, and Google will automatically detect people who are visiting your website, interacting with your business and landing page. So you can either do it manually through a custom list, or you can set up the Google audiences. And this is only necessary if you want to use remarketing or similar audiences. So this is not a compulsion, but if you want to use remarketing or similar audiences, you definitely want to have the audience setup done. That's mostly it from the prerequisite standpoint. I hope you are super ready and super energetic to get started with our first Google Discovery campaign. Let's look at the dashboard of Google Ads and get started. So let's quickly have a look at what the dashboard contains, how to actually launch a Google Discovery campaign. And by the end of this video, I'm sure you would have launched your first Google Discovery campaign. So let's quickly get started and see what are the steps needed to launch your Discovery campaign. So you can go ahead and click on the overview where you'll see the new campaign, or the other option which I prefer is click on the plus where I have a view of all the campaigns, and I can also launch a new campaign here. So here it's necessary for you to understand what your objective is and if your objective suits a discovery campaign or if it fits that discovery campaign type. So there are a few options where discovery campaigns are available. It is sales. So here you can see that a discovery campaign is available. Again, for leads, you can see that discovery campaign is available here too. For website traffic as well, there is discovery campaign type available. For all of the below ones, you cannot use a discovery campaign approach. So for brand awareness or app promotion, local store visits, and product and brand awareness, you won't be able to use a discovery campaign type as that objective itself is not available. So let's go ahead and click on sales and see if we can drive conversions and sales through discovery campaigns. Like we discussed earlier, these ads will run on YouTube, Gmail, Discover, and other placements. So you can see that here Google itself says that you can get more sales with a visually rich, personalized ads that show across YouTube, Gmail, Discover, and more. So the main concept here is that your banners need to really stand out. The text mentioned there needs to really be readable and quite evident. I think a lot of this placement will go on the YouTube discovery feed, that is the YouTube home feed. So you definitely want to make sure that it's quite visible there. My approach is always to make it look like a thumbnail, like a YouTube video thumbnail. You mostly use less text, but it needs to be very readable and it needs to have a clear, succinct message. So I'll go ahead and click on continue. And here we'll create the first discovery campaign. So here we'll enter our campaign name. So that will be discovery sales for great learning. And you might want to enter anything else that really wants to stand out. You basically need to look at the campaign name and understand what the campaign contains. So it could be, are you targeting a specific location or a specific subset, or what the course is regarding? Yeah, I'll mention the course. Speaking of that, digital marketing courses. So I'm promoting digital marketing courses here. So I might want to mention that in the campaign name. Probably if you want, you can mention the bid strategy as well. So this is completely up to you. Do you want to enter a date, end date, whatever that is will make your understanding easier when you look at the campaign name. So here the location, I'm going to keep it as Pan India, but you can look at separate locations. You can look at an advanced search. Is there a specific location that you have in mind? Do you want to add the locations in bulk? You can even add a pin code, cities, countries. You can just, if you have a specific list of places where your business performs best, you can definitely add them in bulk, or you can search for them or have like a radius. This is basically to narrow down your targeting, but I prefer to keep it quite open and broad. Especially if you are just starting out, you should definitely try keeping it broad so that you understand which are the locations that perform best for you, and post that you will be able to scale. So again, you can select all countries and territories, or you'll just select it as India, and post that you can enter specific languages. Again, in this case, I would definitely want to keep it as all languages. That's because in India there are multiple languages. I don't want to target all of them and probably miss out on some. So I'll just keep it as all languages and let Google decide who's the best person for my ad. So post that, we come to the bidding, where we have a maximize conversion option by default. If I want to, I can select a target cost per action. So the target cost per action is something that you need to backtrack. Say you already know that in your ads, you're getting if I spend 1,000 rupees, I'm getting a revenue of 2,000. So the target cost per action is something that you need to define, probably backtrack basis your past performance. So you probably know that you're getting purchases at a cost per action of say 2,000 rupees. So you can enter that amount here, or put a slightly higher amount. Maybe you might want to put like 20% higher. So for you to understand what your cost per action is, it's you would want to basically understand your past history and add that number here. Say you are looking at a conversion of add to cart. You might want to look at what was your cost to add to cart from other platforms or other campaign types, and you can probably enter that number here. If you don't have a clue as to what your target cost per action is, you might want to put a ballpark figure or put Google's recommended number. An alternate as to what you can do is that you can leave it at maximize conversions, and probably post a week you will understand what is the cost per conversion that you're getting, which is essentially the cost per action. Once you get that number, you can probably shift this campaign to a target cost per action and cap it at that desired cost per action. So here you will have to select the conversion action that you are aiming for in this campaign. So I'll select website sale. So this is what was there by default in my ad account, but you will have to set it up in your Google Ads dashboard. What is it that the conversion event that you want to track? You will have to place that code on your website and set up that conversion event. So is it add to cart or view a certain page? Ensure that these conversion actions are set up in your Google Ads account, and through that you will be able to optimize the campaigns for specific conversion events. Here, coming to the budget, you can enter an amount that you have in mind. I'm going to put a very minimal amount since this is a test campaign. And when coming to the ad schedule, you can decide if you want the campaign to run throughout the week, or is it just certain days or certain time frames that work best for you. So you can select Monday to Friday, Saturdays and Sundays. Again, certain days and timings. So these are something that you can add. I prefer to keep it at all days and probably post a few weeks of the campaign running. You will understand which are the days where your conversions were higher, which are the timings when your conversion were higher, and post that you can take this call and probably edit the campaign and add an ad schedule to it. Coming to the start and end dates. So here I'm going to put it as 27th. That is the same day I will end the campaign so that I don't miss out on this. But if you don't have a campaign end date in mind, you can put it as none. If you think that this is going to be an ongoing campaign, or you don't know when you actually want to pause it, you don't know how it will perform, so you would want to keep it as none. But if you think that this is a test campaign, I'm just going to see how to launch the campaign, you definitely have to add an end date so that you don't forget to actually pause it. So this is just a double check to ensure that you don't unnecessarily spend your money. So this end date can also be added if it's a seasonal offer that you're running, or if you think that the campaign or a certain offer is ending, say 1 week from now, you can definitely put an end date to that as well. Coming to the campaign URL option, this is basically for your tracking, for you to understand what campaigns drove how much revenue. You can add UTM parameters here, which will essentially help you track on Google Analytics or whatever is your analytics platform. Through UTM, you will be able to understand which campaign drove how much revenue, what are the clicks, what is the bounce rate, and other metrics that is important for you. So for now, we will keep this as blank. This is not super important for us in this campaign. So I'm going to leave it blank. Content exclusions. This again says that they exclude most sensitive content, so this is not applicable. And here we are looking at the ad group name. So the ad group name, again, I will just mention it as digital marketing. And if I have a certain audience in mind which I'm going to target, I can mention the audience name as well. Say, for now, I'm just going to keep it as custom audience. I don't know which audience I'm actually going to use, but I'm going to keep it open for now. But yeah, once you decide the audience type or any other metric that you are looking at, then you can probably define that here. Are you going to target just women? Then you can say just women. So that is your approach to it. That I leave that completely up to you. And custom audiences. So here you can browse and create. So earlier I had created a custom audience. So that is already visible. I can still show you how to create a new one, a new custom audience. So I would create, I would say that this is digital marketing custom audience. So this will be people with certain interest or purchase intentions, or people who searched for any of these terms on Google. So probably I'll keep it a little broader so that I don't restrict it to just people who searched on Google. So I'll search digital marketing course. So there's Digital Marketing Training Institute in India, digital marketing course in Bangalore, digital marketing diploma. So this is for you to identify and see which are the keywords that makes most sense to you, but this is completely up to you. There is no right way to do it. You just have to look at the keywords that make most sense. So I'm currently not adding the ones which say free. I think that they have a lower intent, but you can definitely try them out. There's no harm in broadening your audience. So that is completely up to you. And I'm just going to quickly add the different courses here. So I'm also adding location-based ones such as Hyderabad. So you never know, they might be interested in an online course. So I'm just going to add that. I don't want a free course for now. So this should be okay. So here I'll be able to understand the weekly impressions, gender, and other data surrounding my audience in this bucket. But here I'm not really able to see any number whatsoever. So I just want to try switching it to people who searched any of these terms on Google. If there is a better number. Yeah. So here I'm able to see weekly impressions. Probably this audience base is lesser, and a lot of people are searching for these terms on Google who are available in the Discovery network. So here I can see that I have about 100 million to 500 million weekly impressions. 63% of this audience, people who are searching for these keywords, are male, and 48% of them are within the 18 to 24 age bracket, and 89% non-parents. So this is just an audience insight for you to understand who exactly is your audience. What are the age groups? So Google itself is helping you define that. So we will go ahead and create this audience. I've added it here. So here again, if you are having a separate campaign for remarketing, say this campaign wasn't for new users, you're looking only at remarketing, that is people who visited your website and probably did not convert. So they definitely have that intent. You can have this ad group only for remarketing, that is you can show it to people who only visited your website, and here probably you might want to exclude the purchasers. So that is an approach that most people take, like it would be people who visited the website minus the people who purchased. So again, within remarketing, you can have different funnels. It can be people who visited the website and clicked on buy now button but did not purchase. So that is for you to define what exactly, which funnel approach do you want to take within remarketing. But this ad group that I'm launching now is only for new users. That's why I've used a custom audience. But if you're using remarketing, you can use a specific audience list and you can probably exclude your existing purchases. Even in this scenario, you might want to exclude your existing purchases. So what you can do through remarketing is you can also get similar audiences. So if your audience list is created, that is, if you tell Google that these are the people who visited my website, or your Google audiences are populated, then you can also create a similar audience here. So that would mean that Google will identify people who are very similar interests, similar behavior to the people who have already interacted with your business. So that makes it much more simple, right? So for now, I haven't populated my audience lists yet, so that is why it's not showing. But if you have populated your audiences, then you can use a similar audience as well for a new user. Here you can look at the detailed demographics and the interests. So here probably I can use social media enthusiasts, advertising, and no, I don't want to add advertising services. So this is based on your rationale. This is completely up to you. What interest do you think? Who could be your prospective buyers? If you think that there is a specific cohort which will convert if you use a specific messaging, that is, say for if you are an e-commerce store selling clothes, you might want to have kid specific messaging for new parents. So that is for you to define. If you're using interest and detailed demographic cohorts, you can try out different types of audiences as long as the messaging and the ads are different. So it is for you to decide who is that person who's likely to convert and what is it that communication or the offering that would interest him most. Say I'm targeting someone with just education as the interest, then I could probably speak about the relevance of digital marketing. So you know that someone who is, when I'm targeting a broad interest like education, it's not necessary that they know the importance of digital marketing or probably the ease of learning it or probably the scope of learning it. So in those scenarios, you might want to say something like the digital marketing industry is growing at X percentage or is a dash billion industry or whatever that number is. You can mention that and probably so that when it comes to interest and demographic targeting, you can try out wider audiences as long as the messaging itself resonates with them. So as of now, I'm going to add social media enthusiasts. Is there something around digital marketing? I'll have to check that. So I'm going to leave it blank. So it's just social media enthusiasts and a custom audience that I'm using. So probably in my ad group name, I'll say custom audience and interest. So here we are about done with our campaign setup. We just have to set up the demographics. Earlier, while creating the custom audience, we understood some audience insights, some genders that are working well, some age groups that are working well, some parental status that are working well. So you can apply those insights over here if you want to. But for my case, I'm going to leave it broad. I don't know if there are parents who want to enroll their students into digital marketing courses. So I don't know what exactly is the audience insight completely yet. So I might want to run this campaign for some time and see which cohort, which demographic is performing well within this, and basis that maybe I will take a call. So here Google is suggesting an optimized targeting and I will leave that on. Now all you need to do is create your ad. So there are two options here. You can use a carousel or a discovery ad. So carousel is essentially a series of images, that is one image followed by another and another. So it's about 4 images usually. So that is a different approach in carousel format. We will use a single image and see how that works. So here we'll use the Great Learning Digital Marketing Program URL and we will have to add some images. Say you don't have any images. No problem. Google has solved this problem for you too. Google will scan your website and identify some images that could work for your ads. But ideally, it's suggested that you provide the images so that you can curate the right message and probably use images that are very visually appealing for your ads. So since I don't have any creative now, I'm going to use some footage that Google has given me. So I'm going to use this, the Great Learning logo as the logo. Google has identified that this is the logo. I'm going to select this. I know that this is quite blurred. I would ideally have to upload one manually. That would be better. So I'll just go ahead and do that. Yeah, and here you can see that the logo is present, crisp and clear. So I'm going to use this as the logo and select it. If I have another image, I can add that too.
So I have one other landscape image which I'm going to use. So I'll use this as an image and I can select the dimensions where this suits best. So this is one landscape image. In the square format, this doesn't work. Even in the story format or the portrait format as well, this doesn't seem to work. So I'm just going to use the landscape one. And probably other images, I'll select what Google is suggesting. So I'll use one of these images. Not the best for an ad, but I'm going to use this as a test. So this should be okay. So Google has selected this for a landscape version. For square, what does it look like? So this doesn't look too appealing for a square format. So I'm just going to use the logo as well here and use it as a square. Again, I've selected two images now. So here, if you're looking at an education specific image, then you can use any of this. Probably if it's a square one, then you might want to adjust it a little bit. And for like a portrait sized one, you might want to again adjust it a bit to just make it look a little more appealing. So here you can see that you've selected 7 assets. I hope this is enough. Otherwise, you can even select some stock footage on digital marketing. So here are some creatives that might or might not work well for you. So you can select which ones sort of match your brand tonality, your brand visual. So here for a test, you can definitely use any of these and just adjust them. For square, I'm going to select it here. And for portrait, a little more. So you can also see that there's Shutterstock written right here. So you might not want to use that image, but I'm just going to use it for a test. So this looks good to go, and I'm going to quickly add a headline: learn digital marketing. Digital marketing course by Great Learning. So you can see that there's a 40 character limit, so I can't use this. Let me see if this works. Digital marketing class. So you can see what headlines work best for you. You can add up to 5 headlines and again up to 5 descriptions as well. So I'm going to use the same description for now, but ideally it should be much bigger. It should be much more descriptive. It should be about 90 characters. Let's see actually. We'll use a description from here. Learn from India's top 10 ranked business school and gain. So I've shortened it a bit so that it fits the 90 character limit. This looks good to me. Is there anything else that I can add? So probably this I can add as a headline. So you can basically edit these out and see what worked best for your description and make it a little more descriptive, just the core USPs of your program or whatever your offering is, and that should be enough. So here you can see what it looks like, what the headline and description looks like, and Google will provide a mix and match of your creatives as well as your headlines, descriptions, etc. Here I will use the Great Learning business name and add a tracking template. If you have it, you can use a URL suffix. Is there a UTM parameter? UTM parameter is essentially to track. It is something that is appended behind your URL. So if your URL says greatlearning.com, the final URL suffix says greatlearning.com/UTM campaign is equal to discovery sales, whatever your campaign name is. UTM ad set is whatever that is. So the final URL suffix is somewhere where you can add certain parameters. Here you can see that parameters. So this is for you to define what the parameter it is. So based on your URL, it just appends this suffix behind the URL, and with that you will be able to track certain parameters or add certain parameters.
So you can use a separate URL for mobile if you want to. And the last step is to select the call to action. I'm just going to leave it as learn more, or you can even use something like book now or sign up. So this is going to be in English, and I'm going to add it to the ad group and create a campaign. So here it looks like we are ready with our first Google Discovery campaign. Let's go ahead and click on continue. So we have successfully created our first Google Discovery campaign. Congratulations on finishing it. I think you should right away get started and try yours too. I'm sure this is a very simple step-by-step procedure. All you have to do is follow the steps mentioned in this video, and you can easily create your first Google Discovery campaign. So let's have a quick look at how the campaign looks. So you can see that the campaigns, in the campaigns tab, I can see when I selected the campaign type as discovery, I can see this, or I can even remove this filter and I can see all my campaigns. If I select only enabled campaigns, I will be able to see the discovery campaign. I'm going to leave it at pause for now, but I also want to see what the campaign settings look like. Actually, I'll select all campaigns. Name contains discovery. So there's one campaign which is paused for now, but let's see what else. So you can see that because the campaign is paused, it says that the ad group is not eligible, but you can see the relevant metrics for the campaign once it's running here. So here you can see the cost per conversion basis the conversion action that you have defined. The clicks, impression, CTR, conversion rate, view through conversion. If you want to add further columns to this, you can go to the columns tab and click on the metrics that matter most to you. You can even save that as a set so that you know which are the metrics that matter most to you, and you can see that at one go every time. You can download these numbers so that you can analyze them on sheets or however you want to, or probably track them on a daily level. So this will help you download it as well. If you want to look at it at a detail level, day on day, hourly basis, campaign level, time level, whatever that is, you can go to detailed reports. You can click on this reports tab and go to detailed reports. Here you can see the ads. What are the ads that are running? You can add it as multiple ads as well. Suppose you can add another set like how we did, and you can look at it like an ad level data and see which is performing well. Here in the audiences, you can see which audience worked better. Was it a digital marketing custom or was it social media enthusiast? If one of them is not performing well, you could probably pause them. If you want to add more, you can click on this edit button and add another audience set. See, you can do that over here. You can also exclude a few audiences. Probably post, say, 2-3 weeks, you can see which demographics in this is working well. Probably pause a few and you can see if the campaign performance increases. So it is a step-by-step procedure where you understand what is working, what is not working in your campaign, and basis that you scale the campaign. If there are any other changes, again, you can just quickly have a look at the locations. You can drill this down by state, city, etc. Whatever is that metric, you can again see how much was spent in each city. You can even look at the ad schedule, what time or hour of the day performed best for you, and basis that you can probably add an ad schedule. You can look at the change history here as to what changes were done in the campaigns when. So this gives you a summary of what the discovery campaign looks like, how to launch it, what are the metrics to monitor, and how to effectively use your audiences. Google App Campaigns are also known as Universal App Campaigns or UAC campaigns by Google. This is an effective way of marketing your app through easy machine learning tools by leveraging the machine learning and AI capabilities of Google. This is a very simple setup that any new marketer or anyone with experience, this is for everyone. Google App Campaigns is a necessity for everyone out there. And you know what's the best part? You don't have to break your head over the different targeting options. You don't have to break your head over the type of bidding strategies available or the audience demographics. In Google UAC, this is all automated for you. So Google decides whom to show the ad, which is the best person that could convert for your ad. Probably someone who could install, someone who could take a particular action on your app. So Google decides it all for you, making the marketer's job much more simpler. So let's quickly have a look at how to set up Google UAC campaigns. Let's just look at what is UAC at all. So through Google's app campaigns or universal app campaigns by Google, you can drive app installs and in-app conversions. By conversion, you can define what is your conversion event. So you can define if the conversion event is purchase or add to cart or any specific action within your website or any specific action within your app. So through Google UAC, you can drive install volume, that is maximum number of people actually installing your app, or you can even look at quality app traffic, that is people who are more likely to do a particular event in your app. So let's move on and see what else Google UAC has to offer. Let's look at the different types of placement within Google UAC. So number one is Google Play Store, which is the app store where all the apps are listed. So here, when you search for particular keywords or in relevant categories, you can see the ad come up as placement. Say you are a digital marketing course provider. You can provide a keyword such as learn digital marketing, and your ad could show up in the Google Play Store every time someone searches for a keyword like digital marketing or learn digital marketing. This all depends on the type of keywords that you have provided on the Google UAC campaigns. The second one is Google Search and Partners. So Google Search as well is a part of Google UAC campaigns. So you provide the keywords and headlines, and Google decides which keywords or which people are most likely to download your app within those keywords. So someone searches for learn digital marketing, say again on Google Search Network or Search Partners, and your ad is likely to show up over there. So Google again shows to people who are most likely to install your app, or if your campaign objective is to drive more conversions within the app, then Google will identify those people who are most likely to take a specific action on your app and then show the ad to them. The third one is Google Display Network. So Google Display Network is the whole list of websites that Google has partnered with where you can show up your ads. Of course, Google Display Network campaigns are completely different. Here in UAC campaigns, the objective is to drive installs in the Google Display Network. So it will show the ad on the whole list of Google Display partner websites. The objective will be to drive app installs specifically. The fourth one is YouTube. YouTube being one of Google's most strongest property, where you can see maximum traffic, maximum conversion, and highly engaged audience. YouTube is an effective placement for UAC. Of course, within UAC, you cannot define specific placements. You cannot define search network, display, or YouTube, but you can provide assets for all these three, and Google will decide which is the best property for you. So in YouTube as well, you can provide the video assets, which is highly recommended by the Google team. And YouTube is a placement where you can see effective app installs on UAC campaigns. So why UAC or Universal App Campaigns? I think you yourself can answer that question. Just look at the number of apps within your phone. That itself signifies the amount of time most people spend on apps every single day. Statistics suggest that over 85% of the time spent on mobile devices are used on apps. So apps are much more user-friendly, they're much more engaging, they're much more easier to use. So that itself is a reason why a lot of people spend time on apps. And like I said, 85% of the time spent using the mobile is spent on apps. So you can see that today we have different types of apps such as ride sharing apps, we have grocery apps, we have e-commerce stores, we have multiple apps like social media. I think a lot of time is spent on social media apps. So that itself defines the reason why spending on app engagement or app install will be very vital for your business if you have an app. The second is the ease of use. So UAC campaigns are completely automated. So you just have to provide the assets and define what is your objective within app install. Is it app install or install volume with an engagement metric, or do you want to see conversion, or you can even select a target return on ad spend. So there are different types of objectives that you can use within the UAC campaigns. And post that, it's a very simple process where you just have to provide the assets to Google, and Google itself decides who is the best person to see your ad and convert. And over time, your campaign starts learning and you will see very good results in the future. So the third reason, like I mentioned, you can drive not just app installs, you can drive actions somewhere down the funnel. So you can drive people who will install and are most likely to purchase. So you can drive high intent audience through Google UAC campaigns. And it is for you to define what step that you want your audience to take action in. So it can be that you want more people to just install your app at an early stage in your business. Probably you want to drive high install volume. You just want more and more people to download your app, but probably at a later stage, you want high quality audience. You want people who are most likely to take some action within your app. So that is where UAC really plays an important role. So the fourth reason is reach across Google properties. So Google properties itself is very, very strong. So you get a mix of all the Google properties in UAC campaigns. You get Google search, you get Google display network, you get YouTube placement. So these three are very, very strong properties where most of the audiences are present. So through Google app campaigns, you really tap into a really huge pool of audience, and Google, being Google, knows most information about these people and knows where each customer is most likely to convert. So I think that is very important for you to drive high quality installs. So through Google UAC campaigns, you can really unlock the potential of machine learning, Google's machine learning, and really reach out to all those potential customers out there. Now let's look at the different types of UAC. That is, in universal app campaigns, what different types do we have? So we are primarily looking at three separate buckets within universal app campaigns. So one is app install, the second is app engagement, and the third is app pre-registration. In this video, we'll mostly be talking about the app install piece of it. Within app install, there are three subtypes. So that is, you can drive install volume. So install volume would mean that you're looking to acquire maximum number of app installs. So you are not really worrying too much about the quality of users, but you are really wanting to drive maximum number of app installs at the least cost that you have in mind. The second is in-app action. So here you're trying to drive app installs. The objective still remains as app installs, but you have an in-app action in mind. So that in-app action could be whatever you define to be within your app. So it could be any action that you define within the app. It could be a registration event, it could be an add to cart event, purchase event, whatever action that is most important for you in your business. So that action, you can add that action. So it can be an install with an in-app action. So you are looking at more people installing, but you want people who are most likely to take that specific action. The third one is in-app action value. So you are really looking at return on ad spend through this. So you can tell Google that I'm willing to spend 1,000 rupees or 2,000 or 10,000 rupees, but I want 200% of returns through that, or I want 100% of returns through that. So you're mostly looking at return on ad spend in this type of UAC. So here you can tell Google that I'm willing to pay 10,000 rupees, but I want to get 10,000 rupees back. That is, I want 100% return on ad spend, or like a 200% return on ad spend. So of course, this campaign is something that it improves over learning. It's not like you'll get 200% return on ad spend from day one. You will have to wait for Google to learn in your campaign and understand which strategy works best, or if you're able to attain a 200% return on ad spend, or whatever is it that the number that you have added. So within that, it is something that you will have to try, test, and understand which campaign type within UAC works best for you. Coming to app engagement, that is the second type within UAC. So app engagement campaigns we will not be covering in this video, because this is a product that is not available for everyone out there. So app engagement campaigns in UAC are highly effective. These are campaigns that can really engage your warm audiences and really push them down the funnel and make them convert down the line. So app engagement campaigns are for existing people within your app ecosystem. So it could be someone who just opened your app. So you will have to create audiences within Google. So you'll have to create a list of people who have engaged on your app. Say someone who has opened your app and not taken an action. Could be someone who opened your app, added to cart, but did not convert post that. So you'll have to define what are those audiences that you want to create and then target them towards the action that you want. Just to give you a quick example, it could be someone who viewed a digital marketing course, who downloaded the Great Learning app, took some action within the app, probably viewed the digital marketing course, but did not end up purchasing it. So you can use UAC engagement campaigns to actually target those audiences and help them convert and push them down the funnel. So these campaigns are not available in every Google Ads account. So for UAC engagement, it is suggested that you have a separate account altogether. So you should not combine it with your regular ad account where you're running search, display, or the UAC install campaign types with discovery, whatever type of campaigns that you run within Google Ads. For UAC engagement, it is suggested that you have a separate account altogether. And there is one criteria as well that needs to be met. You will have to have over 250k downloads on your app to actually begin using UAC app engagement. That is, if you want to use a UAC engagement, you will have to meet that criteria of having 250k installs already on your app, and you will also need a separate account or Google Ads account. So this is mostly because in UAC engagement, you will want the campaigns to have a separate type of learning. So the conversion events will have a new type of learning, which is not to be confused with the other campaigns that are running. So UAC engagement will be in a separate account, but in this video, we will not be covering, because app engagement type is not available for everyone out there. Of course, you can still see them as a type which is available when you're launching UAC campaigns, but you will not be able to actually launch app engagement campaigns if you don't meet the criteria. The third one is app pre-registration. Again, this too will not be covered in this video, because app pre-registration is something before you launch the app. So you want more people to pre-register for your app. That is why that feature or that type is available. But this is available only for Android. The others are available for both Android and iOS. So let's quickly move on and see what next in UAC campaigns. Before getting started with your UAC campaigns, there are a few prerequisites that you have to keep in mind. So a few things that are required before you actually get started with your Google app campaigns. The first one is understanding your objective. So I keep reiterating on this, because for every campaign that you launch, it is fundamental that you know what your objective is in the first place. So by understanding your objective, in this case, I mean that are you trying to drive app install, that is install volume, or are you trying to drive install volume with higher intent users? I think mostly in the initial stages, people would want to drive more install volume because you want people to actually install your app and experience it. At most times, it is suggested by the Google team to run both install volume as well as an in-app action campaign. So many businesses actually drive both campaigns. They drive app install volume campaigns where they can see more people actually downloading the app, and there would be install volume with an in-app action that they have in mind. So it is for you to decide which campaign strategy that you would mostly want to use, but install volume would mostly make sense for you at an initial stage, and also it would drive sustenance and you would see a continuous flow of app installs through that. So you can decide which objective that you want to use, which type you want to use within the UAC campaigns. And if you want to use an app engagement campaign, just keep in mind that you would have to have over 250k downloads, and over that you would also need another Google Ads account. So that is a very simple setup to start another Google Ads account. But the main objective that you have to keep in mind is that you will have 250k downloads for app engagement campaigns. You will have to create your audiences within the Google audiences. You will have to create separate segments within your app. The second prerequisite is having an app. So I think that is a no-brainer for this particular video. It is called Google App Campaign. So you would definitely need to have an app to actually promote it. But for the sake of this video, I can show you how you can just test out a Google App Campaign without actually having an app. You can just search for some app out there and test it out. If you just want to try out how to launch a UAC campaign, you can try it out with a different app out there. So that shouldn't be an issue. I can show you how to do that. But if you're looking at promoting your own business, you would definitely need to have an app to actually use this campaign to scale your app. The third requirement is the assets itself. So you would need text, image, and video. So all these three are required to actually launch a Google App Campaign. So like I mentioned, these are going to be on Google Search Network, where you will be using text ads, Google Display Network, where image ads will be used, and YouTube, where video assets will be used. So a mix of all these three can help you really scale your campaign and use the huge pool of audience that's available within Google's entire network. So for all these three types aren't compulsory, but to start off, I think text ads are mandatory to actually start off with a UAC campaign. You can also add a mix of text and image for starters and wait till you get video assets created if you don't have video assets to begin with. And the fourth one, you need to have a Google AdWords or Google Ads account, because without that, we cannot move any further, because you will have to test out how to actually implement a Google App Campaign or a UAC campaign. You can only do that on a Google Ads account. So you will need that definitely to help your business scale and help your app grow to the next level. So without further ado, let's quickly look at the Google Ads dashboard. Let's see how to launch a Google UAC campaign. So now let's look at the Google Ads account. Let's see how exactly that you can set up a Google UAC campaign or Google App Campaign. To begin with, this is my test account for Google Ads. So let's get started with a campaign. So to start off with a new campaign, you will have to click on the plus icon here. Or if you are in the home page, then you can also click on new campaign here. So if you are in the overview tab, you can click on new campaign here, or you can go to campaigns and you can click on plus. So here you will have to click on the new campaign option. Post this, you don't have to break your head on deciding which campaign objective to choose, because there is only one where you can drive app installs, which you can use for UAC campaigns or universal app campaigns. You'll have to select app promotion objective. So here you can see that there is an app option. So drive app promotion across Google's networks. So if you hover over this, you can see that you can drive app promotion with automated campaign. You can see that you can use them on Google Search Network, Display Network, Google Play, that is Google Play Store, other apps, and on YouTube. So here, coming to this, we have three types, that is app installs, that you want to get new people to install your app engagement, that is you can get existing users to take actions on your app. So this is only for audiences who already are in your app ecosystem. So people who are aware of your app, have your app installed, probably engaged with your app. So it could be anyone who just installed your app and registered. Once you have their data, then you can just retarget to them and push them down the funnel, make them take the action that you want them to take. So app engagement campaign, like I mentioned, there are a few prerequisites that you will have to have 250k plus downloads, and you will need a separate Google Ads account where you're running only Google app engagement campaigns. So this is a separate one which we will not be covering in this video because this is not available to everyone out there. Although this app engagement, you can still select this type, you will not be able to launch the campaign because if you don't have 250k plus downloads. So let's just use app install, and app pre-registration is, again, it's very self-explanatory to get new users to pre-register to your app before the launch. So before you actually launch the app, you can ask them to pre-register for it. So that is a different type altogether. In this video, what we'll be covering is app installs. So here you can select on Android. So you have the option for Android or iOS. So I don't have an app that I want to show out. I don't have an app that is my own and I can promote. So for the sake of this video, even if you don't have an app, you can search for some app out there on Google Play Store and you can actually try promoting it. You don't have to spend money on it. As soon as you launch the campaign, you can probably pause it. So that way you don't end up burning your money, but you will also learn how to launch this very, very important campaign type. So coming to Android, what I'll do is I can search for Great Learning. It's already popped up for me, but I'm just going to show you how to do it anyway. Great Learning. So I can select Great Learning here and they have already selected the app for me. So here I can click on continue. And as you can see, the setup is quite easy. So all you have to do is probably, I'll mention this as UAC campaigns for digital marketing. So here I've mentioned the campaign name as UAC campaigns and digital marketing course. The campaign name is completely up to you what you want to enter. It's just that you need to be able to identify what the campaign contains. So it's just for your ease. So if you want to mention if it's an install volume or in-app action campaign that you're launching, you can definitely mention that in the campaign name so that the next time when you look at the campaign name, you know what exactly it contains. So basis whatever is easy for you, you can use the campaign name. You can even probably use the date in the campaign name. Or if you're targeting certain locations, you can do that as well in the campaign name. So here I'm going to select just India. So it can be presence or interest, people who have shown interest in your target locations, presence, people in or regularly in your targeted location. So you can change this if you want. I'm just going to leave it as is. So again, in languages, English is selected by default. I will remove this and keep it as all languages because I don't want to restrict my campaign only to English users. Although my ads will be in English, you can go about it. I think that is completely up to you how you want to approach it. So say your ads are in Hindi or a certain language, you can definitely use that specific language, but it's best to keep it open. You can take the call on it on how exactly you want to go about the language settings. Coming to the budget, you can enter a daily budget that you have in mind. I'm just going to keep 100 rupees so that I don't end up spending on this campaign. I don't end up spending too much on a test campaign. So I'm just testing the waters here. I'll just put 100 rupees. I'm going to pause the campaign right after this video. So just in case I forget, I'm just going to use a very minimal budget here. So I've just put 100 rupees, and you can already see that Google has suggested a target CPI, that is a cost per install. TCPI would mean that target cost per install. So Google has suggested that you can look at somewhere around 25.74 will be your cost per each install. So you can also see that there is a daily budget that you have mentioned is come up here. So now coming to the bidding type, you can see that there is install volume, in-app actions, and in-app action value. So here you can see that I don't have the in-app action and in-app action value because I have not set up the conversion, because you will need to assign a certain conversion event to actually use that action. So you need to define what is your purchase event. You need to have a conversion tracking. So if you look at it here in measurement, there will be conversions. So here you will have to set up your conversion action within your app. This particular account doesn't have access to the Great Learning app, so I cannot really define the conversion events. I cannot add that in this specific video. So what we'll do is we will focus on install volume, so I can generate maximum installs. You can see that choose to maximize install volume. So this in-app action and in-app action value is not available, but the setup is quite similar. All you have to do is select in-app action and choose the conversion event that you want. So it could be purchase, add to cart, open the app, register, whatever the conversion event that you decide and put on Google, pass it back to Google, that you can add in this campaign and you can use it to actually scale your campaign. So for this, we'll use install volume, and install volume will be tracked on the app, which is the Play Store install volume, which we'll be tracking. So what kind of users do you want to target? So again, on this install volume as well, you can select the type of users that you want. So people who are most likely to take an in-app action. So once your conversion action is set, then what you can do is you can say that I want install volume. I want more people to install my app, but I also want to focus on an event. So it can be that I want more number of installs, but the people who are installing are most likely to take a certain action on my app, and I define what that action is. Is it registration, add to cart, open a certain course page? So define that conversion action and you can use that here too. So since that's not available, since I haven't linked this ad account to the Great Learning app, we are going to use it as all users. But otherwise, all you have to do is click on users likely to perform an in-app action and select that conversion event. So here you can also set a target cost per install. So here Google has suggested that 25.74 is the amount that is a suggested CPI or a cost per install. So here I can put the amount as 26, and Google has also suggested 26. So you can just apply this here, and probably later down the line you might see lower numbers or higher numbers for the install. That is, for the CPI you might see higher or lower numbers, and that time you can adjust this bid amount. Or what you can do is you can also remove this, that is, you don't enter a cost per install bid amount at all, and basis that Google will decide what the amount actually looks like. So again, you can enter a start or end date. This is completely up to you. If you want to add one, you can definitely add one, but I'm going to keep that as the same day because this is a test campaign and I don't want to end up burning my monies. So in case I forget to pause it, I'm just going to leave an end date. But if you're going to run this campaign for long, you don't have to enter an end date. And in most app install campaigns, it is mostly an ongoing process. You don't really have an end date in mind that you want to stop app installs in the future. So it's mostly an ongoing thing. You might not want an end date, but that's completely up to you. Just decide that for yourself. See when you want to keep the start and end date, and then you can take a call on it. Coming to advanced options, again, there's a data feed option as well. If you have a product feed for your business, then you can definitely implement that. This will be useful for e-commerce platforms as well. So you can attach a data feed if needed. And then we can go ahead and save and continue. So here again, you will have to mention the ad group name. So this is again completely dependent on what you're actually using in the ad group. So say you're using just digital marketing courses in one ad group, and probably a data science course in another, and say a C++ course in another ad group. So you can just probably mention the course name or whatever the category type is within the ad group. If you have any other details in mind, you can definitely enter them. But I think mostly it'll be just about that. So I'm just going to enter this as digital marketing courses. So here you will have to enter up to 5 headlines, 5 descriptions, up to 20 images, and up to 20 videos as well. So these are the assets that you need. As you see, it's a very, very simple setup. So this is all you need. You don't need any more steps to actually create the UAC campaign. So once you enter these assets, that's just about it. You don't need anything else to actually launch your UAC campaign. So let's look at our final step in launching a Google UAC campaign. So I'm just going to enter a sample headline. So say I put learn digital marketing, and I'm just going to leave it as is. Learn digital marketing from Great Learning on Great Learning. So it's always suggested that within your headlines and descriptions, try to use keywords that are most relevant. So say in your search, you see that these keywords are converting best. So try to implement those keywords within your headline and description copies, because in the end, these text and descriptions will go on Google search network too. So just keep that in mind and ensure that you enter copies that are most likely to convert. So here again, I have to enter at least 2 headlines. So that is mandatory. So I'm just going to enter one more. So say digital marketing courses. So I have entered 2 headlines now. If you look at it, I can enter up to 5 of them with a 30 character limit. And Google also suggests that how your ad is performing. So mostly Google has suggested that I've entered headlines, I've entered descriptions, and if I enter more of these, this green little dot will actually become full. So that will indicate that I have enough headlines and enough descriptions. So as of now, images and videos, it says that I haven't added any, which is not a good sign. So here you can see that this is what your ad will look like. So Google has made a pre-filled without actually providing a creative. Google has shown me what your ad will look like even without images. So let me try if we can actually use, you don't have to enter images. Actually, I'll just add one image and see. So I have one Great Learning image. Let me see if this works. So basically you have 3 dimensions here. That is a landscape one, a square one, and another dimension as well. So here you can actually crop the image, or you can select this, and you can see the dimensions here: 1:1, 4:5, 1.91:1. So these 3 are the assets that you can use. So here you can see the assets that you have selected. So I've only selected 1 out of 20 images that are required. So let's see if this is enough. So I think you can also launch it with just text ads if you don't have image ads ready. So let me see if it works without images too. I think it should. Let's just try that out. But it is suggested that you add videos as well. So maybe let's try a video by Great Learning. So again, here too, you will have to add it on your YouTube and probably create it as an unlisted video and then use it on the video network. So here you can see that there are long videos, but I don't want a 1-hour video for my ad. So I will try to stick to the 11-minute video, which is also quite high for an ad. So ideally you would want to create an asset which is about 1 minute. I don't think it should exceed 1 to 2 minutes. So try to keep it within that. Some people even suggest an ad limit of about 15 to 30 seconds. Try to keep it short and crisp as long as it conveys the whole message. So for this video, I'll just use the 11-minute video so we can understand how to actually implement that. So you can add the video here. Let's see if it works without a video and text ad at all. So I know that a lot of people might not have enough bandwidth to create an image or a video asset. So let's see if this works without text and video. So here you go. You don't even need a display and video asset. So you can create it with just some text assets. But ideally, it's recommended that you use both image and video along with text. So that is where you can unlock the complete potential of UAC campaigns. So here you can add up to 20 video assets, 20 images, and along with that you have to add text as well. So this is where you can really unlock the potential of Google app campaigns or UAC campaigns. So all you have to do now is continue to campaign, and we have created our first Google app campaign or UAC campaign. So I will go ahead and pause this campaign so that I don't forget about it. Let's see. So this, you just have to enter the campaign type, which is so I'll pause this and we can see what it entails. So here you can see an overview of how the ad performed, which targeting locations are included, where it's performing, where you're seeing most impressions, clicks, installed. So you can decide that how things are working well for you. And coming to the ad groups, you can see which ad groups are performing well. If you want to look at which placement or which network is driving higher traction, you can look at that too. So currently we haven't launched any, the campaign hasn't been running, hence you can't see the data, but you can see the bifurcation here: Google search, search partners, display network, YouTube search, YouTube videos, cross network. So you can see all these metrics here. So all you have to do is go to segment and go to network with search partners. You can again break down basis conversion action, category, whatever suits you best. Probably hour of the day, you want to see how many installs came in at what hour of the day, day, week, month, quarter. So there are a host of options within analyzing the campaigns and seeing what worked best for you. You can also see additional columns if they interest you, or if there is some other metric that you want to have a look at. So you can look at audiences. So here you won't be able to provide any audience as such, but you can also look at, so in audiences, you can use an exclusion. So if you want to exclude your existing visitors, you can do that in audiences. In locations, you can see the locations that are working best. In case you have added additional locations, then you can see which are the ones that gave you higher traction. So since we haven't launched this campaign, we haven't spent monies on it, there is no specific number that Google is able to provide. Google is an integral part of our daily lives. And what is also an integral part is Google's video campaigns, that is YouTube. I'm sure most of you use YouTube, if not a daily basis, probably weekly or monthly. You would have used YouTube at some point in your life. And I'm sure this plays a vital role in a lot of things that you do in your daily life. So today we're going to discuss exactly about that. We're going to discuss about using digital marketing on the world's second largest search engine. Yes, you heard that right. YouTube is not just a video platform. YouTube is much more than that. It is also considered as a search engine. A lot of people put in their search queries on YouTube, and that is why it is considered as the world's second largest search engine. So what are Google video campaigns? It is not just using digital marketing on YouTube, but it is also a whole list of other websites that Google has partnered with. So you get the opportunity to show your ads of your business on those websites that matter most. So you can use your videos and showcase them on YouTube. So primarily it will be YouTube, but other than there is a whole host of other websites that Google has partnered with where you can run your ads through Google video campaigns. So here is a quick example of what a Google video ad looks like. So here I've put a snippet of what the ad would look like on Google, and here you can see that there's the skip ad button, which indicates that this is an advertisement and you can skip it. Of course, within this there are multiple formats. There are skippable ads where, like this specific button, you can actually skip the ad, and there are non-skippable ads, bumper ads, ad sequence. There are multiple formats of this Google video campaign that we will be looking into in the coming slides. But before that, we need to understand why Google video campaigns at all. Like I mentioned earlier, YouTube is the second largest search engine too, but it's also a website with the second largest traffic on the internet, or the second most popular website on the internet. So here, this can be a primary reason why everyone must target their customers through YouTube. So by being the second most popular website on the internet, you also get extensive reach. So this is vital for every marketer. Once you get a whole wide range of audience to market to, then that is where every business should be. But YouTube is not just a platform. YouTube and Google Video partners are not just platforms that have extensive reach, but they are also platforms with a highly engaged audience. Today, the digital marketing landscape has changed so much that video is of utmost preference. You could just take your example, for instance. At least in my case, I love to watch videos. Every time I'm scrolling through social media or YouTube, I always interact the most with ads. Those are videos. So that is just a consumer behavior that has changed and become video first in our generation. When I say highly engaged audience, I mean that YouTube is a platform that sees over 1 billion hours of content every single day. This is a platform with high video consumption. So there are people consuming 1 billion hours of content every single day. Now you can imagine the potential, the intent of the audience within that platform. And it's not just that. There are content creators creating over 500 hours of content every single minute on YouTube. So it's the content creators and the audience that makes YouTube such a robust platform. And through this, we get the extensive reach that we have as marketers. We get to tap into that audience through YouTube and Google video campaigns. Now let's have a quick look at the different campaign types available within Google video campaigns. So the first is skippable in-stream ads. So here, as the name suggests, the video or the ad is skippable, or there is that skip ad button shown on the video. So here you are giving the consumer or the customer a choice to actually skip the ad if they don't want to watch the entire one. So you're giving them the choice, and this skip ad button comes after 5 seconds post the ad being played. So this can be used to drive some awareness or drive traffic to your website. That's your choice on how you want to implement it or what objective you want to use skippable in-stream ads. But this is a format that is widely used across businesses. The second is non-skippable in-stream ads. So here you get the option to put a 15-second video that is not skippable. So the audience don't have a choice to actually skip the ad. They have to watch the entire video, which is 15 seconds long. The third one is a bumper ad. The bumper ad is similar to a non-skippable ad, where bumper ads too aren't skippable. But the special part about bumper ads are that those are just 6-second ads. Those are short, crisp ads where you efficiently get impressions. You reach maximum number of people at a lower cost by just showing them a 6-second ad. Of course, seeing how effectively you can implement that 6-second ad is completely up to you. And let's see how you make the best out of that. The fourth one is outstream video. Outstream video ads are mobile only ads. So here you don't get to show the ads on YouTube. The ads are shown only on Google's display partners, which are mobile only. So if you want to show your ads only to mobile users, of course, today the world itself is moving to mobile first. A lot of ad placement and ads are decided by first looking at mobile friendly ads. So here if you're looking at mobile friendly campaigns, then you can use the outstream video format to use and target people who are within the Google video partner list and use mobile only ads there. The last type that I would like to mention in this slide is the ad sequence type of video. So here, like the name suggests, the ads are shown in a sequence. This is a beautiful way to use storytelling in your ads. So you can contextually use the ads in a certain series. So you know that they watched the first ad. The second one will be a continuation of the first. So make sure that you have incorporated some sort of a storytelling within your ads when you're using the ad sequence format. Moving on, let's look at the different types of targeting. Similar to Google display campaigns, here too in Google video campaigns, there are different types of targeting where you have targeting in demographics, you can target via keywords, topics, placements, and audience targeting. When I say demographics, you can target people within certain age groups, certain genders, relationship type, etc. The second type is keyword. So do you know the type of keywords that your audience is searching for? Like I mentioned, YouTube is the second largest search engine. So here you can of course type in different keywords that are related to your product or service, and you can tap into that audience who are searching for that specific keyword. The third type is topics. So there would be certain topics that are most relevant for your business. Say you are selling digital marketing courses, you can search for topics related to digital marketing or education and then target people who are looking for those topics. The fourth one is a very interesting one and one of my favorites. So here you can use certain placements within YouTube. So the beauty of the placement targeting type is that you can identify where your customers are visiting the most. You can identify those YouTube channels or those YouTube videos where they are present most and place your ads right there. Of course, while showing you the dashboard, I'll show you how exactly you can place your video within a certain YouTube video. Say for example, you are again taking digital marketing courses. So here you can target videos that are related to digital marketing. You can provide a whole list to YouTube that these are the videos or channels that I want to target where my potential customers are, and YouTube can help you target that specific placement and get your ads right there. The fifth one is a very interesting one too. So this is quite widely used. This is audience targeting. So there are different methods within audience targeting itself. There is a retargeting one where you have a list of your potential customers or your warm audiences, that is people who have visited your website or taken some action in your website. You can create that specific audience and target them on YouTube. You can even create a list of people who have actually viewed your video as an ad or as otherwise. You can create a list of those audiences and target a specific ad to them. But another approach that you can also take is create a similar audience. So essentially what Google does is that once you provide the list of people who have interacted with your business, say interacted with your website or watched your video, Google can create a similar audience of that. That is, Google identifies people with similar traits and you can target that similar audience via YouTube campaigns or Google video campaigns too. So that is just a gist of how the different types of targeting works within Google video campaigns. Moving on, let's look at what are the prerequisites before launching a Google video campaign. What is it that you need to just get started and launch your first Google video campaign? The first thing is understanding your objective. So this is very, very important in every type of campaign that you launch. Be it any campaign, you have to first understand what is your objective. Do you want to drive leads through the campaign? Do you want to drive brand awareness? Do you want more people to watch your video? Do you want to drive traffic? Do you want purchases out of that? So the options within objectives are multiple, but you have to decide which one suits your business the most. The second one is creating a landing page or having a website. So where are you directing your users to? So that is crucial too. So you need to have a landing page or website to direct people or your traffic to. The third one, and this is definitely a no-brainer, that you need video assets. So you need a video ad to actually launch a campaign on Google Video Campaigns, because the campaign name itself says video. So you definitely need a video asset to get started with your Google Video Campaigns. The fourth one is a Google AdWords account. Of course, without a Google AdWords account, you cannot launch any Google campaigns. So Google AdWords or Google Ads is necessary to set up a Google Video Campaign. The fifth one is an audience setup. So this is optional. So if you're looking at remarketing to your audiences, then you definitely have to set up audience list. Or if you're looking at similar audience, then also you have to set up your audience list. But otherwise, this is not mandatory. I've just added it in case you want to target similar or remarketing users. So that sums up a gist of how to launch your Google Video Campaigns. I hope you're ready to get started and launch your first Google Video ad campaign. Let's get started. So you are now looking at my Google Ads dashboard. So this is the test account that I'm running in, and hence I haven't been spending much over here. So I've paused all my campaigns. These are all tests that I've run. So here, let's look at how to launch a Google Video Campaign. So to get started, you have to click on the plus icon and click on new campaign. So here you have different options within this. So you have multiple options here. You can select a sales option where you can see that there is a Google Video option here as well. So you'll have to select the campaign type, understanding the objective that you have. See if the video option is available there too. So for example, if you want to do an app promotion, you don't have a video campaign type option here. So here you'll have to understand your objective, probably sales or website traffic. Decide on that, and basis that you can launch a video campaign. So here you can notice that product and brand consideration, there is only a video campaign type available here. You can also go ahead and create a campaign without a goals guidance. So here you can customize your settings. Even you can select skippable, bumper ads, video discovery ads. You can create a custom video campaign as well. But the other options are non-skippable in-stream, out-stream ads, drive conversion, ad sequence. You can even use a shopping type of ad. But this is only available when you create it without a goals guidance. For example, if you look at product and brand consideration, you'll only see that there are about 3 options that you have: influence consideration, ad sequence, shopping. So you have different types of options within each campaign type. So you'll just have to look at these subtypes and understand which suits you best. So here probably let's look at brand awareness and reach and use a skippable in-stream ad. So for example, if you select something like website sales, you would not see any of these options. So by default, your video becomes a skippable ad. So here let's look at the settings for this, and I'm sure that the settings for the rest as well will be quite similar with minor changes that you will be able to figure out. So let's look at any one type. So as of now, I've selected the sales option for now, within which I haven't selected any subtype because there was no subtype available. I've selected sales options because a lot of businesses and digital marketing people want to learn how to sell via YouTube. So let's select sales and see how that goes. And the rest of the campaign settings will be quite similar for other video format options as well, with just minor changes in the video assets that you are providing. So here probably I'll name my video campaign as video sales digital marketing courses for great learning. So here again, you can select different bid types that suit you best, you can select maximize conversions and target CPA. So because this is Google Video Sales campaign, you have these two options. So this bid strategy sort of varies when you're selecting different subtypes. So if you were selecting a non-skippable or a bumper ad, you would have different options as well. You would have like a maximum CPV, whereas you're putting a cost per view. Or here you have a target CPM, that is a cost per 1,000 impressions, or a viewable CPM, that is a cost per viewable 1,000 impressions. So these different bid strategies are not available because I've selected the sales. Once you're selecting different subtypes, campaign subtypes, say you selected brand awareness or some other subtype, you would see more of these options. And of course, these, again, it depends on your objective. If you want to get more people to view your ad, you could probably have a target CPM or like a maximum cost per view. But for these, you would have to enter a cost per view or a cost per mile, that is 1,000 impression number. So here, since it's sale, I have a maximize conversion option where I want to maximize my conversion. Say the conversion event is purchase, I want to maximize that. Say my conversion event is lead, I want to maximize that. So I'm not putting a cap to it. I'm not giving a number to Google. I'm not saying that I want each of the lead to cost me 100 rupees or 1,000 rupees, but I'm just going to leave it up to Google. So Google, you decide how many conversions I can get. I'm just not going to keep a cap at it, and then you can decide that number. But the alternate option is putting a target CPA. So target CPA would mean that I want my sale or lead or whatever conversion event that I've set for the campaign, I want that at a set number. I want it at 900 rupees or 2000 rupees. So here Google has even suggested a target CPA number if you don't have a number in mind. So you can put it as a ballpark, you can put it somewhere around this number. But do note that if you put the target CPA too less, then the video campaign will not spend as much. So keep that in mind and always think as to what is an ideal number that you have a target CPA in mind. You would want to put about 20-30% higher as the target CPA number. Or another option is that you can select maximize conversion, leave it up to Google, and understand what is the target CPA that you're getting currently, and probably like 2 weeks post the campaign, you can move it to a target CPA option. So here I'm going to enter the budget amount, say 1,000 rupees per day, but I'm also going to put an end date to it because this is a test campaign. I do not want to burn my monies. So I'm going to put an end date to it. This is completely optional. If you don't want to, you can avoid the end date with. But if you think that the campaign is going to definitely end, say 1 month down the line, or if this is an offer campaign that ends in a week, you would definitely want to put an end date. But of course, otherwise you can just leave it blank. If you think that the campaign will go on for like say 2 months, 3 months, or you want to decide when to end it, then you don't have to put an end date. So for now, I'm just putting it as 17th. And here you can select where do you want your video to appear. So YouTube search results and YouTube videos are set by default. I cannot change them, but I can choose to remove display network partners. So that is not very preferred by a lot of people. So people prefer to show their ads only on YouTube and YouTube search results. If you want to get a wider reach, you can add display network as well. But for now, let's remove this and see how we can tap into the high intent audience in YouTube. Here the location is set as in India. This works for me, so I'm going to leave it as is. Other than that, if you have certain languages in mind, you can definitely add them. There is a whole list of languages available. Let's keep it as all languages for now so that we get a wider audience. We don't want to narrow down your targeting too much. That might not give ideal results. So here you can select which type of inventory is it that you want. Do you want an expanded inventory, a standard inventory, or a limited inventory? The details of this is of course mentioned. So some of these expanded inventory contain profanity, so those you might not want to include. But here you would get a wider reach. But I would suggest to stick to the standard inventory. Google knows that what is an ideal way to target, so that I think I would leave that up to Google, and then you can see how it goes from there. Excluded types, you can again select the types where you want to exclude. If you want to exclude, you can keep it as is the default selection, or you can probably remove live streaming videos, or if you want to remove embedded YouTube videos. So this is your call. You can remove the types that do not fit your brand. Moving on, you can also select site link extensions. So here you will have mini extensions, that is small snippets of content that you can add below your ad. So this will be helpful in improving the CTR of your ad. So you can enter a site link text, description, etc. over here. So for my campaign, I'm going to leave it as is. I'm not going to add a site link extension. And a product feed as well. So if you have a host of products that are linked to the Google Ads account, then you can definitely use it and select the Google Merchant Center. You can link that and then use the product feed as well. So here conversions, because I have not set up conversions for this account, it is selected as the account level conversion. That is, this will by default be purchase. Or if you have a certain conversion action that you have set up, then you can choose conversion actions and select. So if you have a great learning, installs are selected, or website sales selected, I can select that event and then use it as a conversion action. So let's select website sale. Actually, let's see how that goes. And then you can select the devices. So a lot of people probably want to target only on mobile or only on desktop. So you can decide which targeting device works best for you over here. But a rule of thumb that I follow is to use all devices, and probably once the campaign is launched, you can decide if you want to eliminate a few devices. So here you get to select the frequency capping as well. You can mention how many times you want people to actually see your ad. You can select if you want to cap it. So if you don't want people to see your ad too many times, you might want to restrict it to like 2 impressions per day, or you can select it as like about 5 impressions per week. You don't want to bombard people with ads, and that also is a waste of your money. So you can cap an impression frequency or a view frequency. So a view frequency would be the number of times your people actually view your ad. An impression is when they actually just see the ad. So a view would be completely viewing it, and impression would be when it is just shown to them. So I'll just leave it as is. Probably I'll just keep a 5 per week cap. So for each person, they will cap it at as maximum of 5 times they would see it per week. That's how this works. You can move to what type of ad group do you want? Do you want a standard skippable in-stream ad, or do you want to create a responsive ad where there are multiple ad formats that are involved in this? Other than skippable, there's video discovery. As you can see, you can look at this, and here they say that you can use multiple formats such as skippable in-stream, video discovery. So video discovery is essentially in the YouTube home feed when a video is shown there. So a discovery, that is when people are just scrolling through the YouTube home feed. This is a format or a placement which has high potential, because a lot of people scroll through their YouTube home feed and see what to watch next. So let's try a responsive actually. So that includes multiple formats, and let's try that. So here I'm going to mention it as digital marketing courses. And if you want to mention, you can mention the audience targeting that you're using here as well. Coming to demographics, there are different types that you can select, deselect. So here, if you have an understanding that your audience is mostly female, you can probably eliminate the male audience. You can keep the unknown bits as is, because you don't know if they fall under male, female, or a said age bracket. So it's best to leave that status as is. But other than that, you can eliminate certain audiences, parental status, or household income. Let me leave this all as is for my targeting, and then let's see. Actually, for digital marketing, probably we would not see an older audience. Let's keep it as 18 to 34. So it could be people who are just fresh graduates, or people who are starting up their business who want to do digital marketing. So I'm just going to target them. Probably I'll add 35 to 44 as well. So here, coming to audiences, this is where you select what is the type of audience that you want to target. So the first option is a custom audience. So here, what you can do is you can actually create a new custom audience. So let's quickly see what is a custom audience that I can create. So I'll create a digital marketing custom audience. So this means that people with any of these interests or purchase intentions, I will include in my campaigns. So I can enter something like digital marketing manager online course. Yeah, definitely. Or social media certification course. People who are searching for these are definitely interested in the course, right? So I would add all these people. You can even add your own keywords. So if I say just digital marketing, I can enter that as well. But this might not be a very high intent audience. You would want to add digital marketing course as well. So these, you can enter multiple of these keywords here. What you can also do is probably people who search for these on Google. So ideally, you can just keep it a little more open because there might be lesser number of people who searched it on Google. You can just keep it generic with people with any of these interests or purchase intentions. What you can add to this is people who browse certain types of websites. So if you know certain websites where people are searching, your potential customer is searching, is it your competitor's website or is it something related to digital marketing? Say if I was selling a digital marketing course, I know that they would have tried Google's free digital marketing course. So probably I would add that as a URL. I would add Google digital marketing course. So here what I will do is I will add this link. So people who visited this website is someone who is interested in digital marketing. So I would add something like this website. If I have other multiple websites, I can add the whole list of it. Do you know certain apps that they used or people who have visited certain places? You can definitely understand that audience. So here what you can see is also the weekly impressions. You can see that over 10 billion people to 1 trillion people are interested in this specific format. And here you're also getting some sort of an audience insight. So you understand that your audience is 75% male. So this is a male dominated audience. Of course, within this also there is a good number of female audiences with a high intent. So you shouldn't really exclude the female audience. So you should still keep that audience. And you would see that 34% of your audience targeting is within the 25 to 34 age bracket and 77 are non-parents. So through this audience insights, you can also negate certain audiences in the demographic targeting if you wish to. Here we can also see the different topics that people are interested in or the related topics. So you see that search engine optimization and marketing, training and certification, education, marketing. So you can do this topic targeting as well with this sort of an audience insight. So let me just quickly name this audience and quickly create this audience for our targeting. So Google says that there already exists one audience. So I'm just creating another one and let's see how this goes. So if you have a remarketing list, do you have a list of people who already visited your website? Then you can definitely add that here. Even if it's a customer list that you have, you can manually upload it to Google Audiences and create your remarketing list. Of course, my suggestion is not to combine new user targeting and remarketing. That ideally needs to be separate campaigns or separate ad groups. So for now, I think you can just stick to new users here and then we can see how that goes. Here, what we can do is we can also do an interest in detailed demographic targeting. So are we looking at people who are interested in education? But I think that education is too broad a category to just target digital marketing, potential digital marketing customers. So it could be business professionals. If you're looking at targeting small business owner or business professionals, we can do that. Or let's quickly browse it in market audiences.
So here you can see a host of different options. So if you are in the apparel and accessories business, you can target this in-market audience. So that is a 10 billion to 1 trillion impressions per week you can achieve through this. So in-market audience is Google's audience that already exists. That is people who are actively looking out for these. Are they looking out for apparel, arts and crafts, auto vehicles? So if you are a vehicle business, you can target them. Beauty and personal care. So there is a host of different options here. Education. Within education, let's see if there is any subtopic. So you can see that there's nothing specifically within digital marketing. If you want to keep your campaign broad, you can definitely select one of these within education, or select the whole of education. Employment, you can see if what employment fits your audience. So there are different options within this, as you can see, and you can select what suits you best. Here, there is also live events. That is people who graduated from college recently or recently renovated their home. They had a job change, purchased a new pet. Say you are a pet grooming business, you can definitely target this audience based on live events. So Google gives you a host of different options that you can select. It's for you to identify which targeting option suits you best and use that for your campaigns. Again, detailed demographics. There are current college students, you might want to target them. Employment status, different options. Even affinity audiences is a good way to target. So here you have different options again. So this is a summary of what could be used. Let's quickly try searching digital marketing. If there is anything within digital marketing, then we can try that out. So someone who's looking for digital marketing jobs could be, so it could be that a certification could help them. Let's look at others. Social media enthusiasts? Yeah, probably. I think those audience might be interested in getting a certification. So let's just keep it to that and see how we can target our audiences. So Google is suggesting an optimized targeting to get me more conversions. So I can opt out of it as well, but let's just keep it as is and see how this goes. Like I mentioned, there are some keyword options too. So if you enter, say, the Google digital marketing link, or if you enter your website link, Google itself can suggest certain keywords that have high relevance. So you can see that there's a relevance of 99 in this specific keyword that I've entered, or learn digital online marketing course. You can add all these ideas as well if you want, and then pick and choose out of this. Here, coming to topics, again, you have a host of different topics. Let's try searching marketing. If there is anything within marketing or digital marketing, we can try that out. Email marketing. If you do provide email marketing, you can definitely target that sort of an audience. Search engine optimization and marketing, you can target that as well. So you can select if there is any relevant topic for you. You can just have a quick glimpse at this and see if there's anything that suits your business. So here, coming to the video. So here is where you have to enter your ad. We have reached the final step of how to create your Google video campaign. All you need is a video asset that you would like to promote. Now, I have a small problem. I don't have an ad to promote currently. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to search for Great Learning's video, Great Learning Digital Marketing. So here I'm going to use one of these videos and probably use them as an ad. Let's see if this goes by as an ad. So I can use this 11-minute video. Of course, for an ad, this is quite big. I would suggest to cap your video at maximum of 1 minute or 1.5 minutes. It shouldn't go more than that. You can try and keeping it at 30 to 15 seconds, which is sort of ideal. But otherwise, you can go up to like 1 minute or 1.5 minutes, post which it becomes a bit annoying for the customers as well. So for the sake of this video, I have just entered it as a 11-minute video that I just found on YouTube. And to actually use the ad, you have to upload it on YouTube, and only then can you actually use it as an ad. So you can upload it on YouTube and use it as an unlisted video, post which you can proceed. So here I'm going to quickly enter the Great Learning website, mygreatlearning.com. So this is the correct website. I'll probably use the digital marketing PG program. I'll use this link actually. So this is more relevant. I'll just use this link, and probably the call to action, I'll put it as learn more or book your seats or get started today, that sort of a thing. But I have a limit to that as well. I can only enter 10 characters. That's why I've put a simple call to action. So here in the headline, you can enter something like learn digital marketing. Oh, I think that's too big. Probably something like learn online, or let me just try just digital marketing. So that doesn't seem to work. So I can put something like go digital. That also works. So you need to ensure that your headline comes within the 15 character limit. So here the long headline that you have to enter. So probably I'll pick something from this. I'll just use the long headline from here. That is learn from India's top ranked business school and gain managerial skills to build. So I'll just keep it as and build a rewarding career. So I have to cap the long headline at 90 characters. Hence I've cut short my headline, and I'm going to leave it as is. I have another description as well that I have to mention for 70 characters. Let's look at that as well. What can I mention? Probably I can mention this 12 months live online class certificate from Great Lakes. So I'll try mentioning this in my headline and see if this works. 12 months live classes. So I could mention this as my description, and it comes up to 62 characters. So other than this, you can also put a companion banner. That is, you can upload a banner that is within these dimensions and file size, and then you can use that below your video, or you can ask Google to auto generate your channel banner. So here I'm just going to quickly enter this PG program ad, and I will go ahead and create my campaign. So here it looks like everything is set, and we're all set to go live with our first Google video campaign. And now all I have to do is click on continue to campaign. I'll just quickly have a glimpse at what is the targeting that I've used. All you have to do is select the drop down. So campaign start and end date both are today. India, all languages. The objective is sales. Bid strategy is maximize conversion. Standard inventory type. Here you can look at the demographics, that is any age, gender. We haven't put a cap to gender, parental status. We haven't restricted the campaign in any format over here. In the audiences, we have entered 3 different types of audiences, and in keywords, we have entered about 24 or 25 keywords, 25 plus keywords, and in topics and placement, we haven't restricted the campaign. So here you can have a glimpse of the video as well. What is the description that you're using? What is the format that you're using? And all you have to do now is click on continue to campaign. So here, voila, we have created the first video campaign on Google, and you can see them in all campaigns here, or you can select the campaign dashboard and probably see the enabled campaigns. And here you can see that this is the campaign that we're running currently. Because we are short of budget, I don't want to end up burning my monies in this account. I don't want to run monies on a test campaign, so I'm just going to pause the campaign. Remember that you don't have to remove the campaign, this would mean that you are removing it from the dashboard. You can just pause it at any point, because this essentially means that now you're not going to spend on this campaign. So ensure that even if you're testing out your campaigns, ensure that it's not enabled. If it is enabled, it'll be in green. Otherwise, you can just put it on pause so that it doesn't end up spending your money. So here you can look at all the ad groups. I'm just going to check where is my video campaign. Sure. So here you can see that your ad group as well is enabled, but this is okay because your campaign is paused. So once a campaign is paused, your ad group will not run. It'll be paused. So here you can see that it is not eligible since the campaign is paused. You can look at the campaign settings that you've done here. You can look at the settings. You can change it at any point. That is no issue, but try not to make too many changes in the starting. Probably like a week later, if things aren't working, you can of course shift them. You can see the ads that you're running and probably add new ads if needed. You can select the ad group and create new ads as well if you want to. So here you can look at the different audience type that you have used. Probably 1 week later, when you gather enough data, you can understand that which is the audience that is actually giving you low cost per conversion or higher impressions, or which has a higher conversion rate. So these metrics you'll be able to monitor at a daily level, hourly level, however frequently you want. But I would suggest to make changes probably weekly once. And if you want, you can add new audiences to this, pause the audiences that aren't working for you, and you can also look at the different placements where your ad showed up. Probably you can exclude some placements. Within keywords, you can also add negative keywords. So you feel like some of the keywords aren't giving you enough traction, you can remove them, or you can remove keywords like free. So these are different options within your campaign once you've set it up, how to scale it and how to bring business, how to scale your business to the next level. We are going to discuss about Google Analytics. Today, they say that data is the new oil. Well, Google Analytics for you is the machine that extracts all the oil from your mind, which is the website that you have. Google Analytics can extract all the data or the oil that you have in your website and effectively use it to drive your marketing strategy. So let's quickly have a look at what is Google Analytics, how can you use it, and why you need to use it. So what is Google Analytics? So Google Analytics is a web analysis tool used to collect, report, and analyze data on your website. So what is analysis in the first place? Analysis is where you identify patterns and use it for your marketing strategy. So through Google Analytics, you are able to understand what campaigns are working well. How are your users behaving on your platform? How much time are they spending? What pages are they spending most time on? What pages are working? What pages are not working? What time of the day they are spending most, from what locations they are coming from. So you have different options in Google Analytics where you have a mix of data from your website, the sources where traffic are coming from, and you have a mix of both of this to understand what is really driving marketing strategy for you, what is really driving results for your business. And by using this, you'll be able to identify success and failure of your campaigns via Google Analytics. So within Google Analytics, there are two types, which is the Universal Analytics, which was used earlier, and now they have another version which is called the GA4 or the Google Analytics 4. The key difference between both of this is Universal Analytics is session based or page view based, whereas GA4 is event based. So this means that on Universal Analytics, you'll be able to see data basis the number of sessions, basis the number of page views, whereas on GA4, you'll be able to see basis the events that they perform. That is, did they purchase a product? Did they add to cart? Did they fill a form? Did they take any other action that is important to you, like complete a registration, etc. So you can define the events, and basis that GA4 will be able to show you event-based measurement. So why Google Analytics? I'll just break it down to 2 key points. So through Google Analytics, you'll be able to identify which channel is actually driving results for you. Of course, in the campaign dashboards, you might see results which is not very concrete, but on Google Analytics, you see consolidated data from all the channels of acquisition and retention that you have. Through this, you'll be able to identify which channel works best for you. And not just this, you'll be able to identify which asset is working for you, which pages people are interacting most with. You'll be able to identify the user funnel, how they are navigating through your website. And with that, you'll get a concrete understanding of which channels of acquisition work best, which assets are working best, which pages people tend to bounce off more, etc. And the second most important type is the campaign performance, where you'll be able to identify which campaigns work best for you, which campaigns are driving more traffic, which campaigns are driving more quality traffic with lesser bounce rate, etc. With all those metrics, you'll be able to identify everything that is needed to drive your marketing strategy. So without further ado, let's quickly look at the Google Analytics dashboard and what are the specific things that you need to see in Google Analytics. So now let's quickly have a look at how to actually get started with Google Analytics. So I've started off with a new account. I want to show you guys how to actually set it up from scratch. So let's quickly have a look. All you have to do is have a Gmail ID, and with that you have to go to analytics.google.com and you can click on start measuring here. So you need to provide an account name. So the account name is essentially something that you can give your website name or whatever name that you want for you to identify what you are tracking over here. So I can put it as test for great learning. So that can be my account name. But ideally you can just keep it as your website name. So here I'm going to tick this as well. So I'm just going to leave these checked. And it's a very simple setup. You just have to click on next, and then you'll have to enter your property name. That is, which website or app are you tracking? So I'm just going to mention Great Learning again here. And the reporting time zone, I would prefer to keep it as India because I am currently in India. So this is super important. So you would want to keep it in the location that you are in or in the business is operating in. So I'll just keep it as India, and the time zone is selected, and the currency as well. I'll keep it in INR. Since most of my transactions will be in INR, I would want to select INR. So with this, you can also edit these property details later. As you can see over here, you'll just have to be the admin and you can do that. So we'll quickly click on next. So here you'll have to enter some details about your business. I'm just going to select some metrics here. So this is not too important. This is something that you want to add. So again, I would keep it. This is just an assumption. I would keep the business size as large. And how do you intend to use Google Analytics with your business? So I would want to measure customer engagement with my site or app, optimize my site. Yes, so I would want to see if people are bouncing off certain pages. I would want to optimize that page, right? And I would want to measure data across multiple devices or platforms. Yes, correct. Optimize my advertising cost. Yep. Increase my conversion. Yes. Measure content monetization. Yes. Analyze my online sales. Measure app installs. Measure lead generation. So I would click on all of these, but this is not something very, very important, but understand which are the ones that matter most to you, and basis that you can create a Google Analytics account. So here again, I'm going to select the country as India, and I will also accept the data processing terms. Here again, I accept the measurement. I accept the terms given here. Click on I accept. So this is optional again. Do you want offers from Google? I don't like too many spams. I might avoid this. Feature announcement, feedback, and Testing feature announcements, I might need. Participate in feedback and testing, maybe not so much. Performance suggestions and updates, yep, I'll do that. And I'm going to select next set up your data stream to start collecting data. So I'm going to select a website. So I'll select greatlearning.in and I'll call this the Great Learning Web. So I'll create a stream. So now what you need to do is you need to use this Google Analytics tag and you need to add this tag in your website. So in this case, what you have to do is there is also a detailed setup mentioned here. So they will tell you where to actually place the ad. So you can copy the global site tag, which is this tag. You can just copy this and add it to the header section of your website. So you can just copy this code and add it to the header section of your website, or you can also use the Google Tag Manager, so which is a web extension that you can use, which will come on Chrome as well. It's a free tool that you can use to install your tags. So this is a very simple way to install your tag on your website, and once that is done, you'll be able to track the data on your website. So in this case, I'm not allowed to add a different tag to the Great Learning account since there's already a tag present there. So in your website, you might want to add this in your header section so that you can track it on Google Analytics. So there is a simple instructions as well mentioned, so you can just follow the instructions. It's quite straightforward. I don't think you'll have any hassle doing that. And post that, you can close this and you will see. What I'm going to do now is I will show you the Google Analytics for a website that is a demo account by Google Analytics. So there's a real data coming in from a real website so that you can look at it live and you can see what are the metrics that are coming through Google Analytics. So here in the master view, you can, when you click on this, you can see the accounts that are linked. So here I'm going to click on the demo account and I will click on, you can see that this is a demo account where live data is being passed through a Google's website. So you can see that there's one called GA4, which is the event-based measurement, and there's UA, which is the universal analytics, where you would have a page view or a session-based analytics. So in this, I'm going to look at the master view, and here you can see the home page where you'll have an overall analysis of the website. You can see the number of users coming in. So you can see that it is about 12% lower, the amount of revenue that's coming in, the conversion rate, sessions, etc. So here you can also look at insights as to what is Google suggesting that you can reach new users through smart lists, or you can see the website performance week on week. You can see that on Safari, it's not working very well. So through Google Insights as well, you'll be able to save a lot of time. You'll be able to automatically understand what is working, what's not. So this as well is very useful. So on the right side, you can see the number of active users right now. So you can see the 27 people are active on the website right now as we speak. And in this, the top active pages in your website are the home page and the other pages which are mentioned here. So if it's your own website, you would know which are the pages that are the top performing website or the top active pages. And you can also get a real-time report of this here. So this data that is present over here is the last 7-day data by default. You have a very visual graph form for it as well. And what you can also do is you can change the date range. So if you want to look at just yesterday, how it performed, you can look at it hour on hour basis, compare it to the previous day. While scrolling down, you can see that how you acquire users, where you're seeing most users come in from. So you can see that most of it is direct traffic and the rest, that is others and affiliates, are quite small. Paid search is only 42. So a big chunk, I would say about 99% of it is direct traffic. So most of it is from direct traffic in this specific website that Google has given us for a demo purpose. So here you can see the traffic channel. You can look at the source and medium. Which source is working best for you? Is it Google CPC? So you can see that here it's mostly again direct source which is working best. You can look at a detailed acquisition report, or you can even look at the time frame which is working best for you. Here again, referrals, you can see if there are any referral specific data that you want to look at. So here you can see the active user trend. So how did your active user trend, did it increase or decrease in the last 30 days? So you can look at this data such that in the last 90 days, what is my active users on a monthly level, on a daily level, on a weekly level? So here are the indicators for the same. And here you have a retention report as well. How is your week on week retention looking like? Are your customers actually coming back in the next week, or are they dropping off? So is this a good sign or not? You will be able to understand through this data. So here you also have a location report. Which locations are the top performing ones where you're seeing maximum traffic come in from, maximum sessions. So this is universal analytics. So it's mostly session based. You can see where you're seeing maximum sessions come from. You can look at the timings, your top devices, and even the pages where your users visit the most. So this page essentially gives you a quick overview, which is quite straightforward and easy to understand. And you can look at all the data points, and through this you'll be able to understand what is working well for your business. Here you're also getting a glimpse of the top selling products, which is the product that is driving maximum revenue for you, and also campaign specific data. So you can look at it at a campaign specific level as well. If you click on this, you can look at Google Ads performance, how things are panning out there. So this is a glimpse of the home button within the universal analytics in Google Analytics. And here you can look at some other reports, that is the dashboards that you can create. So you can create some custom dashboards. So you can see that there are some already pre-existing ones that are available here. You can also look at it at a device or a real-time report. This is something that is customizable. You can see what is that segment that you're looking for. What is it that you want to identify? Do you want to identify which audiences are working well, which channels are working well, which devices are working well, which time is your audience converting most, which time of the day works well best for you? So all those metrics you'll be able to see through custom reports. You can look at custom reports, and basis that you'll be able to unlock the potential of Google Analytics. So similarly, you can look at some of the reports that you have saved, etc., and custom alerts if you have some alerts that you want to do. So you can set up custom alerts as well. If you want Google Analytics to alert you when something's going wrong, you can definitely use this setup as well. So as of now, there is no custom alert setup. And here you can look at the different types of reports. So here the first tab is the real-time report, under which you can see the different types of real-time reports available. So you can look at it as what is the overview of the real-time report. So a quick glimpse of what all is going on currently. So about 23 users right now on the website, and these many page views. You can look at the top active pages, top referrals, traffic, top locations when people are coming from. So that if you want to look at it at an individual level, you can click on locations, and you can see that about 52% currently are from US. That is, people who are currently on the website, 52% of them are from the US. And you get other location specific data. Basis this, you can decide if you want to expand to different markets, or do you want to give specific focus to other locations as well. So here again, you see the traffic sources, that currently where is your traffic coming from? Is it from social channels, or do you not have it defined? So that will be available on Google Analytics. So here you can see the content that the people are consuming currently, which pages are they on, which specific page title is mentioned as well. So here you can just get a quick glimpse of it. And as you see, it just became green. So this page data just changed. All those metrics will be available here. And here you can see the event specific. So you can customize these events. Once you set up these events, Google will be able to show you that what events are the customers taking right now. So did they do a quick view click? Did they install right now? So this is all real-time reports. So this is all data that's happening currently. You can even look at it as the last 30-minute data. So in the last half an hour, how did your events perform? Coming to conversions, you can see that what are the conversions happening right now? Did people purchase? So as of now, currently no one is purchased, registered, or entered the checkout. Let's look at it in the last 30 minutes if any of these happen. So only one registration in the last 30 minutes. So all these goals as well, you'll have to define in Google Analytics, and then you'll be able to track the same. So here you'll get a quick glimpse of the audience that is present. As you can see, this is the overview again of the complete overview of the audiences that are present. That is how many users, how many new users. So mind you, this is not a real-time report. This is a report for a specific date range. So the main difference between real-time and audience is that this is the audience report for a date range, while real-time report is what is happening currently. So as you can see, we have added a 7-day data, but you can customize this probably 30-day, 90-day. You can see how it compared to the previous week. So you can also understand that analytics. You can see the number of users increased or decreased in this time frame. So this gives you an analysis that it was 1.69% lesser users, 2.62 lesser new users, sessions were lesser, number of sessions per user slightly increased, the page views decreased. So all these data you'll be able to see, all these data points will help you understand what different did you do in the previous week. So I'm going to remove this for now. I'm just going to look at this week, how things are panning out here. The bounce rate is about 44%. So bounce rate essentially means that how many people are dropping off from your website without taking a particular action. So an ideal bounce rate is somewhere around 30-35%. So you want to look at how you can reduce the bounce rate as well. So here again, you can see the languages which are performing best and the country-wise report. In a weekly level, we're seeing mostly people from US followed by India and Canada. Again, you can drill this down by city, which are the cities which are driving maximum traffic. Browser level data as well. Chrome is the highest contributing. Browser operating system as well. You can see that from Mac, you're seeing high number of users, about 5.5k users from Mac, followed by Windows. So again, service provider as well. This is not available in all dashboards, so it depends. Sometimes it does show the service provider as well. Again, you can look at the mobile OS, service provider, screen resolution even. So all these metrics, it's quite straightforward. You just have to click on them and explore, see what works best for you. If you have any doubts, you can of course search on the search bar and probably look for the specific metric that you are looking for. So here you can see the active users report. You can even export this data or get certain insights if they are available. So the active users trend sort of dipped in the past few days, but then again it has picked up on 26th. So all these metrics you will be able to understand through the Google Analytics. Coming to audiences, I'm not going to touch upon lifetime and cohort analysis since this is in the beta phase. We will not see this in all accounts, so I'm just going to skip to audiences. So in audiences, you'll be able to get an idea of the audiences that are coming into your website. So this depends on the audience list setup and how they are behaving on your website. So this gives us a glimpse of the audiences coming to our website. Of course, this is not being populated in this demo account which is shown, but you'll get a glimpse of the users, the new users, sessions that's happening on the website. You can also understand the behavior of it. So it's mainly divided into 3 parts, that is acquisition, behavior, and conversion. So how many people are you acquiring? What is the behavior of the people that are coming on your website, and are they converting? How much are they converting? What is the transaction value that they're creating? All these metrics you'll be able to see on Google Analytics. Through this, you'll get an idea of what audiences are working best for you. Of course, similarly, you'll be able to see a demographic wise data, which is super helpful for you to understand which audience do you need to cater to. Is it a younger audience that's coming in more and converting more for your business? Then you would want to target that audience specifically. Again, a gender specific report. You can see that the bounce rate is quite similar in both male and female. The traffic is slightly higher in male, and the number of sessions as well is slightly higher. You can look at the conversion rate. The conversion rate is slightly higher in male, almost similar in female as well. Coming to the interests, you can see the different interest categories within your website. What buckets do they fall under? And this will be super helpful for your campaigns to understand which interest base to target. All those data will be super helpful. So you can see that shoppers or value shoppers are mostly the kind of audience that we are attracting. But if we look at the conversion rate, I'm just going to click on conversion rate and sort it high to low. The highest conversion rate is in sports and fitness enthusiasts, golf enthusiasts, although the number of users are quite less. So you can look at how you can target these audiences and probably get more of them if their conversion rate is higher. All these insights will be available to you once you get the data in place. So that is where Google Analytics really comes into play. So here you can see that in-market segments as well are available where they're looking out for employment. That is the highest number of users coming in. Again, let me look at the conversion rate. Where are we seeing maximum conversion rate? So we are looking at highest conversion rates from motor vehicles or travel trips as well. So people interested in such in-market segment, they are interested in the business and are converting at a higher rate. So other categories as well, you can play with this data as to what suits best for you. You'll be able to compare it with a different audience segment as well, or a different time range altogether. So here again, we can look at the languages that are present, the locations which are converting most for our business. So here you can see that US is a top location for us. We are seeing high users from here. The bounce rate is, let's look at which country the bounce rate is the highest. Okay, this is quite high, but the traffic is quite low, so won't be able to get a concrete answer to that. Let's see where we're seeing highest revenue from. So highest revenue is from US and Canada, followed by Taiwan. If we look at the average session duration, that is the amount of the time they're spending on the website, we can see the highest time spent was one user from Antigua and Barbuda, followed by Somalia. So these are very small numbers in terms of users, so it's not very concrete for you to take a decision. So probably let's look at a higher number like Spain, 208 users, spent a good 4 minutes on the website. And the bounce rate was slightly high on the higher side when compared to the average, which is about 44% was the average. We saw higher bounce rate. So it's for you to analyze, is there some change that you need to make for a specific country? With this country specific data, combining it with landing page specific data, you'll be able to analyze what locations you might want to target, what pages you need to change, etc. So again, let's look at behavior, that is new versus returning users. So there are new users are about 12K in this time period, whereas returning users were only about 4K. That is only 23% of your complete audience returned or came back to your website. You can see that the bounce rate was much lower for returning users and pages per session was much higher. Even the average session duration and the revenue was much higher, conversion rate as well. It's quite self-explanatory because they are warmer audiences. People who have already visited your website tend to convert at a higher rate, especially if they're coming back again. Again, frequency and recency. You can count the number of sessions. Coming to the engagement, you can see how many seconds they engaged for. Session quality. These are not too important in my opinion, but you can definitely explore these and see if there is any specific insight that can come out. So you can see that which channel is giving you a higher quality. If you want to look at it at a channel by channel level, at that time you can definitely see which channel is giving you a higher session quality. Again, let's look at the browser and OS. Which browser is giving higher traffic? We saw this in the overview that Chrome was giving us highest traffic. Similarly, on a network level as well. So here it's not set, so there is no point in doing this. Desktop, mobile, tablet. So one thing you can do, which I probably missed out, is that you can add a secondary dimension to it. So you can see that probably you can look at the campaign. So you want to separate this out campaign wise, which campaign, primary one which is available. So that way you'll be able to identify, is there a specific campaign where desktop performed well, or is there a specific campaign where US did not perform well? So in each of these segments, you can add a secondary dimension as well. You can probably change the columns, change the view to a pie chart format. So these options, you'll have to explore it by yourself and see what is actually working best. So you can even put a filter, you can search for advanced filter as well. Is there a specific campaign name? So campaign name contains digital marketing. You can put that as well, or a specific medium that you're looking at. All these steps can help enhance your analysis. Again, device level, you can look at it, which devices are performing best. So it looks like iPhone is the clear winner here. So about over 45% of the audiences are coming from iPhone. So see where you can improve on that front. Do you want to put more efforts on iPhone on probably reducing the bounce rate? You can see that in iPhone, the bounce rate is quite high, whereas in Pixel, it's much lower. So that, and even the sessions is much higher there, as well as the average session duration. Of course, the number is different. So here it's only 90 users and here it's over 2000 users. So that's a big difference which can contribute to this higher number. So see where you can improve at every level through Google Analytics. So cross device, want to see. So here we don't have permission because this is a different account by Google. Let's look at some custom variables. Is there some metric that is interesting to us? So nothing so far. So here you'll be able to see how your channel is performing basis the benchmark. So if it is higher, this means that your channel got a higher number of sessions than the benchmark that was set. So it got about 4,000% higher sessions than the benchmark, whereas paid search was much lesser. So through this, you'll get an idea of what channel is working well. Probably even location wise, you can see how is it panning out basis the benchmark that you have set. So you can look at these data points to understand what is really driving success for your business. So you'll be able to define what is success and failure in your marketing by using these. So here you can look at the different user flows. In US, how did they navigate through your website? Whereas in India, how did they navigate through your website? So all that you'll be able to see. You can divide this to separate segments and see the user flows there as well. The third report type is the acquisition. Again, here you can look at the overview of your acquisition, how many users, how many conversions, which channels are working best for you. Again, you can separate this out with channel wise, probably source and medium, which is the source and medium. So Google CPC gave us about 210 and direct, that is none, which was not tagged, that gave us about 15k users. So let's look at referrals. Referrals is not available here. So Google Ads as well is directly synced to this. So you can see that in your Google Ads, how did it perform? So you can see that the BMM campaign, how did it work? The mix TXC campaign, all these campaign specific data, how many users came in, what is the bounce rate. So in the dashboard, Google Ads dashboard, you'll only see till the ad click level. You won't be able to see how they performed or how they interacted with the website. You won't be able to see the bounce rate, the pages per session that they had, and did they like the website at all. So all these metrics you can see through the Google Analytics. So if you link your Google Ads with Analytics, you can see all these metrics that are relevant. You can see the keywords that are performing, and not just the keyword. Through these keywords, how many people bounced up. So you can see the relevance of the keywords on the website. So is the keyword actually relevant to the website that you're showing them? All these metrics will be available through Google Analytics. Search queries, of course, these you can see on the Google Ads dashboard as well. The URLs that worked best. Video campaign, shopping campaign. So this is quite straightforward. It's quite similar to what we saw earlier. So in the search console, what are the landing pages that worked best in the countries, devices, queries, etc. So this is quite similar to what we saw earlier. It's just that a different type of report. So this is an acquisition report, whereas the previous one was an audience specific report. That is, how is the audience performing in our website? I think I'll move on to a behavior report, since the campaign one is quite straightforward. It is just the different campaign. It's a mix of Google and other campaigns that you have. So let's come to behavior, where you can see how people are interacting with your website. The average page per section, bounce rate, what pages worked best, what titles, worked best, what product categories, search terms. All these can help you see what performed in your website. In your website, how people are interacting, what pages are they interacting most with. So here you can see the content drill down of the same. How many people exited certain content, like the home page, 45% people exited. What landing pages are present. So this is quite similar to what we saw. So all pages data essentially covers all of this so that you can have one whole unified view of all the pages. Here you can see the site speed, which is quite important. You can see that the lowest site speed is on Opera and Firefox, whereas in Samsung Internet it's the highest. So you want to check as to what is the fix that you can do over here. You might also want to see how much traffic is actually coming in through the Samsung Internet, and if that is worthy enough to actually make a change. So if we have a significant chunk of audience coming in through Samsung Internet, you definitely want to fix this. So you also want to see the top events. So enhanced commerce and contact us are the top events and the relevant metrics related to that. I think conversions would be slightly more important, where you would want to see what are the goals that you got. So here let's look at the goals that are involved. So what are the goals that you have set up? So if you have set up, say, once people make a transaction or see a thank you page, that could count as a goal. So how many goals were completed within the duration? So within the last 7 days, how many goals were completed? So this can give you a quick overview of the revenue that is coming through, a quick graph or as to how this is panning out. You want to look at just a specific value, like the goal value. Is it increasing or decreasing? So this goal value doesn't look like it's set up. So probably I'll look at purchase completed. So there was a dip this week, which has picked up on 26. So these kind of data points you can easily see on Google Analytics. Probably source and medium wise, goal completions were highest through direct. If you have an e-commerce store, then you can see these numbers as well. How many people shopped, how is the revenue and conversion rate looking like linked to Google. So this is only possible if you have your e-commerce site linked to Google, and post that you'll be able to see data specific to your e-commerce channels. So here you can look at the multi-channel funnels, that is which channel actually contributed to the conversion. So you can see that assisted conversions, most assisted conversions was from direct. So it could be that they actually started off from another channel altogether. They could have started on Google, but actually converted on through direct or organic channel. So all these metrics you'll be able to see on Google Analytics. But my personal favorite and what I look at most is the homepage, where I get a complete analysis of what is going on my analytics. I then move to my real-time audience and acquisition reports, where I want to see my campaign data, which campaigns are working best, which channels are driving most revenue for me. Post that, I move to the goal conversion data, where I see the conversions that are happening, week on week conversion trend, day on day, how that's performing compared to the last month. So this is super effective, especially if you are creating your next month strategy. You definitely want to look at the Google Analytics trends as well. So this was a quick glimpse of Google Analytics for you. I hope you really enjoyed this video, and I'm sure with this video you'll be able to set up your Google Analytics on your website, and you can quickly look at how to track data, how to understand the data that is flowing into your website, what campaigns are performing best, what channels are working best, and through that you can effectively improve your marketing. This topic is about running ads on the world's most used platform, which is Facebook. So running Facebook campaigns is vital for every digital marketer out there. And let's quickly look at why you need to use Facebook for your digital marketing plans. Like I mentioned earlier, Facebook is the highest used platform across the world with over 2.5 billion users across the world. So you are sitting on a gold mine of users by reaching out to them via Facebook. So using Facebook ads, you can reach users on Facebook, Instagram, and what is known as the audience network. That is the whole network of Facebook through which you can run ads and show up your products. So it's not just Facebook that you're reaching out to, that 2.5 billion. You have this 1 billion users using Instagram actively. So Instagram is a super hot platform today. Most users have Instagram on their phone. I'm sure you watching this video might be having either Facebook or Instagram on your phone, and you must be receiving ads at a daily level. So with this, you know the potential of how businesses and digital marketers are unlocking the potential of Facebook, Instagram, and audience network using Facebook Business Manager and showing up their ads. So now let's look at what is Facebook marketing. When I say Facebook marketing, like I mentioned, this does not restrict yourself to just Facebook. Facebook Business Manager or Facebook campaigns means that you run the campaigns on the Facebook Business Manager, but the reach or wherever the placement of your campaign would be on Facebook, Instagram, and audience network. So I would like you guys to keep this in mind throughout this video so that you don't misunderstand Facebook marketing for just Facebook. So it is Facebook, Instagram, and audience network. So audience network means that it is a host of apps. It could be gaming apps, it could be video calling apps, all those apps that Facebook has partnered with so that your ads can get a wider reach. So through Facebook marketing, you have a host of options. You have a variety of objectives that you can drive through your campaigns. You can drive conversions, you can drive awareness, you can drive leads, you can get app installs, app engagement. So there are different objectives within Facebook. This also includes your store visits. So there are multiple objectives on Facebook as well, but it is for you to define which actually suits you best and go ahead with that objective for your business. So here let's look at a quick example of what a Facebook ad looks like. I'm sure all of you have come across a Facebook ad at some point in your life. But this, like I said, isn't restricted to Facebook. This is also on Instagram and the audience network. So the screenshot that I provided is on Facebook. As you can see, there is a sponsored written right under the ad. So you would see this as a normal feed ad. That is, it would look like sponsored. So even on Instagram, you would see a similar sort of a format where you would see an ad and it would say sponsored. But the example that I've given is for a feed placement. That is the Facebook home feed placement. There are multiple placements within the Facebook Business Manager or Facebook Ads Manager. So here there are placements which are in Facebook Stories, Facebook Newsfeed, and multiple other places like the Instagram Stories, Instagram Newsfeed, Instagram Reels. So Instagram Reel ads is something new that has come up in 2021, and you can use this to tap into a wide audience because Reels is now a hot placement. Most of Instagram users are now using Reels. So through using Reel ads, you can promote your content on that specific placement. So likewise, there are multiple placements that you can choose from. And I will be showing you that while we launch our campaigns on Facebook Business Manager. So now let's look at the quick terms that you need to know before you launch a Facebook campaign. So these are a few basic terms. Of course, there are many more that you need to keep in mind, but let's get started with these basic ones that you need to keep in mind. So the first one is campaign. So the structure itself is that campaign, ad set, and ad. So this is something that is super crucial and you need to keep that in mind while launching a campaign. So the structure of the campaign, ad set, and ad. So you have one campaign within which you can have multiple ad sets within which you can have multiple ads. So you can have, say, one campaign for driving conversions. Within that you have 2 to 3 ad sets or more which have multiple targeting options. And within each ad set, you can have multiple ads. So that is the structure that is followed for campaigns. The difference is that one campaign can have only one objective. That is the main purpose of this. So within one campaign, you can either drive conversions or you can probably drive leads. You can get app installed. So there are multiple objectives, but you have to stick to one while launching a campaign. You have to select the main campaign objective and post that. Within ad sets, you can define the demographics. You can define what audiences you want to show, what placement goes in there, what budget go in there. So there are multiple aspects to that once you get started with a campaign. So for example, you could launch a campaign for driving conversions. So the objective remains driving conversions, but in that you have multiple ad sets. Say you are selling shoes, so you would want to segregate it, probably saying in tier 1 cities you're selling shoes is one ad set, and the second ad set could be tier 2 cities. So that is one way of segregating the ad sets, within which you have separate ads. In each ad set you have separate ads. Another example could be that again you're selling shoes, but you want to split it by gender. Say you are selling men's shoes separately and women's shoes separately. So you would have that one campaign which drives conversions, within which you have an ad set for men's shoes, the second one for women's shoes, and probably a third one for kids shoes. Within this, if you want to have multiple ad sets, you can probably have something like men's shoes for tier 1 cities, men's shoes for tier 2 cities, women's shoes for tier 1, women's shoes for tier 2, and so on. So there are multiple options of segregating the ad sets, and of course the ads within that will also need to change. You don't want a women's shoes showing up in a men's shoes targeting option, right? So it depends. You will have to define what the targeting goes like, and within that you can segregate and separate each ad set. So you have multiple options within that. You can separate it by age group. You can probably use different placements on each ad set, or you could probably use different targeting options altogether. So you have multiple types of audiences, which we'll come to in the coming slides. So you can probably separate it via interest-based targeting versus a lookalike targeting. And there are multiple options there, which we will see while launching our Facebook ad campaign. Another thing that you need to keep in mind is the budget allocation. In Google campaigns, how it works is that the budget allocation is only at a campaign level. But in Facebook, this is quite different. So the budget can be allocated at a campaign level too. So at a campaign level, it is called as campaign budget optimization, where you allocate the budget at a campaign level, and Facebook itself decides which ad set is performing best and which ad set to allocate more budget to. The constraint that comes with this is that sometimes some ad sets don't spend enough of your money. This is something that probably might not be very feasible. So Facebook has given you another option, which is the ad set budget optimization, where you can set budgets for each ad set, and basis that it spends accordingly. Of course, there are multiple options within the campaign budget optimization as well. So these minute details, I will save it for later while we launch our first Facebook ad campaign. Before that, let's quickly look at what other terms are necessary for this particular campaign. So there is impressions, which means the number of times your ad was shown. So impression counts each time the ad was shown. A very similar term is reach. Reach means the unique number of times your ad was shown to each person. So this means that, say me and you, we both see an ad. Say you and I see the same ad. I see the ad 3 times. You see the ad twice. This means that the impression is 5, which is 3 plus 2, 5 impressions, while the reach is only 2. Reach means the unique number of people the ad was shown to. That is you and I. So it means that 2 people the ad was shown to. The reach is 2. The impression is 5. So it is important to keep that in mind to understand the metrics related to your ad. The fifth important metric is CTR, or click-through rate, which means the number of times your ad was shown versus the number of times your ad was clicked. So this indicates how effective your communication is, how effective your ad was. It's important for you to understand which ad got a higher click-through rate, for you to understand which communication is working, which image is working, which video is working, which asset is working in general. So in this, again, there are different types of CTR. In Facebook, CTR also counts post clicks. It could be a like or someone just clicking on somewhere around the post. So another metric which is vital to understand the number of people who went to your landing page is link click-through rate, which means that the number of people who clicked on a link or outbound click-through rate, which means that the number of people who saw your ad, clicked on it and went to your website. The last term in this slide is frequency. Frequency means the number of times your ad was shown to a particular person. Say your frequency is 3. It means that within your audience base or the audience targeting that you've put, Facebook has shown the ads to a person thrice. So if you are targeting, say, existing website visitors, that is people who already came to your website, within that whole pool of audiences, each person saw the ad thrice. So it is important to monitor this particular metric. Sometimes, especially in retargeting, we end up targeting the same person quite a few times, which might not be so relevant. So sometimes the frequency goes up to 10. This means that a person within that time frame, say within 7 days, whatever the time frame that you set, a person sees the ad 10 times or 15 times. Whatever that number is, frequency indicates that specific number. So let's now look at the different campaign and business objectives within Facebook. As a marketer, it is super vital for you to understand your objective first. Within Facebook, there are multiple objectives. There are a host of objectives, but we could primarily break it down to 3 different types, which is awareness, consideration, and conversion. To similar to the business objectives, that is like a whole business objective. What is your end business objective or funnel? Facebook too has broken down its campaign objectives in a similar fashion. So within each objective, that is awareness, consideration, and conversion, there are multiple sub objectives that you can choose which suits best for your business. So for this, let's look at a quick example of a business. Say you are a clothing store that just started out recently, an e-commerce clothing store. So you sell t-shirt, jeans, etc., all types of clothing. So here you could use the different types of objectives to suit your business. Say you want to drive awareness for your business, for your new startup or store that you launched. You would use the Facebook reach campaigns. That is to reach maximum number of people. The reach, like I mentioned, means the unique number of people that you can show your ad to. So through reach campaigns, you can reach multiple people on Facebook and show your ads. Put the word out that there exists a brand that sells clothing online. So you could showcase your different designs or unique designs, whatever is your USP or whatever is that makes your brand stand out. You can use it for awareness campaigns. The second type is consideration. So within consideration campaigns, you have multiple objectives like engagement, app install, lead generation. So again, if you want audience to engage with your posts, you could probably use an engaging campaign or like a contest. So there are multiple options. So there are several options that you can use through consideration. So this step helps enhance the audience's bond with your business. So through consideration campaign, you are taking your awareness to the next level. So this comes, awareness would be the first step of the funnel, post that consideration, and then comes conversion. So we can look at the sub objectives within each of these. We can see which objective suits best for your business. So if you are an e-commerce store, you probably want to drive app installs, right? If you have an app, of course. So you can see how you can enhance consideration for your business. And the third step and the most important type of objective that is the most widely used in Facebook campaigns is conversions. So of course, most businesses, or I would say all businesses, have a conversion objective in mind, which is the end goal for every business. Of course, this differs from business to business. So you probably have an objective of driving purchases, but some of them have a different objective. So it could be booking a test drive. So the conversion objective is for you to define what is your conversion, what counts as a conversion for you. You can define that, and post that you can understand what works best for your business. So here let's quickly have a look at the campaign types available. Like I said, within awareness, you have the objective of brand awareness, you have the objective of reach, where you reach maximum unique number of people. In consideration, you have the option of driving traffic to your website. You have the type of engaging, so you want people to engage with your posts, that is, get more likes, etc. The third one would be app install. So you would want more people to install your app. The fourth being video views. You would want to get more video views. So if you have launched a particular video, which could be an existing video or an ad, you want more people to watch that video. So that is a different objective altogether. Post that comes lead generation, messages, where you would want people to send you messages. Within conversion comes conversion, catalog sales, and store traffic. So conversion is a very, very important objective where most businesses use it to drive purchases. So that could be direct conversions or conversions post driving awareness and consideration. So it wouldn't be a completely new user, but someone who has engaged earlier with your brand. So that is for you to define what is the conversion action, what is the audience that you want to show to. So then comes catalog sales, which means that if you have a product set, say you have a host of products within your e-commerce store, you can use them to send out lists through a catalog. And the last one is store traffic, where you can drive people to your offline store. Now let's look at the targeting options. Of course, this is the crux of the campaign. Whom are you showing the ad to? Are they interested in your particular product or business? So this is for you to define who exactly is your target audience. So this could come through user calls, customer research, or actually testing on Facebook. You could test and understand which audiences work best for you. So the first targeting option available is location. This is quite straightforward, right? You actually use the location where your business is most likely to flourish. So is your business getting more revenue or conversions from a country outside your home country? Are they converting higher abroad? So you could probably target different countries. You can target different states, you can target different cities, or you can even target via pin code. So if you have a list of pin codes where your business is most likely to convert or your customers are most likely to convert, you can even use a set of pin codes and target people there. If you want to exclude certain locations, you can do that too. Say you are targeting people in Karnataka, but you don't want to target Bengaluru. Say you want to remove people who are existing in the city of Bengaluru. So you can remove a particular city within a state or remove a particular pin code within a state. So that is for you to decide. If you think that your business doesn't work in a particular location, you can remove that as well or target specific pin codes, cities, states, and even countries. The second one is demographics. So Facebook has a lot of data. They understand who exactly you are. They know what your interests are like. They know what your demographics are like. So they know if you are a college going student, if you recently moved into a house, if you recently got married. So there are different demographics that Facebook has. Within that 2.5 billion of audiences in Facebook, 1 billion in Instagram, and a wide audience in the audience network. Facebook understands and separates out the different demographics within that. So you can target specific age groups, specific cohorts within your audience through the demographic options. Of course, this we will be able to see in detail while launching our Facebook campaigns. The third one is interests. So you can see what interests suits your audience best. Are you someone who provides musical instruments? You can set the interest as musical instruments? Or are you someone who sells specific baby clothing? Then you can select people who are parents. Are you a real estate company? So you can target people who are interested in real estate. Within Facebook, you can see different options that are available for interests. You just have to look into the dashboard, and once you scroll past, you see several options that suit best for your business. The fourth one is behavior. Like I said, Facebook understands a lot about your purchase patterns, your usual behavior. So Facebook has different behavioral options within, which is engaged shoppers, people who are interested in luxury. There are many options which we will see in the coming parts of the video. The fifth targeting option is connections. So you can even target people who are connected to your business, people who like your page, people who have engaged with your page, or even friends of people who have liked your page or engaged with a particular post. The sixth one is the most vital one in my opinion. So a lot of people use audience lists. So most people engage widely with audience lists and lookalikes. So through audience list, you can tap in to the gold mine that you are sitting on. So you have a list of audiences who have already interacted with your business. Say there are people who visited your website but did not end up purchasing. You can have that as one audience list. So say there is someone who visited your website and added to cart but did not end up purchasing. So that can be a second audience list. So you can create specific cohorts within your business, the specific funnels within your business, and create those audience lists. Once you create audience lists, you have a magic platform to create new audiences or to identify prospective audiences. So this is called Facebook lookalikes. So Facebook lookalikes essentially means that you have an audience list, say someone who visited your website. You can create a lookalike of that. So you can ask Facebook that I want to identify people who have similar interests, who have similar behaviors, similar age groups, basically similar audiences. Facebook identifies people who look exactly like your audience. So it could be if you give Facebook data of your purchasers, that is people who have purchased your product, Facebook can create a lookalike of that. So Facebook can identify people who match interests of your previous buyers. So for creating lookalikes, you have to give Facebook an audience list first. So this could be a customer list that you manually enter. So it could be a list that is like a first name, last name, phone number, email, etc. Those details that you manually enter, or through Facebook audiences, you link your pixel, and through that you identify people who come into your stage of the funnel, and with that you create separate lookalikes. Within lookalikes, there are different options within lookalike. So lookalike is separated out from 1 to 10%. What this means is that lookalike 1% would be audiences that match closest to your audience list. As this goes to 10%, the audience range widens. So this means that say you give Facebook a list of audiences. So you tell Facebook that these are the people who bought shoes from me, and you want to find a lookalike of that audience. So a lookalike 1% would mean that 1% of that fine audience that are most likely to convert. When you go to 2%, lookalike 2%, the audience range widens. So there is a lesser chance that your audience can convert. But what you can see is that the audience pool widens. So you can go from lookalike 1%, 2%, 3%, up to 10%. So what most Facebook users or Facebook campaign users, Facebook marketers use is lookalike 1 to 3%, where that is the finest audience, where Facebook identifies people who match interests closest to your existing audiences. While launching campaigns, I will show you where lookalike audiences are present, and if you have an audience list created, you can definitely use that to your advantage. Before launching the campaign, there are a few prerequisites that you have to keep in mind. The number one is what we discussed in our previous slides, is understanding your objective. So what is the objective of your business? Is it to drive awareness? Is it to get consideration from audiences? Or is it to sell? Is it to make a direct purchase? So understand what objective is it. Is it a real estate company where you want to drive leads? Or is it an e-commerce store where you want people to just make that transaction? The second one is a Facebook page. So this is super vital. If you want to launch a Facebook ad campaign, you have to have a Facebook page. So if you have an Instagram page too, that can be connected and used in the Facebook Business Manager. The third one is a landing page. Of course, this is required only for objective. That is, if you are driving traffic to your website, there are options such as brand awareness where you don't really need a website, but having a landing page or a website is super vital that can really help you have that added advantage. The fourth one is ad assets. So what is it that you're going to show on the Facebook, Instagram, or audience network ad platforms? Are you going to show an image banner? Are you going to show a story sized creative? Are you going to show video assets? So what is it that you're going to actually promote? So you need to have those ad assets in place before you actually launch your campaign. The fifth and the most important one is a Facebook Business Manager. So without this, all of the above is useless. You have to have a Facebook Business Manager account to actually launch ads and promote your specific product. And with that, let's quickly get started and see how you can launch your very first Facebook ad campaign. So now let's look at my Facebook dashboard. So this is a test account that I ran long back. So I don't have any ads currently running on it, but I have run some in the past in this. So let's quickly look at how to set up a campaign in this specific dashboard. This is what the dashboard looks like. And here you can see that we have campaigns, ad sets, and ads. Like I mentioned, one campaign can have several ad sets and each ad set can have several ads. So we can look at the structure and how it goes about once we familiarize ourselves with the dashboard. So just quickly have a look at what all the dashboard contains. So here, this is the button where you actually create a campaign, the plus create button. Here you can put a date range to decide and look at the current campaign performance. So if I'm looking at one of the campaigns, then I can look at the last 7-day data and I can see the reach, impressions, amount spent. Of course, this, because I haven't spent anything recently, there's no data shown. I can also look at this as a maximum or an all-time report where I can see the amount being spent, the impressions, the cost per result, whatever the metrics that makes sense for you. Of course, these metrics, you can change them. So in the columns part, you can go and customize your columns and set which are the metrics that matter most to you and you can show them. So here, let's quickly get started and have a look at creating a campaign. So all you have to do is plus create, and then you will have to decide what is the objective that you want to run. So there are different objectives like I mentioned in our presentation. So there is, if you are looking at awareness, you have the brand awareness, reach. Otherwise, if you are in consideration, you can look at traffic, engagement, app installs, video views, lead generation, messages. And in conversions, you have conversion, catalog sales, and store traffic. Once you get a hang of launching one specific campaign, I think you can figure out what the other campaigns and how the setup looks like. If you have any clarification as to what exactly the campaign objective is, you can always press on the information icon where Facebook shows you what exactly the campaign objective means. So if you look at app install, it shows that show your ad to people most likely to download and engage with your app. Or if you look at store traffic, show your ad to people most likely to visit your physical store when they are near them. So this is more of a location based physical store campaign. So there are different types of campaign, and for the ease of this video, I think I'll restrict myself to the conversion campaign and just look at a few other important campaign types. So the conversion campaign is widely used, and a lot of businesses use digital marketing and Facebook campaigns to drive conversions, say purchases or whatever the conversion action they have in mind. So this is a very, very crucial campaign type. So I think I'll get started with that campaign, and probably we can just quickly have a look at a few other important ones too. So let's get started and click on the conversion objective, post which you will have to enter the campaign details, ad set name, ad name, etc. So I will not enter it here. I can either enter it here or just click on continue, and you can see the different options available. So there are a lot of options here which might look a bit overwhelming in the start, but once you get a hang of it, it's going to be very, very simple. There are a few basic steps to be taken to actually launch a Facebook ad campaign. So we will just stick to the basics of it. I will just show you what is needed to get started with it, but I will of course explain what this means and if you need a specific setting or not. So let's get started and probably name this Facebook test campaign for great learning. So here we go, and we can look at the special ad categories. You can ignore this because this is not needed. This is for ads that are related to social issues, elections or politics. You don't need to do any sort of a change here. And campaign details as well, you don't really have to make a change, but I will still let you know what is possible. So you can leave this at default to launch your campaign, but you can always have a look at this. Buying type is auction by default, which is the only option available there. And the campaign objective is what we just selected, that is conversion. So you can change it at this point, but once the campaign is launched, you can't really shift campaign objectives. So here you can also put a campaign spending limit. So I'm not going to tinker with this too much. So if you want to, you can actually enter a spend limit. So you can put say 100 rupees here, but this is not very necessary. You can probably ignore this and you can take a call later if needed. So A/B test as well, you don't have to make any changes here. A/B test essentially means that if you want to test one particular campaign type versus another, that is when you do an A/B test. So you want to say test out website traffic campaign objective versus conversion campaign objective. You want to see which is driving better results for you, which is driving higher CTR, which is driving higher purchases or conversions. You can always try the A/B test method. So I don't think we will need it at this point. So we will just leave this as well as is. And here comes the budget part. So you can use a campaign budget optimization. That is, if you're using multiple ad sets, so you have about say 3 to 5 ad sets. Of course, that number completely depends on how you want to go about it. You can even have just 2 ad sets or how many ever you want. So if you choose a campaign budget optimization, this means that Facebook will decide which ad set needs to get how much money. So you don't have control on each ad set. So campaign budget optimization means that you are telling Facebook that I have put how many ever ad sets in this campaign, but you decide which is performing best for me and allocate budgets accordingly. So Facebook gets control over the spend limits in campaign budget optimization. A lot of Facebook ads users believe that CBO or campaign budget optimization is a very good way to go ahead with things. So let's get started and probably turn this on. And of course, I can also show you how to use an ad set based optimization where you can allocate separate budgets for each ad set. So you will just get started with about 100 rupees campaign budget optimization. And here you can choose the bid strategy if needed. But this one which is provided by default is a good bid strategy. That is the lowest cost. And if you need details of it, again, you can just press the I and you can understand what it actually means. So you can edit this and change it if need be. You can choose the cost cap where you are getting the most results for your budget, or a minimum ROAS, which is not eligible for my account because I haven't spent enough on this account. This is a test account. So this is another bid strategy that you can use. So there is another one called a bid cap where you control the bid. So you can choose the lowest cost bid strategy which would work well for your business. Basis your need, if need be, you can shift to a cost cap or a bid cap if you want to restrict your budget and get a certain cost per result that you have in mind, or a cost per bid that you have in mind. You can of course shift to any of these bid strategies, but for now we will keep it at lowest cost. I can also show you what it looks like when you do an ad set based optimization. So for now we will go ahead and click on next. So here you can see that we have reached the ad set level changes. So at any point, if you feel that I did miss something in the campaign settings, you can always go ahead and click on this. So this essentially means the campaign level settings, this is the ad set level settings, and this is the ad level data that you're going to put. So let's quickly go back to the campaign level settings, and if I want to change the campaign objective, I can do that, or the bid strategy, or let's see how it works without a campaign budget optimization. So you can even turn that off and see that here you can enter a budget here. So if you are selecting a campaign budget optimization, you wouldn't see the ad set level budget that was available here. So you can see that there is no budget entering option here. So that is because you have entered a campaign budget optimization, that is a CBO. So let's quickly have a look at the ad set settings. So let's probably use this as a Great Learning Digital Marketing ad set name. So I will keep this as a Great Learning Digital Marketing. So ad set name again completely depends on you, what you want to enter there, what will help you identify which ad set, what are the settings like. So you can probably mention what kind of targeting that you're using, or what course or what category is it that you're marketing in that ad set. Is there a demographic that you're targeting specifically? So just make sure that you are able to understand what the ad set contains. So that's about what you have to enter here. So probably if I'm using an interest based audience, I would enter an interest based here, but that's completely up to you what you want to mention in the ad set name. Next comes the conversion event location. So as of now, what I've entered is a website. So what you have to do is you have to decide where you want the conversion to occur. Do you want it to occur on a website, on the app, on Messenger, or WhatsApp? So this is for you to decide where does the conversion have to happen. So if you are a business that see high amount of conversion, high amount of traction on your app, then you probably want to use an app conversion event. Or if you see higher people converting on website, you can use a web conversion. So if you want to test out both, you can try two different ad sets, one with website conversion and one with app conversion. The only key difference here being the ad link that you're putting. So when you're coming to the ad level settings for website based conversion, you will have to enter a website landing page, and an app based conversion event, you will have to enter app deep links. So that is the main key difference here. And as for web messenger and WhatsApp, you can even get people to convert through them. So here you will have to enter your conversion event, but before that you will have to actually set up your conversion event. And in this specific account, I haven't set up my conversion event. I don't have a particular website linked to this account. That's why I haven't entered a conversion event. But for the sake of this video, we can just see how it is entered. So you can just click on a conversion event, say purchase. So as you can see, there is no recent activity here. So to get the conversion event set up, all you have to do is set up the pixel, the Facebook pixel on your website or app. So on the pixel front, you can see that when I hit the purchase event, it is said that I have to set up a conversion. So to launch a test campaign, this is not necessary. But however, for you to understand how to set it up, it is a simple process that goes in a piece of code behind your website. So you just have to click on setup conversions, and you will see how you can track conversions with standard events. You can just click on one of these, and Facebook gives you what is that code that you have to provide for your website. You will have to add certain parameters in the header section, and that is a very simple process to get the event conversion set up. So here, what you can do is, for now, we will just continue. So you can select whichever conversion event suits you best. Is it a complete registration? Is it a customized product? Donate, initiate checkout, lead, add to cart. So choose the conversion event that makes most sense for you once you set up the pixel tracking. Post that, you can move on and select certain options that if they suit well for you. So dynamic creative means that you provide Facebook a mix of different assets and Facebook automatically decides which works best for you. So for this campaign, we won't be using it, but you can always try turning it on and then seeing if that campaign type works for you. So here again, I'm not going to use the offer tab. We will just keep it off. So all you have to do for now is select the ad set name, the website, and the conversion event, and post that. What you can do is you can enter the start and end date. So this is not a compulsion. The start date, you don't have to mention it. So if I can just proceed with next, it will automatically go to review, but you can also schedule it. You can probably put it for midnight the same day, and you can also enter an end date. So for this video, I'm going to enter an end date. I'm probably going to keep it as 3 p.m. today because I don't want my campaign to end up spending money. This is just a temporary campaign, a test campaign. In case I forget to pause it, I will definitely add an end date. So this is completely your call. If you are planning on launching an indefinite campaign, or you don't know when the campaign is going to end or what results it could get, you don't have to set an end date. But if you are testing it out, if you just testing the waters, you don't want to end up burning all your money. You just testing how the campaign works, how you're setting it up, then you can definitely add an end date so that you don't end up burning your money. Next, you can look at the other options available. So you can hit on show more options and you can put an ad set spend limit. So this option is available in campaign based optimization or campaign budget optimization. This is there because if you have multiple ad sets, say you have about 4 ad sets, and with campaign budget optimization, only 2 of them are spending most of your budget, but you want the other 2 as well to spend at least some amounts. So here what you can do is you can put a spend limit per ad set. So you can say that I want this ad set to spend a minimum amount of say 50 rupees or 1000 rupees or whatever the number is. Or if there are ad sets that you know have a tendency to spend more, you can put a maximum cap there. You can say that out of my 100 rupees that I've allocated, I want this particular ad set to spend maximum of 50. The rest can go to the other ad sets. So you can put that specific ad set spend limits as well. For this campaign, I'm not going to put a spend limit. And here comes the major part, the core of your campaign. Which audience are you targeting? So this specific option, we don't have a one size fits all sort of an answer for this audience. So you have multiple options within Facebook as to whom do you want your ads to show. That is, who is your right target audience. So some people use their existing audience lists, that is people who visited their website or interacted with their business. But some people use an interest-based targeting or a lookalike targeting or just a geography-based targeting. Some people even use an open targeting. So open targeting essentially means that you are not providing Facebook any audience whatsoever. You're just placing the ad there. I'm not putting any sort of a targeting, but Facebook itself identifies who is the right customer for my business. So this as well is something that has worked for many people using an open targeting. That is, don't enter anything in your audiences. That is, you don't put an interest based or a lookalike, not even an existing customer base, and Facebook itself identifies who is your right customer. But this is mostly used for identifying prospective customers, that is new customers. But for this video, we will see how we can tap into the different audience types. So here you can see that you can enter, if you have an audience list, you can enter that is an Instagram audience, that is someone who has engaged with my Instagram platform. You can also exclude certain people. So this mostly is useful if you have a certain audience list created. If you have audiences created on Facebook audiences, you will have these populate over here. So if you created a website visitor audience or an add to cart audience, it will pop up here, with which you can create a lookalike audience. You can even exclude people who have already interacted with your business if you are looking at targeting a new bunch of folks. So here, coming to locations, you can target specific countries, cities. You can exclude them as well. So I can click on exclude. So I can say that exclude, say, Bengaluru, or you can exclude top cities. So you can decide. Probably you want to target only the tier 2 cities or the small towns in India, not the top metros. Then you can use this targeting, or you can include just that particular city. So that is for you to decide which location works best for you. So for now, let's just keep it as India. You can include, exclude how many other locations that you have in mind. And if you want to actually add them in bulk, you have an option here as well. So you can even put postal codes that you can enter in bulk. So that is for you to decide which location you want to target, and post that you can go ahead and target them. Here you can select on the age group based targeting. That is from 13 to 65 plus. You can choose which audience works best for you. You can choose the gender. And if you have any detailed targeting options in mind, you can definitely use them. So for this ad set, like I said, we are using a digital marketing interest-based audience. So if I had an audience list created, that is, if I had an audience list created here of existing purchasers. So if I can create a Facebook audience saying that these are the people who already purchased digital marketing course from me, I can create a lookalike audience of the purchasers here. So this will populate right here, and I can identify and look at that audience set. So creating a lookalike audience can be created here also. So as of now, I just have a few audiences that I have in place. So I'm just going to show you a test. So this is some audience that I created long back. So if you want to create a lookalike of an audience that you have already, so here you can see that you can create a lookalike of one person. So this means that this is the closest audience to your existing purchaser. So this means that it's a 4.4 million audience that you are looking at. If you want to widen the audience base, you can create it to lookalike 2%. So you can see that this is 8 million audience. So this is not the core audience. So lookalike 1% is the top cream, that is the closest to your audience. When you broaden it, your audience base increases, but the quality sort of reduces. So you can go up to say 3% in my opinion, or you can probably separate this out to 3 chunks. So it can be lookalike 1%, lookalike 1 to 2%, and lookalike 2 to 3%. So you can see these are the audiences that will get created. So this will help you target the audience that works best for your business. So in this campaign, we are not using a lookalike audience. I'm just showing how this is actually used. But what we will do is we will use an interest-based targeting. You can look at the detailed targeting option where we will say digital marketing. I'm sure there is an interest called digital marketing. So you can see that there's a digital marketing interest. You can even browse this and actually look at the different segments within each of them. But this becomes a bit cumbersome if you're looking at each of these. This completely depends on how much time you have in hand, how much you're willing to invest in this. What I like to do is actually enter one particular core interest and then look at the suggestions. So Facebook itself understands what are the related terms to digital marketing or related interests to digital marketing. And I can select online advertising, social media marketing, content marketing, social media marketing strategy. So I know that these audiences will be interested in a digital marketing course. What you can also do is probably use just one of these interests, say digital marketing only in one ad set. And in the second ad set, you can use a different interest. So it can be online advertising in a separate ad set, content marketing in a separate one, and curate communication related to that. So in a social media marketing ad set, you can probably have ad communication, like are you interested in making it big in social media? Do you want to become the next biggest social media influencer or the social media marketer? So in Facebook and across digital platforms, your conversion essentially depends on how well you communicate to the likes of the audience that you're targeting. So here what I will do is I will select digital marketing interest, and you can see the potential reach on the right side. So there is a 400 million audience base allowed here. So you can just have a look at it. So this essentially means that your detailed targeting expansion, that is, other than digital marketing, also Facebook will target other options if it is likely to increase the performance. So you can look at the potential reach without this as well. How much is the potential reach? It is much lower without detailed targeting expansion. So it's your call if you want to include detailed targeting expansion or not. I will keep it on for this campaign, and you can also select languages if there are any that you want to target. Let's look at the other options available. You can also select connection, that is someone who used your app, people similar to people who used your app. You can even exclude people who were in your business ecospace. If you want to, once you've made certain settings, say I've put a targeting option of cities, targeting option of digital marketing, whatever age group that I have in mind, I can also save this audience and put a name to it so that next time if I want to use it, I don't have to enter each specific interest, each age group, city. So I don't have to add the details next time. You can save it as a name, probably digital marketing India. So in this case, it doesn't make much sense for me to save this audience because it's very basic. It's just one interest, digital marketing, age group is broad. It's just one location, but this will be useful when you're using multiple interests, multiple cities, probably a specific age group, or like even city-based targeting. If there are multiple nuances within your targeting, then you can definitely use this and save it. So you can save it as specific cohorts, which you can use in your targeting in the future. So all you have to do is save, and you can see it in the custom audiences above. So next time you look at this, you will see custom audience. Oh, this is already used in here. That's why it's not. Yeah, you can look at digital marketing India. You can see that you can use this audience as is. So I'm just going to make a quick change in the start date. So this got corrected just now, and I'm going to click on next. So here I will use the Great Learning ad name. So you can use the Great Learning digital marketing course. And here what you'll have to do is actually link that Facebook page and Instagram account to your Facebook ads manager. So here I currently don't have access. So you just enter the ad name and post that. What you'll have to do is you will have to link the specific Facebook and Instagram page that you're going to promote with your ads manager. So I have currently linked one of my friends' photography page, and that's why this is showing up and not the Great Learning website and not the Great Learning Facebook page and Instagram page. So since this is a test campaign that will not run, we will pause it immediately. That's fine. So if you're running it for your business, make sure that you have linked your Facebook and Instagram page. So make sure that your Facebook and Insta page shows up in these parts of the ad settings. And here on the right side, you can look at a preview. You can see what your ad looks like on the right side. This place essentially shows what your ad looks like. So here, what I'm going to do is we have entered the ad name, Facebook and Instagram account, and post that. Here comes the ad setting. So you will just have to select. You don't have to click on any of this. You just have to select, is it a single image or video? Is it a carousel or is it a collection? So I will go ahead and select a single image, and I will turn on preview. And what I will do is I will add an image. Images. So let's see if we can use this image. So this image sort of fits. So this is what it looks like in a landscape format. In videos where it's a square format, it's showing as landscape again. And even on stories, there's a lot of gray space. So what I would recommend is that if you are actually setting up an ad, I would recommend that you have a square size creative which you can again replace here, and a story size creative, that is a portrait creative, so that when people are interacting with stories, they actually see a full size image. So that is my recommendation for you. But in this video, I just have one landscape sort of an image. I think that works for a test campaign. So we're just going to do with this, and I will click on done. So here on the right side, you can see what the ad looks like, what is the headline, etc. So I will go ahead. So if you want to edit specific placement, so you can change the creative over here. So if you want to make this a video, you can change it here, and different options that you have for each placement. So you can see that there are different placements within each of this. One thing I missed out in the previous ad set settings was the placement. So here you can see that in the ad set settings, there's an automatic and manual placement. So if you want to select just Facebook or Instagram or audience network, you can always do that. You can select which platform works best for you, but I would suggest to keep it at automatic placements for now, and we will see each placement, how we go about it. So here I'm going to just enter a text like get learn digital marketing today. So what you can also do is that if you have multiple text options, you can always add them so that Facebook gets more option to set your campaign. So you can enter another headline, up to 5 of them you can enter, and Facebook will decide which headline works best. That is, primary text works best. Same goes with headline. You can add up to 5 options here as well. So once you enter them, you can see on the right side how it looks like. So this is what it looks like. Learn digital marketing today. Book your seats now. I can add a little description here as well. So I can say that so I can enter this specific website here, and I can add a description if need be. So this is completely up to you if you want to add it. You can see a quick preview of what it looks like. Learn digital marketing today. Buy greatlearning.in. Book your seats now. Learn from India's top ranked. So this is not completely visible. So maybe I will use this as headline or a primary text. I will use this here, and probably learn digital marketing I'll use in the description. So you can see that the description comes in here, the headline comes as bold in here, and this is the primary text. So here I can change the call to action. I can put it as apply now, book now, subscribe, sign up. So I'll keep it as apply now. So this is what the call to action looks like. And here you can see each of the options. You can even look at the preview. What does this ad look like in a story format? So I can look at Instagram stories and see what my ad looks like here. This is what it looks like, and probably in the in-stream video, it looks like this. So these are the different options that you can look at. So once you can also enter a display link. So if you want your link to look a little better, you can always add anything that you want. So you can just put it as greatlearning.in. So this will be the display link. So I can show you how that looks like. So you can see that this is the display link. So it doesn't show the HTTPS www. So I've put a display link as well of what it looks like, and that will be a preview of that. So here I've entered a website. If I want, I can add a call extension. I can add a number here as well. If you want to cross-check your website URL, you can just have to click on preview URL, and it will take you to the Great Learning website. If you have any app events, you can set that up. And once your pixel tracking is also enabled, this will be really helpful for you to track the events on your website. So you can optimize the text per person, which is disabled now. I think I leave that as is. And then go ahead. So I can just quickly review my campaign. What is it that I've added in the ad set? If you want to add any videos, suppose I want to change in the story bit of it, I want to change this to a video asset or completely change the asset to turn it to a video, you can do that. You have an option that Facebook itself gives you a few templates. Say you can try this template, which looks quite nice in my opinion. So here you can try this template out. So you can try editing it. Facebook and Instagram are of course video first platforms, and having a video approach might be helpful. So you can even create a video in here, edit it out, and try that method if that suits you. So for now, this looks good to me. I can review the ad set settings over here if I want to, but this looks fine to me. If you have any constraints, you can definitely change that. Maybe I'll change the budget, reduce it a bit, and see how things work. I think the rest looks good to me, and I will go ahead and publish this campaign. So here the error showing is that the start date is wrong. So I'll just restart my start date, and it's showing that it'll run for lesser than 24 hours because I've set a really quick end date, which is just half an hour. But let's see. I think this should be okay for a test campaign. I will go ahead and publish it. So here again, there is some error. So it says that my campaign time frame is too small, so I will just go ahead and increase that. So probably I'll keep it for tomorrow 3 p.m. and this should be fine. So to resolve the errors, all you have to do is click on Facebook's view details and you can see what went wrong where. So here you can see the campaign that we have created, our very first campaign on Facebook dashboard. So you can see that this is active. There's a blue icon here. This means that the campaign is active. I can turn it off by just clicking on it right here. So for now, I'll just turn it on again for your reference. And what you can do is you can click on this and see the ad sets within it. So there is one ad set that I have. I can even duplicate this and create another one if I want to. If I just want to try out a different interest, I can always duplicate this and create another one, another ad set. So here I will click on the ad set and I can see the ads within my campaign. So here as well, I can click on these buttons to see my campaigns, my active ad set. So I can see that these ad sets are active. However, the campaigns are off in these courses. So, and I can go to the ads. This is the only active ad right now. So I will go ahead and pause it for now so that we don't end up spending budgets. You can always look at the performance of this campaign. You can edit it. You can make changes. Here you can also view the performance, see charts of how it has been trending. So if you look at a custom date range, you can always see graphs here, what demographics work best, what platform worked best. So these data you will be able to see on the Facebook dashboard. So that was our first conversion based campaign on Facebook. So let's not wait any further. Maybe we look at a few other campaign types as well and see, is there anything different that we haven't used in our existing conversion campaigns? So we did look at Facebook conversion campaigns and how to launch them. Of course, they're the most important campaign type. That is widely used across businesses that are using Facebook Business Manager. But there are different types of campaigns that are available within Facebook. What about the others? Let's quickly look at some other important Facebook campaign types that are widely used on the platform. Again, I'll go ahead and click on Create Campaigns. Here probably we can try out app install, since that is widely used in the digital marketing industry. A lot of apps are present today that help engage the users a lot more. So in that context, app install campaigns are very necessary. Let's just quickly have a look at what the app install setup looks like. Of course, the targeting, we'll keep it similar so that there is no much change in the targeting options, but we'll look at how to set up an app install campaign. So there are two options within this, which is the automated app ads and the app ads. So here the key difference is that in automated app ads, Facebook itself decides the targeting options. It's a lot more automated. You have given a lot more control to Facebook. So this is similar to what Google does. Google has its UAC campaigns or universal app campaigns. So automated app ads are similar to that, where you give maximum control to the platform. We don't have much options with respect to targeting and bid strategies. It's a lot more limited in this approach, but this is more of an option that is given to people who have lesser experience in using app install campaigns. So you can go ahead and try this out, whichever works best for you, or you can even set up a manual one. So we will look at both of them. For starters, we will look at the manual setup, since that requires a lot more effort. We will get started with this, post which we will move to an automated app ads. So here I will click on continue. Again, I'll enter my campaign name, test campaign, app installs for great learning. Again, here you don't have to enter anything in special ad categories. Buying type will remain auction itself, since that's the only option available. Again, we have selected app ads and not automated app ads, and our objective is installs here. You can also change the objective, but since we have selected the campaign objective as installs, we will keep it as is. We won't be A/B testing anything here, and we will try a campaign budget optimization. So here again, I'll put a very tiny budget of 100 rupees, since this is a test campaign, and the bid strategy will remain as is. That is the lowest cost bid strategy. Similar to our previous campaign, there are options for cost cap and bid cap as well, but we will keep it as lowest cost only. Add schedule. As of now, we don't have a schedule timings available here. Here again, I'll mention great learning interest, app installs for digital marketing. So this is just an identifier. Whatever helps you understand the ad set name better, you can use that. You can choose where the ad needs to be. So I will choose it as Google Play. So Google Play is widely used for app install. So let's use that, and I will search for Great Learning within this. Great Learning free online courses. So let's select that app. As you can see, the app isn't linked to my ad account since this is a test account. This isn't linked, but you should ideally have that set up. So if you are launching app install campaigns on Facebook, you should set it up with your account so that you get maximum benefits out of it. Again, coming to this, so here I don't have a catalog in place. Catalog essentially means a data feed or a product set. So if you have, say, 4 courses for digital marketing, the catalog will show all the digital marketing related courses. Or if you are an e-commerce store, it'll show all your products within a certain filter. So you can enter that filter, whatever that is. Say shoes for men, you can segregate all the shoes for men and put it into one catalog where it'll show as a carousel. So that is one approach. Of course, we will not be taking that approach in this campaign type. We will keep it to a normal campaign without a catalog. And here again, the timing, I will change it to 3:30 p.m. And I will put an end date for tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. Let's put it as 4, since Facebook suggests that it should run more than 24 hours. So I've kept the campaign for this schedule, and I can create my audience here. So I can use the custom audience that I had created earlier. Let's look at the saved audience. So in saved audience, it's showing me the digital marketing interest that I saved earlier. So I can use that specific audience. Interest remains digital marketing. Targeting is India. The age is 18 to 65 with detailed targeting expansion on. So here, if I want to, I can select the placement as, say, just Instagram. So I can try it out as different ad sets. So I can use this ad set for just Instagram, probably another one for Facebook, another one for audience network. So that is completely your call. If you want to test out different placements, Facebook versus Instagram, you can of course try that in different ad sets. But what Facebook recommends is an automatic placement where Facebook itself decides which placement is best for your business. If you want to look at a device level settings, you can exclude tablets if you want, or include just tablets. That's for your call to take. You can exclude certain devices if need be. You can even enter a device name like it's mentioned here, Samsung Galaxy S4. And there is an Android option as well, an OS option. Here, your default optimization for ad delivery is link click. So you can change that if you want. App installs, you can change it to app installs. That is, it'll show to people who are most likely to install your app. So you can select that as well. And you can go ahead and click on next. So for using the app install objective, app install optimization, what I will have to link the app. So for now, I'll keep it as link clicks itself. So the error repeat. So there are no errors right now, and I can go ahead and click on next. So here I can enter it as app install for great learning. And use this app which we have used earlier, and I can select an image. This image that I've used earlier has popped up here, so I'll just use this. So here you can see that this is what the ad looks like. In certain placements, it's not really showing up because the dimensions that I've put, so you can't use it on Facebook stories because I've not added a portrait version. I haven't added a story dimension of the ad. So you might want to add that so that your ad is visible across different placements. And what I'll do is I'll quickly add a primary text and a headline, learn digital marketing. You can of course add options like we discussed earlier. And if you want to, you can add a carousel. So it's for you to decide basis your ad assets that what you want to promote, a single image or a video or a carousel. So you can check that, and you can even add a deferred deep link. So this essentially means that if someone installs your app, you want them to go to a specific page. If you have that deferred deep link, you can add it, but it is optional. So if I want people to go to the digital marketing course page after installing, I can add that deferred deep link here. And the call to action, of course, I think should be installed now since it's an app install campaign. And here you can track the events. So the pixel is not active, but I've still ticked on this. You can see if this is relevant for you, and basis that you can take a call. So here, this is about it. The rest of the settings, as you saw, are very similar to what you had done earlier for Facebook conversion. So you can even check a review of what it looks like. So the Facebook page is this. You can of course edit it and ensure that you're running ads for the same Facebook page that you are promoting the ads for. In this case, I haven't, because I currently haven't linked it to the test account, and this is just a test campaign which will not spend any money. So this is what it looks like. My ad looks like this. I can look at different placements here, what it looks like in each placement. You can even share a link of this. So once you get this link, you can send it to someone. So if you want someone to see what the ad looks like, you can just send them this link. You can copy this link and send it to them, and they will be able to see the ad, what it looks like, what's the preview of the ad. So I think our setup is done. There's nothing much left in this. Let's just hit on publish, and I think we are about done there. So that was quite simple, right? Very, very similar to our conversion campaigns. The app install campaign was quite straightforward. The targeting was quite simple. The only difference being that you have to enter an app and then actually promote that. So that was it for app install campaigns. Let's quickly have a look at the automated app installs as well. The settings will remain quite the same. Again, I'm just going to enter it as test. The setting will be automated app ads. The rest remains the same. Just click on next. Test automated app install. Again, I can select Great Learning here. All you have to do is select a location. As you can see that in automated app install, the main difference is that there is no targeting option as such. There is no interest-based lookalike targeting as such. All you have to do is choose your optimization goal. Is it an app install with app events, or is it just an app install, or is it just app events? So since I haven't linked the app, I won't be able to drive app events. So if you have it linked with your account, you can select particular events in your app. So I can define the event such as purchase of a digital marketing course, and I can target the automated app install, which shows it to a wide audience. So Facebook itself decides who's the right person who's likely to make a purchase for your digital marketing course without any targeting that you are giving to Facebook whatsoever. Of course, the location and language you can put in, but the rest is decided by Facebook. So I will leave it at app installs in this. I can even select a bid cap. How much is it that I'm willing to pay for each app install? So say I'm paying about 20 rupees for an app install. So I can use that amount as a bid cap. So here again, you can put a schedule for this campaign. You can put an end date if you're looking at pausing it sometime soon. Let's look at 5 p.m. tomorrow and quickly get started with this. So here again, all you have to do is select an image or multiple images. So here I'm going to copy this, use the primary text, and probably learn digital marketing as the headline. And that's about it. There is no additional information that's required. So you saw how simple it is to actually launch an automated app install campaign. There is no targeting whatsoever that you have to break your head over. You just have to leave it all to Facebook and see what works best for your business. So you let Facebook decide who is the right person who is likely to install my app, who is the right person to engage with my app. So you can use a mix of both, like we discussed earlier. You can use a mix of installs with a likelihood of taking a certain action within your app. So as you can see in this, the only error that's showing is that the app is not linked to my Facebook account. So this is the only roadblock here. But other than that, you saw how simple it is to actually set up an automated app install campaign on Facebook. Similarly, there are multiple other objectives that are available. The setup is quite similar. Maybe we'll look at just one more, that is a reach campaign. We will see how the reach campaign is different, and then you can see what works best for your business. Again, the different buying types are available here are only auction, and the campaign objective that we selected is reach. So this objective is mainly when you want the word out there that your business exists. You want people to know that your business exists. You want maximum people to see the brand name, the brand messaging, what it offers. So those details of your business need to come out through this campaign. So here the daily budget I've put as 200 rupees and the start date at 3:45 p.m. today and an end date. So here again you can select a saved audience, that is digital marketing, or you can even select a different one altogether. So you can see that detailed targeting expansion is not available in reach based targeting. So I'm going to duplicate this audience and I'm going to exclude detailed targeting expansion. Okay, we can't even exclude that. There is no option available for detailed targeting expansion. So that remains as is, and we will look at other options. So this seems quite similar. Placements, you can decide what placements to use. If there is some filter that you want to put, that you don't want to use a full inventory, you want to use a limited inventory, that is a lot of sensitive content is excluded, I would suggest to go ahead with a standard inventory, since Facebook knows what are the topics that are very sensitive, and basis that it will take a call. So here you can put a bid control as well. If you have a certain bid amount in mind, that is a CPM bid, you can definitely put that. And here you can change the optimization to impressions or reach. So reach means unique number of people. So you want unique number of people to actually view your ad, right? You want more people, more unique users to see your ad. So reach is the recommended optimization for this ad, and we'll keep that as is. And you can see the potential reach is 35k to 102k is the estimated daily reach. Test ad for reach. Great learning, digital marketing. So you can again copy paste some website data. That's what. Add new options if needed. So in this, you can see that there is no headline option available. Let's look at the preview. Okay, let me add an image first. You can add a website URL here. So here again, I'll put learn digital marketing. And the call to action we can keep as apply now. Website events, app events as well, if you have a particular app that is linked to the website. And here you can look at the preview. So as you can see, the rest of the campaign settings are quite similar. It's just the main campaign objective that changes, the ad optimization, the ad delivery that changes. Here we are optimizing for reach. So the rest remains quite similar. And that's about it to launch a reach ad too. So you can see how similar each campaign is. So there are no much changes within different campaign objectives. While the setup is considered, it is quite similar in most different types of campaign objectives. All you have to figure out is how to launch one Facebook campaign, and I'm sure you'll understand how to do the rest too. So I'll just give you a quick look of what other features are available within the Facebook dashboard. The date range, like I mentioned, is selected as maximum. And here you can even look at the setup. You can click on view setup and you can see what is this app install campaign. Let's look at that. So you can see that included custom audiences, excluded custom audiences. There is no detail mentioned here as such because we haven't entered any custom audiences. So here you can see the bid cap. It basically shows the campaign setup. How much is the budget? What is the schedule like? What's the ad set ID? It gives details about the campaign if you look at the campaign setup. Coming to columns, you can set up columns that work best for you. So here it differs from person to person. So you can customize the columns. You can choose the metrics that matter most to you, probably remove the ones that don't matter to you, say conversion rate ranking or engagement rate ranking or quality ranking doesn't matter to you. You can of course remove them. If there is another metric like a cost per purchase that matters to you, you can definitely add that. So here you can add the total number of purchases and the cost per purchase. So I don't like to look at it at a separate level, so I tend to remove it, but that's your call. And if you want to rearrange this, you can of course do that. You can probably look at it in a view where you see this first. So these are the different metrics that you can put within the column, so that you can customize your column and see the daily numbers as to what works best for you. So here probably what you can also see is you can look at it at a breakdown. So this sign essentially means the breakdown. So if you want to look at a day on day report or an age wise report or a gender wise report, like Facebook will be able to show you. Wait, let's look at last 7 days. So here, since we don't have any data currently, it's not showing up, but otherwise it'll show you a breakdown of which ads worked best in that particular time period. Within this bar, this white space essentially is your filter to see the different types of campaign in your dashboard. So if you can select it by name, so you can just enter probably a name like test, that is campaign name tests contains test, or ad set name contains test, ad name. So I would select campaign name I would select campaign name contains test, and I can see only the campaigns. Those are test campaigns. So I'm going to pause all of them. Similarly, if there is any other filter that you have in mind, you want to filter only the app install campaigns, you can do that. So this part is essentially for you to search your campaigns, filter out campaigns, and just have a look at the campaigns that matter most to you. So I hope you got a quick glimpse of how to launch Facebook campaigns, how to actually use the dashboard, what are the objectives, what are the optimization types. I'm sure by the end of this video, you will be able to launch your very first Facebook campaign, no matter which objective that is. I hope you really enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for watching this video. Do let us know in the comment section below about what you loved most. Thank you for watching this video.
We are going to talk about Instagram and Instagram marketing. My name is Pranay Aluria and I am a digital marketer from last 7 years. We will start with Instagram statistics first in this module. To understand why Instagram marketing is important for anyone and why Instagram marketing is going to be the future for all the users and all the content creators, we are going to understand why people and brand want to do Instagram marketing and what is Instagram growth. Let's move ahead. So 1 billion plus monthly active users are there on Instagram in 2020. That's a huge and enormous opportunity for each and everyone, and the reach and potential is really great. 500 million plus daily active users. That's also a daily reach which you can expect while growing on Instagram, and that's why it's important to grow on Instagram. Number of businesses on Instagram are 25 million plus. So it's not only the content creators which are there on Instagram who are just casually doing a time pass or who are just casually browsing Instagram right now. There are also businesses which are making a meaningful impact with their consumers and customers on Instagram, and they are doing Instagram marketing very effectively. Number of photos and videos uploaded every day are 100 million plus. That means that a lot of content is being created every day on Instagram, and it's important how you stand out and are considered unique amongst these 100 million plus content every day. And that's why Instagram marketing and understanding of Instagram marketing is really, really important. Users spend average 28 minutes on Instagram. Now they're consuming a lot of content in various formats on Instagram. Hence, Instagram marketing is not just only about one kind of format, it's also about understanding how users are spending time on Instagram. And 28 minutes is a good time if a person is spending that much amount of time on any social media, and specifically Instagram. Let's now understand the demographics on Instagram first. So 57% are females and 43% are males on Instagram. That means that the ratio is not skewed toward any one gender, and the reach and the opportunity potential is for both the genders. So for any content creator or any brand which is looking to maximize and do Instagram marketing, is going to be beneficial that they are able to reach both the genders equally. While this can be different for different countries and different for different languages as well, but if you see the overall market, the difference is not that huge, and hence the opportunity is very good. 89% of the users are outside USA. While initially when Instagram was launched, USA was considered its biggest market, but now because of its global presence and its high adaptability, the number of users outside USA have grown rapidly. And out of those 1 billion plus monthly active users, 89% of the users are outside of USA. Initially, when Instagram was launched, it was a photo sharing app which catered mainly to the teenagers or younger generation. But over the period of time, the audience has evolved, and now there are a lot more of people in the age bracket of 25 to 34, which is currently at 35%. 30% of the people are aged between 18 to 24, which is generally the college going group. 130 million accounts tap on shopping related posts. So while people are consuming content and watching videos on Instagram, interacting with their friends, they're also tapping into shopping related posts as well. That means the users are engaging on such kind of activities which are related to shopping or e-commerce on Instagram, which is a huge opportunity and a huge number, and which makes Instagram marketing even all the more important. Let's move ahead. Let's understand how Instagram for business is evolving and how the numbers look like. So 2 million plus monthly advertisers. As 1 billion plus monthly users are there on Instagram, and with 500 million plus daily active users, and with people also tapping into shopping products and e-commerce products and different products and services in general. So for advertisers, it's also a great opportunity, and that means that a lot of businesses are coming to Instagram to promote their products and reach out to their potential customers. 500,000 plus active influencers. Now, as people start gaining followers, and a lot of these big users who have gained a lot of followership and views and reach, they have become active influencers. And these influencers are also custodian of Instagram marketing and also taking the Instagram marketing ahead. While these Instagram active influencers are being paid on the basis of followers, viewers, and reach, it is quite varied across the genre. But still, Instagram has evolved into influencer marketing, and influencer marketing has become an important part of Instagram now. 60% of the people say they discover new products on Instagram. That means it's not just only about shopping products or e-commerce products. For all different kind of businesses or different kind of products which people tend to explore, then 60% of the people are able to discover new products. That means that the refreshness on the platform and the new ability of the businesses to provide something new on the platform is quite high, and it's quite good. So 200 million plus people visit at least one business profile daily. Knowingly or unknowingly, they are tapping into business profiles and reaching out to the businesses, and how, whether it can be through ad or through the organic post. And that means that business profile has immense reach on Instagram. And these people are, and these accounts and these brands are doing Instagram marketing quite effectively, and that's how they are able to reach their potential customers and consumers. 70% shopping enthusiasts take Instagram for product discovery. Let's say if you're looking out for ideas, what you're looking to buy, a new apparel or home decor. So Instagram provides a great platform as a discovery platform. It's not only about push marketing which happens on Instagram. It's also about how different people are discovering new products. They believe that Instagram has that potential and they are able to find and they will be able to find new products, and hence they are able to do that as well. So it influences a shopping behavior a lot, and that's a huge opportunity for anyone who is looking to build e-commerce or shopping related businesses on Instagram. Now let's move ahead and understand why Instagram marketing. Now let's understand that in detail. Now, as we have seen the statistics and we have seen the numbers that okay, one should do and go and do Instagram marketing, but what are the other reasons people do that? Apart from the enormous reach and enormous huge potential of the users, but why people or brand do Instagram marketing? So the first reason is create personal brand. So what exactly is personal brand or personal branding? Personal branding is about what people know you for. It's a conscious and intentional effort to create perception of an individual or a brand. It's important for multiple reasons. Let's say you are a food blogger and who is trying to build yourself as a very influential food blogger or who has expertise in that. You will constantly build content around that and push through Instagram and try to create your followers and increase your followers reach as well. Now over the period of time it builds confidence in yourself as well, because now you're not shy, you're not feeling introvert. You will create an audience which will listen to you. It makes you stand out of the crowd and be confident about yourself. And that's what a lot of people and a lot of brands are trying to do on Instagram. And they incorporate Instagram marketing in their DNA. And that's why they go ahead with Instagram marketing and Instagram as a channel. Second reason to create personal brand is builds credibility. People relate to you for particular skill sets, for a particular niche. For example, Neil Patel is known for digital marketing. People trust him for all aspects of digital marketing and regard him highly in this field. Hence, people trust you for the knowledge about that niche, the expertise you have, and that builds a lot of credibility for yourself. And as your personal brand, it's important that you have credibility. And whenever you reach out to your potential audience, they know you, they understand you, and they believe you whatever you are saying. And Instagram provides a very good channel and a very good platform for creating a personal brand. And Instagram marketing ensures that a very strong personal brand is able to build along with its credibility. The third reason why people want to create a personal brand through Instagram marketing is to build connections. It gets you connections and networking. It gets you to the people who are like-minded. It helps your business grow. It connects you with the relevant audience and helps you build a niche on Instagram. It brings you a lot of new business opportunities as well. Hence, a lot of connections and a lot of networking helps you in creating a personal brand. And that's why a lot of now influencers, and a lot of people who are looking to become influencers are moving towards creating a personal brand through Instagram marketing. Second reason to do Instagram marketing or why Instagram marketing is important is getting followers and getting customers. So initially, when you have just started on Instagram marketing and Instagram strategies help you initially increasing your followers, helps you increasing your initial reach. Let's say you have just started with zero and you are pushing content on Instagram, you are applying all these Instagram marketing tactics, and you slowly start getting followers. And once you start getting more followers with a particular niche or with a particular skill set which you have, you start attracting right kind of relevant users on your platform, and hence slowly your increase and slowly your reach also increases. Now over the period of time, let's say you have a substantial amount of followers, and whenever you're posting content, it reaches to them. Now it becomes like a distribution channel. So what is a distribution channel? Any distribution channel for any brand or for any personal brand is like a marketing channel through which you can push your products, your services, and through which people are able to connect with you and able to consume your products and services as well. Now from your followers, they're able to become customers because you are pushing them marketing activities and you're launching your products and your services. And also it builds a community. So like-minded people form a community, and that's why your overall followers and reach will form a community, and they will also have a lot of similar interest and similar synergies between them, and that helps you maximize your output and maximize your reach on Instagram, because the engagement metrics will also be good, and over the period of time you keep on getting followers regularly. Now, people who were initially your followers and expanding while their reach has expanded, now they have also started becoming your customers, because you made this as a distribution channel and you have started making and pushing them your products and services. Now these customers are driving you business and also increasing your brand reputation as well. Over the period of time, this also becomes an organic marketing channel, because a lot of brands and lot of personal brands and lot of advertisers are dependent on the paid marketing to reaching out to their potential customers and potential consumers. Now, once over the period of time, when you have a substantial reach, this channel, Instagram marketing, becomes an organic marketing channel without any money being put into the marketing efforts. And hence, it becomes really important. Third reason for Instagram marketing is updates and building reputation. Now, Instagram marketing also helps you in giving press releases on your Instagram profile and reaching out to your existing audience. Let's say you have built a reputation, you have built credibility, you have built a personal brand, you have also built, or you are working for a particular brand in general, and now you want to reach out to your existing audiences or existing customers, and you want to tell what's happening in your brand, and you have certain updates that will really help you. If you have new product updates, you can also talk about them as well. If you have new services, you can talk about that as well. Any new update which you have, you can make this through your Instagram channel. It helps you positioning of your brand as well. Let's say if you have a certain stand or certain ideologies and you want to build your brand reputation around that and you want to position your brand around that, you can constantly and slowly do it on Instagram and keep pushing it through the content marketing and Instagram marketing. Another factor for doing Instagram marketing is reaching out to your customers, because a lot of customers and a lot of consumers reach out with their grievances and their issues on the social media handles. From your followers and reach, there will be a lot of consumers over the period of time. As in the previous slide, you saw that a lot of followers are also being made into customers. So once they have issues, or if they're not able to reach out to your team, or if they have any issue which they want to resolve, or you want to have an engagement connect with your consumers without any issue or without any problem, you can use Instagram for that. And Instagram gives you multiple ways of engaging with your users and with your followers. In the coming modules, we will see what kind of different ways through which you can connect and engage with the Instagram audience. For a brand, building trust is also very important. For brand, it's important that this social media image, their trust is very high amongst the people and the sentiment is lot positive. Hence, Instagram marketing allows you to build that trust. It helps you build a brand reputation so strong so that a lot of other people are attracted towards it. They are able to relate to it and becomes a very high brand recognition channel for a lot of brands. That's it, guys, in the first module. Welcome to the second module of Instagram marketing fundamentals. In this module, we are going to understand about how to set up your Instagram account and what are different types of Instagram features. Let's move ahead. So let's first understand how to set up right Instagram profile and understand what are the different features of Instagram profile. First of all is profile image. Profile image is very important because it gives the first impression about your brand and your Instagram profile. You can have a brand image or a logo image as your Instagram image. It should be crisp and clear so that it's quick to understand what your brand logo or brand image is about. It should be relatable to the people and people should be able to quickly understand it. It should be unique and should stand out so that people are attracted towards it and people click on your image and your profile to see what it is about. Second, profile description. In your profile description / bio, you can write about your brand values and USPs. You can talk about what does your brand do and talk that in detail, and it should be crystal clear and explains clearly what your brand is all about or what you are trying to achieve and what are you trying to build as your personal brand. It should be written in a local or a global language so that people are able to clearly understand it. Third, website link. You should provide a short link so that people are easily able to read it. Website link builds more trust because it shows that you are being more transparent and you want people to know more about your brand and about yourself. People can check your website and know more about you. It also drives traffic to your website. Hence, website link is very important. High definition images for your posts. Now, clear images and videos are very important because in the first glance, it makes people compel to visit your profile and watch your content. You should have well lit images and videos. They should be edited. You should use Instagram filters, or you can use any other filters and any other apps as well. They should not be clutter in the videos or images. They should be crisp and clear. And when people watch it, they should be really feeling, repeat, they should be very clear and people should feel delighted when they watch your videos and content. Fifth is Instagram story settings. Now, Instagram stories is another way through which people interact with you. And these are different settings for your Instagram stories or for other posts as well. So it is important that you set this up correctly. It depends on how do you want to respond to your followers because this also works like a communication channel. Let's say if a lot of users are commenting on your Instagram stories and you want to revert back to them, they should be allowed to reply to your message as well. It also builds transparency and tells people and your audience that this brand is looking to converse and is open to conversations. And Instagram stories is one way of communicating with the brand. Sixth, privacy settings. Account privacy settings are very important. They are important in two ways. One of the reasons is that it reduces risk of hacking. Lot of influencers or lot of brands on Instagram or any other digital media have a high risk of hacking. And hence it's important that you set this up correctly initially. You can also control what kind of post people can view or what post can be viewed by people or not. If it's a private account or it's a public account or it's a business account, that you can control at your end. And it gives you a lot of content visibility control, which you can change at any point of time. But it's important that your privacy settings are set so that there is no damage to your account in the future. Seventh, business settings. So after setting up a business account, it's important to set these settings on your account because these will give you additional edge over other people. Now there are a lot of different settings on a business account. Let's say set up Instagram shopping. So Instagram shopping is a way so that you can tag products and when people click on it, they can go to your website directly on the post. Now this is not available to everyone, but once you set up a business account and once you have gained a minimum threshold of users and your followers, then this opens up. Other features are available to you without any restrictions or without any condition. So people who are looking to set up a shopping module or an e-commerce setup or an e-commerce brand, it will really help them. And if you set this up initially from the first post itself, if you have started new or fresh on Instagram and you're doing Instagram marketing for the first time, you will definitely have an edge. And it definitely drives results towards your sales and purchase and starts building your customers from starting itself. Now we are going to understand what are the different types of Instagram posts and what kind of the different type of content you can create on Instagram. First, image post. So on an image post, simply you can add a location. You can add relevant hashtags, filters, and captions while explaining what your image is about and whatever you're feeling or you're looking to express through this image. You can also tag and mention other accounts as well in the caption and in the description. You can pin a comment now as well on Instagram. And the way of putting image can be a single image or in a carousel format, which we'll see in the next slide. So you can create a video post as well. Either you can put a video in the single image, single format, or you can also put video in a carousel format as well. Video post in the newsfeed can have a length of up to 60 seconds. Most time is spent on video content, as obviously an image is only seen for maybe couple of seconds, but if you're putting up a video for 60 seconds, a lot more of people are able to consume a lot more of content, and you are able to express yourself even more, and hence videos are driving a lot more of engagement on Instagram now. Instagram stories, this is a feature where the image or the video disappears after 24 hours. You can use videos, images along with text, music, poll, links to external website as well. No limits on number of stories, as they can disappear and you can add tens or hundreds, and people tend to update them regularly. Brands tend to engage with their followers through Instagram stories a lot, because they constantly keep on putting a content which just disappears and it does not show in their newsfeed, and that's very good. And because of this, you can push a lot of content. Let's say, for example, if you have a post and if you have an idea of content which you are looking to push on your newsfeed, maybe you are putting 3-4 newsfeed items, newsfeed posts a day. In the stories, you can make even shorter snippets of them. Maybe you can be a bit more creative and put more stories in a day, more than 4. And once they disappear, then you can start with new stories as well. IGTV, for videos more than 60 seconds and video length up to 1 hour can be uploaded on IGTV. As people started consuming a lot more of video content, for the content creators and marketers, it was important that they are able to reach out to their audience through videos which are larger and longer in length, because then the content consumption becomes higher, the relatability with the brand, the engagement with the brand becomes higher. And because of that, this feature was launched. And as a brand, you should be uploading a longer videos, because it tells and gives you more space to be more creative. It gives you more space to express yourself in much more broader ways, and that can actually make people follow you much more quickly, because then people are able to understand your brand much faster. And because of that, now you can be able to create consumers and your first customers for Instagram much more faster, because they understand your brand, they understand your product offerings. Because a lot of times it's not easy to make people understand what your brand is about in just 15 seconds or 60 seconds, and you need more length, more time, more content for that. And IGTV is a perfect solution for that. Recently, Instagram launched Reels, which is a 15-second video format. Now, this is in the Explore tab of Instagram. You can create videos up to 15 seconds, add music and effects to it. This is majorly for the people who have a very short attention span, and as people are consuming a lot more of video content these days, as people are consuming a lot more of short video format content across the platforms on other social medias as platforms as well. Hence, Instagram has launched this. This has very high visibility in terms of reach and views, because people are able to consume a lot more of content in a lot shorter time. And then Explore tab and feed is made in a way that you just keep on swiping up and consuming the content. And that's why this is a new feature which is going to be very effective in driving the reach and visibility for your Instagram, and for driving Instagram marketing as well. Because once people reach and visit your Instagram profile, then you can direct them to your website, as we have seen it earlier. So for your brand, it's not just about branding and awareness which is happening through Instagram Reels, but it's also about more visibility and more traffic to your website as well. Hello everyone. In the third module, we are going to understand Instagram marketing strategies. What are the different strategies and what are the different ways you can implement Instagram marketing? Let's move ahead. First, set up your goal for Instagram. This is important because it should be clear that what do you want to achieve out of Instagram? What is your goal and what is your end objective through Instagram? And why it is important to you. So the amalgamation of why and the goals is going to clear the path that this is what you're looking to do and how do you plan to achieve it. Let's say, for example, if you are a food blogger and you have a expertise or you have a hobby and you want to build a following about desserts, in particularly in food, then you know that you need to put content around food. The reason you're doing this because you want to be known as a food blogger who is an expert in dessert or who likes desserts. And then you know that you don't have to put content around anything which is related to food, and just showcase everything about food. You just have to focus on dessert, and then you will plan your content as well in that format and in that way. That's why plus goals are really important for starting your Instagram marketing. Who is your target audience? Extremely important to understand whom you are trying to reach and who is your target audience. There are different factors which are there, different metrics, different levers which are there to understand your target audience. Let's say, for example, country. Let's say you are in India, but you want to also target and reach out to the audiences which are in USA, which are in Europe, which are in Australia, because you feel that this for your product or services or for your content, these countries are also important. And then you understand that, okay, I have to create content which caters to people from these countries as well. Language. Let's say if you are making content, let's say in Hindi, okay, or let's say you are making content in Spanish, then it becomes quite a niche, and it is going to restrict it to people to particular ethnicity or particular country, and it might not give you the reach and might not give you the scale which you are looking at initially, and the goal which is there, it might be partially completed. Hence it is important to understand that the people and the audience which you are looking to reach, what kind of languages they speak. Are you going to create the content on Instagram for that? And how does your content in that particular language plays a major role in your Instagram marketing? Age. In which age group your audience lies. Let's say if you are making a product which caters to more towards college students, let's say mobile phone, electronics, gadgets, which is more popular in the youngsters maybe, and you're looking to make a post about that, it's important to understand your TG and your age group as well. Let's say if you're going to talk about finances, personal finance, personal brand building, that is more on the age group of 25 plus maybe. And in that case, it's important that how do you create your content, your infographics, and how do you deliver that. So it's really important in that case. Income groups. Let's say your product, your services, or your personal brand is about the services which caters to particular income groups, maybe to a high income group, maybe to a low income group. It can give you an idea about in the long run when you are looking to convert your followers into customers, what you can achieve from that, and if your kind of content and your kind of visibility is going to reach to that income group. Occupation. What kind of occupation or what kind of education your targeting group and targeting audience is having. Let's say, as I said, it can be a college student, it can be a earning member, it can be someone who has been in the job for last 15-20 years. So that helps you define the messaging and the communication which you can have for your Instagram marketing. What are their interests? So a person has multiple interests. Let's say you can have an interest in desserts as well, and you can have an interest in apparel shopping as well. You have an interest in travel as well. So mapping their interest and then mapping those interests to your content and marketing and communication will really help you a lot to tie up and write that kind of content so that people are able to engage with your content on Instagram, and these kind of people then eventually follow you and help you grow your followership on Instagram. Competition analysis. Who are the competitors? If you're trying to build a personal brand, or if you're trying to build a brand and a lot of other similar people are already doing that, and if you want to have a competition, I would say a healthy competition, in that case you need to understand what they're doing, what is their strategy, how they have grown or how they're planning to grow, or how they are growing in terms of their content, how they are growing in terms of their followers, what ways they have adapted. Are they running a lot of ads or they are growing organically? If you see their ads or not on Instagram, because as soon as you start interacting with them, and if they're running an ad, there is a high chance that you will see their ad as well. So it's important to keep a track of that. SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis is strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. On these four parameters, analyze what your competition is doing and what you need to do to in case that you grow faster than them, you're able to fulfill your goals better than them, and it helps you grow a lot. So this is very important. Consistency. Consistency is the king on any social media platform, because that's a very strong signal to the platform and to Instagram that this person is being consistently putting content. They have a lot of ideas. You need to think of ideas in term. I mean, if you want to be consistent, you need to think of ideas, plan them ahead. It's not like that you think of a content today and you put it right away. No, you have to think of ideas, make a pipeline, plan them ahead, put them constantly. Put if you want to put 3-4 content items per day, that's okay. If you want to do more, that's also fine. But the consistency should happen. Make variations of your images, videos, stories, and reels. Similar, one kind of content can be uh, redesigned into multiple aspects of Instagram. Use your older performing ideas or other performing ideas which you have seen with the competition, or if you have seen with your earlier post, make more iterations of that. Follow a niche and post regularly, because these are strong signals to any platform that I'm constantly getting lot of posts, lot of good quality content from here, and I need to push it. And once in a while, your content goes to the much more wider audience, which we call virality, and that really helps you grow. But the first thing which is important in that case is consistency. So you should not be missing your schedules. You should not be missing your posting times for the content. Convert your followers to customers. How do you do it? You can run contests on your Instagram profile. Let's say you're running a contest that who tags most friends, whose comment whose comment gets more likes, they win a goodie or they win a hamper. In that case, the engagement is also happening. And let's say, and the end goal of the contest is something like, people who win, they have to register on our website, or people who are getting maximum registrations on my website, they get a giveaway. In that case, you are telling your followers to do an activity with you, and which have a potential of ultimately getting you a customer. Okay. Now, if you're building a personal brand, it's not only about getting like e-commerce shopping customers or something like that. It can be someone about who is taking your services, right? Because you have built a credibility, you have built a trust, you have built a core audience about a specific skill set which you have, right? So you can do paid consulting as well, and that's how you convert your followers to customers. For the brands directly, such as Nike or any other FMCG brand or any other electronics brand, for them it's about getting traffic and visibility, and then converting their followers to customers. Giveaways. Let's say if you're telling people that okay, someone who gets me these many leads, these many sales, I will give a free iPhone or free, any other product, free mobile phone, free gadget. And that brings a lot of traffic to your website in anticipation. Okay, what is a free product, or why they're giving a free product? And eventually from that traffic, some people also convert on your website or for your product, and then you get customers out of it. You deliberately ask them to visit your website. You tell them there is a link in the bio. You tell them there is a link which I have shared on my just below the description, and tell them about your product. Tell them explicitly. Okay, you put up an Instagram story, you put up a IGTV video talking about your product. Tell them to visit your website. They do it and they consume your services and become a customer. Okay, you constantly showcase your products and services. So as in the earlier slides, once you're setting up a business account for e-commerce and shopping, You're constantly showing them your products and services, or your profile or your personal brand is built in a way that you're always and constantly showing your services and products. In that case, it becomes really easier for you to convert your followers to your customers if the connect is there and people are able to understand you. Live launches. You can do live videos on Instagram as well, and you can have a live launches of your products and services, and exclusively for the people, let's say for Instagram followers only, you are having a particular launch. In that case, people can have a much higher engagement rates to your live stream and can react much more positively and much more aggressively. And then the proportion of the people converting from your followers to customers can be really high. Affiliate marketing. Let's say you share an affiliate link and tell people that they can share this affiliate link, and if from those affiliate link somebody gets you a sale, you pay them commission. Okay, or you create an affiliate marketing system in a way which you share it on the Instagram. So let's say you have one affiliate link which can be tracked, and you give it to one of your subscribers or one of your followers who have a lot of his own followers, and you collaborate with them and you talk to them and tell them, okay, you share this affiliate link. If I get a sale, I will give commission. So in that case as well, you can ask your own followers to provide you with customers, and that can be done on a mutual partnership of commission as well. Instagram ads. One of the basic ways, one of the easiest ways, and one of the important ways to reach out to your base, to your target audience on Instagram. It's a crucial part of Instagram marketing because you can run ads and sponsored posts for your products, get additional followers through ads. Ads have a higher reach and much faster results capability. So in that case, you can really do that. Acquire customers as well as the reach. Not just the followers or not just the customers, you can actually get the reach as well. People who see your ads. Over the period of time, if people keep on seeing your ads, they will have a brand recall as well. They might not be your followers, they might not be your customers right now, but they will have a high brand recall. And once you have a content which appeals to them, they will quickly engage with you because they have a very high brand recall for you. For your existing followers, you can increase engagement because they are not interacting with you right now. They are not actively engaging with your post because of the reach is not happening, or they are consuming some other content, and your content is not able to clear through the clutter and not able to reach them. In that case, Instagram ads will really help you and help you in reaching out to your existing followers. Hello everyone, welcome to the fourth module in Instagram marketing fundamentals. In this module, we are going to discuss about some Instagram marketing tips, how you can incorporate these tips for enhancing your Instagram marketing game, and these will really come in handy and help you grow on Instagram. First, use editing tools. Now, a lot of people on Instagram and a lot of brands on Instagram are taking professional help as well to edit their videos, edit their creatives. And there are a lot of tools are available which can help you edit your pics and videos. There are a lot of free tools as well. There are a lot of free apps as well. A lot of them have a capability of professional editing as well. It's also important to improve the sound quality as well of your videos. All these factors combined has a potential to give you a lot more of visibility and a lot more of reach because people will then be engaging more with your content. So it is seen that, for example, it is seen that the videos and the images which are not well lit, or videos or images which do not have a proper sound, people do not tend to engage with them. And a lot of content creators and a lot of brands, personal brands, do that mistake on Instagram of not rectifying this. And it's important for you that, and as the people have a very short attention span, it's important for you to make sure that you have very high quality edits and videos. It's not just enough to use Instagram filters. It's okay that if you go for professional help as well. A lot of people who have set up their personal brands started taking the help from the professional people and did the editing, and hence they've uploaded their content. Second is share your Instagram profile with other people and on other platform as well. So a lot of people don't tend to share their Instagram profile on other platforms where they are there. Let's say if you have your major following on another platform, it can be YouTube, it can be Twitter, it can be Pinterest, it can be Facebook, it can be LinkedIn. You should be sharing it on that as well. You should be first sharing your Instagram profile with your close friends and family, because they will have a higher tendency of interacting with your content. And once they interact with your content, the engagement rates and the engagement metrics will be good. And once Instagram sees that, it starts promoting your content to other people as well. Now, in the Explore tab, the post or the content which is visible on Instagram, or the content which goes viral on Instagram, is having a lot of high engagement rate. And engagement is defined by people liking it, commenting on it, sharing it again. And that increases the reach and visibility. And when your friends and family do that, it's going to be higher. For example, if your 100 friends and family members go to your Instagram profile, and let's say 50 or 60 out of them like your content and comment your content, that's going to be a very high engagement metric rate. Generally, that's kind of a metric rate is not there for even for the viral posts as well. So that's going to be a strong signal to Instagram. Now, if you have any strong presence on any other channel, apart from these social media platforms, you can have Telegram groups as well. You can put it on WhatsApp groups as well. So when you start putting your Instagram profile over there as well, people start recognizing you. People start knowing you, what you're trying to build, what is your brand is about on Instagram. And these small tips and small shares across platform gets you visibility and gets you profile visitors, your followers on Instagram without any paid advertising. You can write on Quora as well. For example, you can write about any topic on Quora and mention your Instagram profile. Let's say again you are a food blogger, or let's say you are a digital marketing person who has knowledge and expertise in digital marketing, and you're talking about certain topic which you've just already shared on your Instagram profile or you know about. Once you answer the question on Quora, you can just leave your Quora profile. You can share your Instagram profile link over there, and people can follow you after coming from Quora. And Quora has a very high intent audience because people are looking for questions and answers for particular questions. If they get the right answer and they're able to connect with you, they will visit your Instagram profile as well. It's important that you share your Instagram profile on other platforms as well in the right relevant communication. Third is post at the best times. Now, once you start putting content on Instagram, and when you have a business account, you start seeing that at what times your users and followers are engaged, or at what time they are coming and liking your comment, liking your, sorry, repeat, at what time they're reaching out to your content and engaging with your content. So in that case, you need to make sure that you're posting content around that time, because that's the time when the engagement rate will be high. So once, as I said, the engagement rate is high, your reach and other metrics will improve. Your visibility for your content, for your brand, for your products, it will improve. Over the period of time, followers and the content viewers regularly anticipate and know at this point of time I'm going to get a content. At this point of time in a day or this time of the week, I'm going to get a content from this person or this brand whom I follow. And when they do that, it's going to bring a lot of loyalty and trust as well. And in that case, once you start pushing your content, when you start pushing your paid services or your products and services, people will be happily and people will be really able to connect with you, because they are connected to you because they already know that you are posting some good content at some point of time. This is a very crucial thing to do, that at what time you post your content. There are days when there is hardly any activity on on the social media platforms, and people are just keeping the social media aside. Let's say, I mean, if you share something on Instagram at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, nobody's going to watch it. Hardly few people are awake at that point of time. So the engagement won't happen. And when lot more of content creators and personal brands. So when lot of content creators and the brands are pushing content around 8 o'clock in the morning, then your content gets lesser visibility because it's low in the priority, low in the in the row. So the timing is very important. Last, collaborate. Lot of initial content creators and lot of brands on Instagram don't think that this is possible, that you can collaborate with other Instagram accounts or other Instagram brands. There are a lot of small Instagram brands as well. There are a lot of bigger Instagram accounts as well. And they're looking for similar synergy, and they're looking for similar people to contact them so that they can work together. Let's say if you have 2000 followers on your Instagram profile right now, and there is another brand which has 4K or 3K, you can create a content together. Now you have a certain style of content making, they have a certain style of content making, and you are marketing in a one way. You can get ideas how they are marketing. I mean, their pathway of reaching to 4K followers can be different than your pathway of reaching 2K followers. And in that case, you gain something and they gain something, right? And because of that, let's say now they have mentioned your profile and your Instagram account on their platform, all of their platforms, including Instagram, and you have also done that. So you will gain some of their followers, you will gain some of the visibility from people who have already seen their content, but they are also able to relate to your content. Same will happen for them as well. If you're able to reach out to some of the biggest influencers or some of the biggest Instagram accounts, suddenly you will see a spike in your followers because it increases your visibility quite sharply. So let's say now you have a bigger brand in your niche and you're reaching out to them for, let's say, for a paid partnership where you are paying them. You are telling them, okay, I want visibility. Please mention me in your stories or in your post, and they do that. Okay. So it's getting like a paid PR or a paid advertisement only, but from the relevant users, because this person already has some kind of my target audience and it makes sense to pay them. Okay. You can also partner with bigger brands for paid partnerships where brands pay you. Okay. Now what happens is, let's say a brand pays you and says, okay, we will give you X amount of money. Okay. Now you need to promote our brand and you need to spend this additional amount as well. Because you are an influencer and people will hold your thoughts and your viewpoints and your promotions in very high regard. So brand then trusts you with even more money and more promotions. Okay. They are paying you because they are paying you to run ads as well. They are paying you to run more promotions as well. And in that case, your reach is also increasing because now you're getting visibility from the brand's end as well. Now you're pushing through the paid money, through the paid amount of the brand as well. And also you're engaging with your fans and followers again because you're promoting the product. So these kind of models are also there, and these kind of things are also emergent. These are very interesting hacks, you can say. These are tips and these are interesting hacks, you can say, which helps you grow. And once you start, and if your content is good, and once you start getting the engagement, once you have the metrics, once you have a pipeline set for your content, and then your engine and then your exponential growth and law of compounding comes into picture, and suddenly you start seeing more growth. But initially you can do this to get the visibility, to get your Instagram marketing rolling. That's it from the fourth and the final module.
The first 10,000 followers on Instagram is the hardest to get. And you know why? Because you're new on Instagram, people do not know you, and you also do not have a history. So you do not know what kind of content performs and what does not. You also do not know what kind of content your audience like, their preferences and their interests. In this video, we are going to look at how to grow your first 10,000 followers on Instagram. In this video, we are going to look at 8 tips that will help you grow your first 10K followers, and we're going to look at it with lots of examples. As of October 2020, India had 73 million users on Instagram, next only to the US with 116 million users, and I'm sure we are going to surpass US in no time. Before we get into the 8 tips, I'm going to ask you to ask yourself these 2 questions. Why do you want to grow your followers in the first place? So you might have answers like this, as in, I want to reach more people, get more visibility, create a community around the brand, and over a period of time, I want to convert these people into paid customers, right? The next question is, who do you want to attract as followers? That is, you're going to create an audience persona. Now, whatever you're going to decide here, this is going to make a profound impact on your Instagram journey. As audience persona, you need to define your audience with respect to demography, that is age, gender, place, etc. And then their interests, what they like and what they do not like, and their behaviors online. Once you define your audience persona, you're going to get a lot of clarity on how to write your bio and also how to create content in such a way that will attract the right followers on Instagram. When I say right followers on Instagram, make sure that you underline right followers, because we are going to look at quality and not quantity of followers. So the first step is to identify your niche. So you're going to create content in such a way that you're going to talk about what you specialize in. You are an authority in a specific area and you're going to prove that. So niche can also mean a market segment that you're targeting. Now let's look at Adrienne. Adrienne here says in her bio that she is a yoga teacher and she wants to create content that feels good. So here in her page, you can find what feels good. So we know her category is into fitness. Her niche is into yoga, but her micro niche is feel good yoga. Let's also look at other examples and other bios on Instagram. So you look at Kankatala here. Kankatala says since 1943, that shows authority in that field. And they also talk about, the sought after sari store with an exclusive collection of, hand-picked saris by a Kankatala family member. You will understand why they have mentioned it here in the coming slides. Let's also look at Asian Paints. So Asian Paints says again, since 1942, showing their authority in the field. So they also give you a reason as to why to follow them. So to explore the latest color trends, complete decor solutions and art there that inspires. So the next tip is being relevant. So when you're creating content, you need to make sure that you should be relevant to the audience persona that you have created. You know what kind of followers you want. So you need to create content that will resonate with the audience that you are looking at. And your content usually has the visuals. The visuals will be the photos or videos that you're creating, and then there are captions, and then there are hashtags. You need to make sure that all these 3 things are relevant to each other and also to the target audience and also to the personality of your brand on Instagram, right? So now let's look at an example here. So this is Home Edit. They are home organizers. When Home Edit creates content, so they have visual, which shows how to organize your wardrobe. Now you have this content, that is the caption that explains this. So when it comes to captions, the size does not matter. Your captions can be shorter, your captions can be longer, depends on what your content needs and how much do you want to explain to your audience about a specific image or a video. Now, if you look at the hashtags, they're also relevant to the image over here. So this is about being relevant to your audience, to your niche, and also making sure that all these 3 things are relevant to each other. That is the visual, the caption, and the hashtag. The next step is to create video content. See, Instagram videos take many forms: short form, long form, as stories and live. So, video content, we all know, will make sure that people engage with you for a longer period of time than a simple image. So on Instagram, you can create long form of videos as IGTV, that is 1 minute videos to 60-minute videos, and short form videos as reels. You have 15-second videos, 30-second videos. These are introduced recently. When a platform introduces something new, you have to make sure that you're going to use it again and again, because you have this content has the potential to gain organic reach. So I advise use more reels. And then we have stories. These are 15-second videos, and then they last for 24 hours. If you want them to last for longer period of time, you need to highlight them on your profile. Then you have live videos. Live videos are instant, they're spontaneous, they're not scripted, and that's what makes them special. So you can reach audience who are live at that time on Instagram. So let's look at some of the examples here for video content. Again, we'll look at Home Edit. Home Edit has created a longer form of videos here, 24 minutes here and a few more minutes here as well. So you can see the engagement that they are getting in terms of, the reach and also the comments here. They also work with a lot of celebrity and they have made use of it on IGTV here. And for shorter form of videos, I'm going to give you an example of Tanya, who's an influencer. Now, Tanya is a parenting blogger. So she creates a lot of short form of video content, this or that, with her kids, and also showcasing a lot of products in her video as well. The fourth tip is to show the human side of the brand. So you can talk about the founders, employees, the families who are the people behind the brand, so that your followers can easily relate to your brand. And then you can also feature your customers on your page and also encourage user-generated content. User-generated content is content created by your own followers. So this is much more relatable than the content that you yourself create on your page. Let's look at some example as to how a brand has used the human side of it. So you can see that the brand is showcasing a lot of content related to their customers, the photographs of their customers in their weddings, right? They've featured their customers on the page, and you can also see a lot of family pictures here. So this is the picture of the founder and how he has celebrated Sankranti with his family. More pictures of the family, and they've also shared pictures from a wedding in their family, and this is the wedding in the family, and you can also see various rituals being highlighted here during the wedding. The fifth tip is to actively respond to your audience. See, your audience will interact with you as messages, and they will also comment on your posts and ads. You need to make sure that you immediately respond. Do not take a lot of time to respond. You need to immediately respond. Within an hour is preferable, and make sure that you keep the conversation personal. You're not going to type like dear Miss or Mrs. You have to immediately type their name and then converse with them. Also make sure that you understand the issue over there, or you understand their message thoroughly and respond to it accordingly. You can also take these people from Instagram, move them to an instant messaging app with their permission, of course, or to create a Facebook group and interact with them there. The more personal your content gets, the more you are nurturing your audience. So here, when I say nurturing, you know that the marketing funnel doesn't end with a sale. People go beyond that. That is, when you nurture them, you can convert your customer into a brand advocate who advocates your brand for you to your other potential customers. Tip number 6 is to provide value. We all know that people follow you for a reason, that is to gain value. Value means different things to different people. For some, it will be just an entertainment. So they want to see movies, memes, dance, etc. Then some want emotional content, adoration, nostalgia, content that motivates them. Some want educational content, how-to videos, tutorials, etc. Some would like to see the behind the scenes videos of your campaigns, which has become successful in the recent days. And then some would want you to go live and answer questions. This is spontaneous, like I said in the earlier slides. Then we have contests, giveaways, and free upgrades. This also encourages people to engage with you and also interact with you. Then remember, when you create content, you only create high quality content on Instagram, and also make sure that you post consistently. When I say post consistently, you need to have a proper schedule and then keep creating content on that schedule. When you move away from that, that is, you don't post content for some time, it is going to affect your followers, as in they now see no reason to follow you. So you need to make sure that you engage with them consistently, provide value consistently, and create content regularly. The seventh tip is to use all forms of content. With respect to videos itself, we saw that Instagram has lots of options. Now, apart from that, you can post content, images or photos as stories and also posts. Then you have IGTV, Reels and Stories, which are video forms. And then you have carousels, which are images and videos that appear together. There will be dots below the content, so people can just swipe and see everything one by one. This also makes people stay with your content for a longer period of time. Then there are contests and giveaways, again, that motivates audience to engage with you. Then you have live videos, again, for a better reach and also is spontaneous. Use them all to find out which works for them. Different combinations work better for different kind of brands. Find out which combination works better for you and follow that combination. Then the eighth tip is to collaborate. We know that we do not have followers because we are new on Instagram. Now we can make use of people who have more followers. One of them are influencers. Now, influencers, we know that people follow them for a reason, for a specific niche, because they have an authority in a specific field and they create content consistently and nurture a specific set of followers. And now, if this set of followers matches the kind of followers that we want, then we can ask influencers to create content for us. Now, I'll show you one example of one such influencer. I already showed you the reels created by Tanya. Tanya also creates a lot of posts related to parenting, and she endorses a lot of brands. Her content is engaging, high quality. She works with books and toys. And she also has contests and giveaways as forms of content on her page. Apart from influencers, you can also collaborate with accounts with related products or services. Let's look at one example. If you are a wedding jewelry brand, you can work with related brands. Like, I'm into jewelry. Now, who's related to me? A sari brand, maybe a silk sari brand to be specific, and also a brand which sells lehengas. And then we have wedding planners, photographers, beauticians, etc. If they have more number of followers, you can work with them so that you can together increase your followers. And finally, there are no shortcuts to get followers. Follow these 8 tactics, that is identifying your niche, being relevant, embracing videos, show the human side of your brand, actively respond to comments and messages, provide more value, use all forms of content, and collaborate. Remember, quality is always better than quantity. You should be worried about the type of audience that you're going to get as followers and not about the numbers too much. Thank you.
If you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, I want to request you to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. This is done to make sure you do not miss out on any of the new updates or video releases from Great Learning. And of course, guys, if you enjoy this video, show us some love and do like this video. Knowledge increases by sharing, right? So make sure you share this video with your friends, colleague, and everyone who can make use of it. And at the end of it, make sure to comment on the video if you have any queries or any suggestions, and I'll be more than happy to respond to all of your comments.